Hey guys, let's get straight into this video. I always lied to you and asked you to forgive me, Itachi said, staggering towards his little brother as his Edo Tensei form crumbled and flaked, pieces of him peeling away, rising into the air and disintegrating with a serene, white glow. With only one working eye, and the chakra connecting binding him to an unfortunate host body growing weaker by the second, he could barely see Sasuke's doe-eyed expression as he approached. Deliberately keeping you at a distance by my own hand. Father, mother, and the rest of the Uchiha, he uttered, knowing he would forever regret his past actions in the afterlife. Itachi staggered closer, watching as a multitude of expressions flickered across Sasuke's face as he reached towards his younger sibling. Acceptance and love. If I had been open with you from the start, and looked you straight in the eyes and told you the truth, then I wouldn't have had to stand before you, from above, as a failure, telling you all of this. He continued, staggering forwards. Understanding and anger, but none of the latter was directed towards him. Sasuke didn't even blink as Itachi wrapped his hand around the back of his hand. Complete trust. You don't ever have to forgive me, Itachi said, smiling as he rested his forehead against Sasuke's own and stared into his eyes, and no matter what you do from here on out, know this, I will love you always. And for the second time in less than a year, Itachi Uchiha died with a smile on his face. He felt the last chakra connection vanish and glanced down at Sasuke, who stared back up at him, as his soul was ejected from some poor Konoha shinobi whose body crumpled to the floor. They continued staring at each other for a few moments longer, then Itachi gave his little brother a light nod before the world suddenly blacked out around him. There was nothing but indiscernible darkness around him. So this was the afterlife? If so, Itachi found it fitting that after everything he'd done in the shinobi world, murdering his entire family, albeit for the sake of his village's political integrity and stability, and helping a terrorist organization end the world, that he'd be condemned to float around in nothingness for eternity. He didn't even know which way was up or down, but he could feel himself doing a complete 360 about every 38 seconds or so. Was time and direction even applicable to the afterlife? Ah, there you are. A wizened voice said from behind, sounding remarkably like Hiruzen Sarutobi. With much effort and all the time in the afterlife, if he'd been alive, Itachi would have been upon whoever spoke before they could finish speaking. Itachi turned around and saw someone who was decidedly very much not Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sat in Caesar before him was a pale, elderly man with a grey beard as long as his own body and gathered like some kind of hairy cinnamon roll in his lap, and spiky hair which was as grey as his beard. He also wore a white, full-length kimono with a 6-black megatama pattern on the high collar, and a necklace of some sort, also adorned with additional megatama. Itachi found himself staring into a pair of purple, ringed eyes, Rinnegan, exactly identical to the eyes Pain, leader of the Akatsuki, had. There was even a red Rinnegan sat exactly dead center of his forehead. It didn't take a genius, or an aura, to know who this man was. Esteemed sage, Itachi said, tilting his head with respect. The old man simply raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha stared back at him. There was a stone tablet. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharinan, I could only partially decipher what was written, something I assume was intentionally done. If what was written was true, and the stories are also true, with the Senju and Uchiha coming from one man, then you must be the sage of 6 paths. Itachi said, watching as the old man smirked. Perceptive young man, he waved a hand, please, just call me MHA Oromo. Itachi nodded. Then, as the smirk fell off his face, MHA Oromo fixed him under a calculating stare and former shinobi felt a chill run down his spine. Somehow, and the 3 Rinnegan might have had something to do with it, this slim, old man felt more imposing and intimidating than physical and chakra powerhouses like Kakuzu, Jiraiya, and Kisame. Perhaps you are wondering why I've come to see you, no. Yes, Higoromo Dano. If the legendary founder of Ninshu, which subsequently became ninjutsu, the primary fighting style that shinobi used to fight, maim, and kill each other with, didn't like the added honorific, he did a damn good job of hiding it. Normally, Itachi had it easy with reading people, with or without the Sharinan, as a lot of shinobi could be read like a open book, but trying to figure out what MHA Oromo was thinking, was like trying to read a brick wall while hindered by sight problems. I've spoken to Indra's reincarnation, your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Hage Oromo started. Itachi perked up. Sasuke, how is he? He got stabbed through the heart, but he's better now. I gave him a portion of my power, granting him the use of a single Rinnegan so he can deal with the previous reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, alongside Ajura's reincarnation, Uzumaki Naruto. Hage Oromo said, matter-of-factly. I see. I doubt you found me, floating around in the afterlife, simply to tell me that you gave my little brother power. You would be correct, Hage Oromo said, letting out a sigh. I've watched both Sasuke and Naruto since they were born. Seen the choices they've made, the people they've met and those who've hurt them. Your past actions have massively influenced the lives of both, of course, Sasuke's more than Naruto's. And, yes, Sasuke clearly knows why you slaughtered the Uchiha, but despite your best intentions when brought back to life by that barbaric technique, you have ultimately failed. Itachi felt a hint of dread coming over him. Higoromo Dano, what's happened in the land of the living? Sasuke tends to kill the leaders of the 5 villages, kill Uzumaki Naruto and then get rid of the tailed beasts with his Rinnegan. I believe he intends to make a world of peace in his image. A world without the cage and the tailed beasts, and any hint of conflict is immediately crushed by his hand. The legendary figure explained. Sasuke. What are you doing? Itachi shook his head and looked at Hage Oromo, this is my fault. Please, send me back to the land of the living and allow me to dash. No. The elder Uchiha brother blinked, excuse me. I said no. What's done is done and what's coming cannot be changed. I'm going to be brutally honest, Itachi-kun, you've failed to be a brother, making the wrong choices, despite clear, alternate ones being right in front of you. Hage Oromo said, staring Itachi down. Itachi felt true shame, something he usually kept suppressed, hidden behind a cold, emotionless mask of apathy and indifference, and hadn't felt since the Uchiha massacre. The reason I'm here, however, is to give you a second chance. The raven-haired, ex-Konoha shinobi furrowed his eyebrows, what do you mean? I thought you said you weren't going to be sending me back. A smirk graced Higoromo's face once more, I said I wasn't going to send you back to the shinobi world. I never said that I couldn't send you elsewhere. Itachi's eyes widened by a fraction, you're sending me to another dimension. Despite the humility that rolled off him in waves, the Sage of Six Paths looked impossibly smug. Ah, so that's where the Uchiha got their infamous, look at me, who do you think I am? Fool, are you implying there's something I can't do, facial expression? Itachi thought. Why? Hage Oromo arched an eyebrow, why what? Why give me a second chance? The sage stared at him critically, as if weighing up his words. Because I see someone, whose life could have been significantly better, drawn towards the path of darkness by circumstances out of their control. Despite the things you've done as a shinobi, you were a man of peace with a good and naive heart, fighting off the curse of hatred, despite being given the opportunity to accept it and even turning your brother, the reincarnation of Indra, away from it, and you were also a citizen who was loyal. All the way to the end, to their village. Hage Oromo said. Itachi nodded slowly. I see. Plus, I quite like crows. They're incredibly intelligent creatures. Excuse me. Itachi wasn't sure if he'd heard Hage Oromo right, but the playful twinkle in the older man's purple eyes told him that he hadn't misheard. He watched as the Sage of Six Paths brought his hands together and shifted through into the snake, horse, ram, tiger hand seals, content that he'd be allowed to start anew and atone for what he'd done in the Umbu and the Akatsuki, before a sudden thought slammed into the forefront of his head. Hold on, Higoromo Dano, before you send me away. There are 3 people I'd like to see one last time and say goodbye to, if that's possible. Itachi startled, bringing the sage to a halt, my father, Fugaku Uchiha, mother, Mikoto Uchiha, and my best friend, Shisui Uchiha. Very well. The founder of everything related to shinobi nodded and formed a single hand seal, tiger. Through the endless sensation of nothing, Itachi felt a burst of chakra rush over his body. Then, in sudden flashes of light, akin to a flashbang going off in a dark room, 3 figures appeared, 2 males and 1 female. The shorter of the 2 men, Shisui, was the first to speak, whilst the other 2 locked eyes and quickly embraced each other in a display of emotion Itachi had never seen before. Whoa, that was rad. Shisui's eyes darted between the sage and Itachi. Yo, Itachi, who's the old man? The sage of 6 paths. He deadpanned. Shut the front door. I expected him to be more. I dunno. Shisui gestured, pretending to have a massive chest and big, muscular arms. I assure you, MHA Oromo said, dryly as he snapped his fingers and changed their surroundings to one of total darkness to that of an odd mix of white, yellow, and pink. I'm the sage of 6 paths. I even brought you here at Deshitake. Legendary as he may be, the sage of 6 paths had still once been human, and he looked slightly miffed over being interrupted. Itachi turned away from Shisui and found himself staring into 2 pairs of onyx eyes. Fugaku stared impassively at him, briefly sparing the sage a glance, while Mikoto looked like she was on the verge of tears. Okasama, Otasama. Mikoto choked something out, rushed forwards, so apparently there was a solid platform of something underneath their feet, and embraced Itachi, but Fugaku simply crossed his arms and allowed the corners of his lips to twitch. Hugging his mother back, Itachi knew it was the closest he'd get to a smile out of the Uchiha patriarch. Mikoto was the first to break from their embrace and her eldest found his face clasped within her hands as she inspected him from head to toe. Look at you, my beautiful boy, Itachi glared at Shisui who sniggered at him, women would have been falling head over heels over you. HN gets his good looks from me. Fugaku mused, nodding approvingly. Sorry, Uchiha-sama, but I think Itachi gets dash. Shisui voice died as the Uchiha patriarch gave him a pointed look, all the while ignoring his wife poking him. Yep, yeah, totally get his looks from you, no doubt about it. So, being a shinobi caught up to you eventually? Fugaku inquired. Itachi nodded. I drove Sasuke into taking revenge on me after the massacre. Made him hate and resent me for 8 whole years, but when we actually came to blows, I think it was actually an incurable illness and the chakra exhaustion that did me in. He looked at the MHA Oromo. How is he now? The old man twitched. Naruto's beaten him out of his funk and they've just reconciled. Mikoto blinked. Naruto? Kushina-chan's boy. Itachi gave her and Fugaku a look. You both knew? Why didn't you offer him the protection of the clan? Fugaku scowled. 1. The village was blaming us for the attack, thanks to Danzo. 2. Every clan wanted to, out of respect to Minato, but Danzo threatened any of us who made a suggestion with exile. I couldn't choose the boy over my clan's standing. Shisui nearly jumped him. Oh, Danzo, is he dead? HN, Itachi nodded. Sasuke killed him. Oh, thank goodness for that. The world never needed that cockroach. Agreed. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi said, simultaneously. Back to the matter at hand, MHA Oromo cut in. I brought you 3 back so Itachi could see you once last time and say goodbye. This young man is getting a second chance at life. A second chance to be a brother. Fugaku and Mikoto stared at him, looking slightly confused, while Shisui gave him a grin and a nod of respect. You're going to accept? Mikoto inquired, softly. Itachi nodded, slowly. I failed in my duties as an older brother. I failed to protect Sasuke and keep him on the right path, placed the burden on doing so onto Naruto-kun's shoulders. I should have and could have done better, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed of myself. I'm taking a second chance so I can hopefully atone for what I did after the Uchiha massacre. Shisui looked like he wanted to ask something, but then decided against it. Fugaku sighed. You cannot fully shoulder the blame. As head of the Uchiha clan, I should have been able to look past my pride and the words of the elders and could have done more, even if it meant having to step down or sharing the burden with you. I won't ask what you did after the massacre, but I respect your decision. Itachi, wherever you go, be sure to make a difference. I intend to. Itachi replied, nodding. Mikoto gave him a supportive and accepting smile. Shisui chuckled and playfully punched Itachi's shoulder. Wherever you end up, kick ass, Itachi. You know I'm a pacifist, Shisui. I greatly detest the notion of fighting and conflict. The ex-Akatsuki member deadpanned, though the corners of his lips twitched upwards as Shisui rolled his eyes. Kick ass anyway. As Itachi turned back to the waiting sage of six paths, he found his forehead poked, in the exact same manner he'd done to Sasuke during his time as an active Konoha shinobi, sending what felt like a rush of chakra into his system. What was that? HAG Oromo hummed, think if that is a little pick-me-up, should you happen to reawaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in your next life. Are you ready to move on? Yes. Once more, HAG Oromo went through a set of hand seals, snake equals horse, ram, tiger and released a controlled breath as Itachi felt an invisible force begin to tug at him, like an unseen hand was pulling on his shoulder and pulling harder after each tug. I hope you aren't having second thoughts. Jakuken Ninjutsu, Gadurain Tensei. HAG Oromo watched as Itachi vanished in a flash of light and with a snap of fingers, sent Fugaku, Mikoto, and Shisui back to the Pure Lands. Now alone and still sat in Seiza, he fell into thought, wondering what he should do, especially now with the centuries-old rift between his two sons repaired. Should have entertained myself and sent him to that dimension with magic, dragons and the dark wizard who kills everything he touches, or even the one with the feudal, militarized afterlife. The sage mused, chuckling to himself. She'd done enough pushing and screaming to last her a lifetime. If Mako had to listen to another nurse saying, "Keep pushing, ma'am, I can see the baby's head," while she pushed and screamed until her throat was raw and sore, like she'd drank a glass full of sandpaper, wood chippings and metal shavings, then somebody was going to die, preferably her idiot husband who got her pregnant with twins in the first place. She ran a hand through her unkempt, messy black hair, thankful that her 9 months of boredom were over. She'd been ready to go home after her children. They'd named the boy, Itachi, and the girl, Momo, but the nurses and her husband had convinced her to stay to deal with any post-pregnancy complications, should they arise. Even though she wasn't yet home, Mako was already pleased with herself. A doctor had already told her that the twins lacked the second pinky toe joint, which indicated quirklessness and were unlikely to develop it as they grew older and their bones properly developed through their childhood, so she wouldn't be burdened and shamed with 2 quirkless children. Though she'd disown both and put them up for adoption if they were. Now, Mako could only hope that at least one of them would inherit her quirk, creation. Why did I agree to this? Being able to process adult thoughts while stuck within the physical constraints of a baby's body was incredibly aggravating, a feeling Itachi couldn't remember experiencing in his past life. And if his timekeeping was right, then it'd been 145 days since he'd been born on September 23rd. If babies developed as slowly as they did in the shinobi world, then he was to be stuck doing nothing until he was 4 years old, spoon-fed, getting fawned over, crying his eyes out, taking long naps. Communicating solely through baby noises until his vocal cords developed enough for his first word to be said and having his nappies changed due to lacking the control to stop himself from crapping himself until then. However, he was glad to have been born 52 minutes ahead of his sister, named Momo, who was just as cute as a newborn Sasuke, and not before, which would have defeated the purpose of being a protective, doting older brother. He also couldn't help but note how Momo looked startlingly similar to Sasuke. They both had a fair complexion with blushed cheeks and a head full of short, straight black hair, though he could already tell she'd developed the narrow, cat-like eyes that he had. And Itachi could already tell that their upbringing was going to a difficult one. Based on what he could hear when mother and father spoke, the latter was some kind of top-tier business, which meant he had a considerable amount of money, just like the Uchiha clan. He was there the most, looking over them with love whenever he returned home, so Itachi designated him the Mikoto of the pair. On the other hand, it sounded like mother was a mercenary, employed by some sort of private contractor, and Itachi rarely saw her. He wasn't blind to the definition of a mercenary, and since she didn't express or emote much whenever she was around them, he designated her as the Fugaku of the pair. With mother out of the picture for several days at a time and father absent for most of the day, maids and a butler usually took care of their needs. Not that they had much needs beyond feeding and nappy changing. Hearing Momo whining and shifting about in her cot, Itachi turned his head as much as his underdeveloped neck muscles and big head would allow him to, fixing his onyx eyes onto her as she quickly settled down, just as the family butler walked in to check on them. "Momo, I swear, I won't fail you where I failed Sasuke. I'll be the bigger brother who's there for you and loves and cherishes you. So, Momo, you understand what I want you to do, correct?" The 4-year-old nodded, her front bang waving around as she so, though she was unable to meet the expectant eyes of Mako. "Yes, mother. Having studied with the book you gave on the molecular structure of various objects, produce a Matryoshka doll and show that I can properly utilize my quirk." "Good." Mako pursed her lips and stepped back, crossing her arms. "Go ahead. You've failed with other objects before, but I expect you to do better with those." From where he stood off to the side, the family butler next to him, Itachi narrowed his eyes as Momo was unnecessarily pressured. This was all too similar to Fugaku pressuring Sasuke into passing the Uchiha rite of passage, tiring himself out and going to bed with first-degree burns just to prove himself. By 3, he'd discovered that this world was full of superhuman abilities known as quirks, though 80% of the human population had one, with most of them awakening their quirk by age 4, and those who didn't were considered outcasts and lesser than everybody else. He also learned that a considerable amount of these people became pro-heroes, a well-respected profession where those with quirks fought those who sought to do harm and helped those who couldn't help themselves. Itachi also found out that the top pro-hero in Japan was somebody called incredibly popular and well-loved by the entirety of the country, known as All Might. From what he'd heard, this All Might possessed unrivaled strength and was tall enough to tower over the already massive, 6'5 feet, 4th Raikage. Mother had one. It was called creation. It allowed to her create various objects from her body by transforming the molecular structure of her fat and bone cells into whatever she wanted to create. Apparently, overusing it made her anemic and her bones brittle. By the 4th birthday, she became harsh on them both. Mother Maid immediately brought them both books and made them memorize words and the molecular structures of objects that Momo struggled to say and Itachi fought hard to understand and comprehend. Some of the words this world had didn't even exist in the shinobi world, but unfortunately for those words, Itachi wasn't a quitter. She'd tried with him first, on October 11th, but as soon as it became clear that Itachi didn't have creation, she'd practically tossed him aside and put all of her focus onto Momo, who was crashing and burning under 5 whole days of pressure. She could use creation. Multicolored lights appeared under her hand whenever she tried to conjure something, but actually creating something was still too much for her. "What are you waiting for, Momo? A Matryoshka doll should be easy for you," Mako said, her voice firm. Momo swallowed, then looked at Itachi with uncertainty. Itachi gave her a small smile and a nod of reassurance. God knows she needed it after being forced into doing something that she wasn't ready for. She smiled back, took a deep breath and then lay a hand against her left forearm. The multicolored lights appeared, then Momo began to move her hand away. The younger of the twins looked ecstatic as the top of a Matryoshka doll appeared, followed by the wide, detailed body, then the lights died down as she held a 4-inch tall, red doll in her left. "Mother," she squealed, beyond excited, look, I did it." "Congratulations, Momo, but this is just the beginning of the refinement of your quirk," Mako said, somehow managing to sound proud and dismissive. At the sight of Momo's joy and smile, Itachi felt a rush of warmth throughout his chest as his vision blurred unexpectedly. Was he crying? Itachi wiped his eyes and saw that the back of his hands were dry. He was glad to see her succeed, and he was glad to see how happy she looked after several days of looking tired and uncertain, like Christmas or her birthday had come early, and he also found it endearing, however, how much a gleeful Momo resembled a gleeful Sasuke. Her smile, like Sasuke's, was a smile worth protecting, and unlike with Sasuke, he wouldn't take it away. Itachi suddenly noticed how his vision had become tinted with red, and how much clearer and sharper it had become. "Oh, is this?" She did it. She could use Mother's quirk. Momo was so excited that she almost wanted to put the doll down, run up to Itachi and give him a hug. He couldn't use creation, which greatly upset Mother, but she'd already said that he lacked the double joint, which indicated one's lack of quirk, so she wondered if he had a different quirk to her and mother. Father had said that although rare, it was still possible for children to develop quirks unrelated to the ones their parents possessed. Maybe Itachi could turn invisible. Or he could control electricity. Or maybe he could see through walls. The possibilities are endless. Momo thought, pulling the Matryoshka doll apart, inspecting the hollow interior with childish wonder and then fitting the two pieces back together again. She was so deep in thought that she almost missed Mother telling her to stop daydreaming and give the doll to Itachi. Momo thought it was a great idea. The first object she successfully created with creation, she could give as a gift to her older by 52 minutes twin. Itachi didn't play with toys much, instead preferring to read books about quirks and pro-heroes, though he wouldn't hesitate to accept any doll she offered to him from her own set, then poke her in the forehead and say, "Thank you, Emo-chan, may I keep it?" So Momo hoped he'd take it and like it. When Mother repeated herself, sounding harsher than before, she hurriedly turned to Itachi and almost dropped the doll in surprise. Then, she gasped and pointed at his face. "Mother, look." Itachi's eyes, they're red. "Oh." Momo heard her say. Even the butler turned to have a look. Getting closer so she could have a better look, Momo could see the entirety of Itachi's irises in both eyes had gone from black to a beautiful shade of ruby red, and there a thin circle sat between the edge of the iris and the pupil, and there was a single tomo in both. An ocular-based quirk. Mother said, sounding intrigued as the red eyes flickered over to read her lips, "Those aren't common at all. But, we now know that you have a quirk, even if it isn't anything like mine. We can work with this, just as long as we find out what you can do with it." Had he been anything like Shisui, Itachi would have laughed in her face. He knew exactly what he could do with the Sharingan, perfectly copying the movements of others and predicting and anticipating the moves of an opponent. However, Genjutsu was out of the question without chakra to draw from. Itachi wasn't entirely sure how, but he'd find a way to trap people in illusions and hypnotize them. After all, the Sharingan wasn't just the eye of insight, but it was also the eye of hypnotism. Her children were still getting to grips with their quirks, but in a little under 2 years, Miko felt that her children had already surpassed whatever low expectations she'd set for them when it came to their development. She also noted that they'd both developed admiration and respect for pro-heroes, though neither obsessed over All Might like most children did. Her daughter was still undecided on what pro-hero she liked and lacked a prominent female pro-hero to take inspiration from, while Itachi had taken a liking to All Might's sidekick of all people, a lanky, green-haired man who went by the alias of Sir Nitai and possessed a optical-based quirk. And an obscure newcomer known as Edge Shot. Alas, when it came to their development, Momo had gone from producing a Matryoshka doll within 20 seconds to making one in a little under 5 seconds. It was still too long for her liking, since Miko could make one in less than a second, but it was an improvement nonetheless, and to give her a challenge, Miko had advised her to research the molecular structure of a ceramic teacup. To help her daughter understand her quirk better, Miko had brought her books detailing the basics of biochemistry and chemistry. Most children her age wouldn't be able to understand such topics, but Momo was smart for her age. As for Itachi, not only was he incredibly mature for a 6-year-old, but his quirk, they'd named it the copy wheel eye, allowed him to perfectly mimic the movements of others, anticipate her movements, and even provided limited night vision. He'd startled Miko the first time he'd displayed a perfect copy of her signature, and nearly frightened the life out of her when she snuck into their rooms one night and found a pair of glowing red eyes watching her in the dark. Watched him produce it after she'd produced one herself, and if Miko hadn't seen him write it, she would have assumed she'd done it herself. Still, being able to perfectly copy the handwriting of others had troubling implications, namely forgery, but she doubted Itachi would ever do such a thing. He could even scan through a book and then recite it back to her, word by word, indicating that the copy wheel eye gave him a photographic memory on top of the other things it could do. However, like every other quirk, even his had its limits. Initially, having the copy wheel eye on for 20 minutes gave Itachi a headache, and when he pushed himself to keep the eyes active for another 10 minutes, the headache would progress into a migraine. Now, after being a stubborn little brat who was determined to push past his limits, plus ultra and all that, he could keep it active for 45 minutes before developing a headache. He was also a deeply philosophical child, questioning what defined the meaning of existence and why people fought and killed each other after doing research on past conflicts such as the Napoleonic Wars, the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, and wars which emerged after quirks became more and more common. Every day, she expected Itachi to have a mental breakdown and develop an existential crisis. Where Momo studied biochemistry and chemistry, Itachi delved into the works and teachings of men like Aristotle, Plato, Nietzsche, and Confucius. Mako didn't understand why he was so invested in the subject, but if he wanted to study philosophy and angst about life, then she'd let him study philosophy. She was brought out of her thoughts when there was knocking on the door of her private quarters. "Come in," Mako said, snapping the book she was reading shut. The door opened and Itachi stepped through, meeting her eyes for a couple of seconds and then glanced around the room as his eyes blazed red, although the color shifted back to black as he shut the door behind him and approached. "Mother," Itachi said, stopping before her desk. Mako clasped her hands together and rested her chin on her fingers as she stared at him. "How may I help you, Itachi? Are you in need of more books?" "No, Mother, although I may need some soon. That's not what I've come to see you for," Itachi said, briefly glancing at the papers on her desk. "I've come to request that you allow me to attend martial arts classes." "I see. What's brought this on? Tired of studying philosophy?" Mako inquired. The young boy shook his head. "Attending the private school and reading about the works of philosophers is a non-issue, but I need an actual hobby. Plus, I believe martial arts will be beneficial to my health as a whole." How many 6-year-olds knew how to use beneficial in a sentence, but less know how to say it without slipping up? "Have you asked your sister? Is she interested?" Itachi nodded. "I have, but Momo's more interested in her biochemistry books, though she said she'll think about it." "Have you looked into what martial arts you want to take up, or are you expecting me to do it for you?" Itachi didn't even blink. "Of course I have, you wouldn't expect anything less of us. I intend to start with karate, then invest into taekwondo upon the acquisition of my green belt, before attending Muay Thai and jiu-jitsu classes upon the acquisition of my purple belt." Mako hummed, aiming high. "I see. Aren't you afraid of disappointing yourself?" "We're Yaoyorozus," Itachi deadpanned, "we don't aim low." Mako felt the corners of her lips twitch upwards. That was the sort of attitude she liked, something Momo hadn't fully grasped yet. "That's good, I'll look into dojos tomorrow." "There's no need for that. There's a karate dojo 5 miles northeast of Toyohashi Municipal Hospital," Itachi stated. Mako gave him a look of surprise. "You've already done your research?" The raven-haired boy nodded. "The Toyohashi Karate Academy. Opened 151 years ago and renowned for its quality teaching. Plus, it's the only karate dojo in the city. Lessons are from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and it's open Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays." "Very well, I'll get your father to take you tomorrow," she replied. "You won't be taking me?" Itachi inquired. Mako gave him a pointed look. "I'll be going back to work tomorrow morning. I won't have the time to take you there, but your father told me that he'll be taking a few days off." Translation: I'll be off doing mercenary work somewhere unimportant to you. Your father will be taking you, because I threatened to cut his balls off if he refused. I see. I hope your return to work goes well, Mother. Itachi said, nonplussed. Thank you, Mako waved him off. If that's all, then you're dismissed. Without another word, Itachi backed away from the desk and walked over to the door. Opening it, he gave Mako one last look before opening the door, walking through it and closing the door behind him. Taking a sip of her tea, she picked up her book and opened it. She hesitated, pausing as several of the candles and lights in the room flickered, prompting her to snap the book shut again and set it on the table. Something wasn't right. Was there a villain in the room, waiting to catch her whilst her guard was down? Mako furrowed her eyebrows as she slowly stood up, rolled up a sleeve and pulled an 8-inch tanto out of her bicep. She waited for somebody to appear. And waited. And waited. And waited. When nobody appeared, she set the tanto on the table, sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose for being so paranoid. It wasn't like an intruder could actually get within the building, not with the amount of bodyguards she had patrolling the manor. Mako then noticed that the door of her private quarters was still open. She could have sworn that Itachi had closed the door when leaving. How odd, she thought, walking over to the door and closing it, but upon turning around, noticed that the tanto she produced with creation was absent. Meanwhile, back in his room, Itachi couldn't stop himself from smirking. His little test on his mother confirmed that the Sharingan he had, even without chakra, was still the eye of hypnotism. It just required longer eye contact and using the vibrant red to stimulate the various cortexes of the brain to cause hallucinatory images. Maintaining eye contact for several seconds, compared to meeting someone's eyes for a split second and trapping them under a genjutsu, wasn't ideal, but Itachi could work with it. Father. Yes, son. You're aware of mother's views on quirkless people, yes? Why are the quirkless discriminated against? Aren't we all equal, whether we have a quirk or not? Hanzo Yayo rose aside, running a hand through a black hair. We are, Itachi, and I don't understand it, but discrimination seems to be a fixed thing in society. There's always somebody to knock down. Gender, religion, race. I imagine it probably has something to do with how those with quirks often feel superior to those without them, seeing the quirkless as lesser beings who can't do the impossible. Itachi furrowed his brows. So the societal divide was no different to the divide back in Konoha, where a lot of shinobi had a habit of looking down on civilian, and how clan-born shinobi, especially from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, looked down on civilian-born shinobi. I see. Well then, I hope to one day see a society where those with quirks and the quirkless are treated as equals. He said. So do I, Itachi, so do I, Hanzo said, then looked up at the large building that stood before them. Are you ready to go inside? I've been ready for the past 30 minutes, father, but you decided to stand here and gawk at the building instead. I should be asking you that. Hanzo guffawed, cheeky kid, let's go. Wouldn't want to make a bad first impression by turning up late, would you? Of course not, though I would have blamed you for spacing out. Itachi said, trying to sound as teasing as he could as they walked past the doors and entered the reception area. The receptionist, a young woman with hair seemingly made entirely out of electricity, perked up upon seeing them. Oh, newcomers. May I have your dash? She faltered upon noticing who she was speaking to. Yayo Rosa-san, I never expected to see you here. Are you here to take up classes? Hanzo chuckled, no, I'm too old for that, but my son is. Itachi glanced up at his father, bemused, father, you're 36. That's not old. His father coughed, yeah, for kids your age, I might as well be of retirement age. The reincarnated shinobi couldn't argue against that. Shisui always used to joke about how shinobi in their late 30s, a rarity since a lot of them died in their 20s or had retired from active service by around 32, would be retiring soon because they were too old for this shit. The receptionist glanced down at him and smiled, well hello, cutie, may I have your name? Itachi blinked once, activating his Sharingan so he could read her name tag, and then a second time as he turned it off, then widened his eyes as much as he could, mercilessly exploiting the cuteness ability of any 6-year-old, Yayorozu Itachi, Akira-san. Akira giggled, writing his name down on a register, polite too. I assume you're here for the beginner, preteen classes, Yayorozu-kun. We are, Itachi answered, where are they? She pointed off to the right, down that hall, go through the second door on your left. Do you have your own karate gi or will you need us to supply you with one? Itachi wiggled the small bag he was holding. Akira nodded, changing rooms are down the same hall, under 18 male changing room is through the first door on your right. Thank you, Akira-san. Let's go, Itachi. Hanzo said. Together, they walked over to the aforementioned door, hearing lots of commotion and talking behind it. Hanzo pushed and held it open, allowing Itachi to walk in first, thanking the older male as he did so. They walked into a room full of young boys being helped into karate gi by their fathers. Some of the fathers forgot about whatever they were doing as soon as they saw Hanzo walk into the room. What the dash? Why wouldn't he just dash? Yayorozu-san, Why would he be here? Hanzo signed, rolling his eyes. No need to act all surprised people. My son wanted to learn karate, so I'm taking him to learn karate. One of the men looked taken aback. Forgive me, Yayorozu-san, it's just dash. That you expected me to hire a private martial arts tutor like most businessmen or women would probably do. Hanzo finished for him, scowling as the man looked away in shame. Meanwhile, Itachi found himself crowded by several boys, all of them older than him by 4 or 5 years, as he tried to get changed. Heh, look at the rich boy. What, does he think he can just barge in like he owns the place? One boy with watery eyebrows sneered at him. Probably thinks he's already better than us. Look at the holier-than-thou expression on his face. Another jeered. A boy with dragonfly wings stepped up to him, wings buzzing in what Itachi assumed was supposed to be an intimidating gesture. Don't get too comfortable, rich boy, we're gonna knock you down a peg. Itachi turned on his Sharingan and gave Dragonfly Boy an impassive stare. You're welcome to try, and if you even think about poking me with that finger, I'll break it. The boys immediately backed off, clearly unnerved by the red and black eyes. Watery Brows sniffed and began herding his friends past Itachi and towards the door. Come on, let's leave Mr. Freaky Eyes to get changed. We'll kick his ass later. One of them gave him a one-finger salute. With them out of the way, Itachi turned off the quirk and changed into his karate gi. Were you okay there? He heard Hanzo say, free from talking with curious fathers, with those kids. They were nothing I couldn't handle. Itachi replied, dismissive as he slipped his arms into the sleeves of his karate gi. Finished changing, Itachi and Hanzo walked from the changing room to the dojo opposite, entering a room with 2 instructors, a man and a woman who were talking amongst each other. 14 kids stood in front of them with different colored belts tied around their waists and parents sat up in stands. Well, good luck, Itachi. Don't let those kids embarrass you. Hanzo said, then walked up some stairs to get to where the other parents were. The former shinobi noticed that there was a spot available at the end of the second row of children. One of them had a tail with blonde hair on the end, but wondered if he should fill the spot without being told and wait for the instructors to tell him. After little internal debate, he opted to stand there and wait to be called. Turns out he wouldn't be waiting too long. Hey, new kid, the woman called, breaking away from her partner to look at him, go and stand at the end of the second row. We'll be with you all in about 7 minutes. Itachi nodded and walked over, standing next to a girl with orange hair. She looked at him, smiled and nodded. Itachi nodded back, wondering whether it would be appropriate to introduce himself before or after the lesson. Momo had said not to be a stranger and make friends, so Itachi was going to do that, but what else could he say besides, hello, I'm Yayorozu Itachi. Somewhere in the afterlife, he knew Shisui would be laughing at him, teasing him over his inability to make small talk with a girl. Itsuka wasn't entirely sure what to think of the raven-haired boy stood next to her. He kept looking at her with these big, onyx eyes of his, pausing as if expecting something, and then looking away and straight ahead. It was painfully obvious that he wanted to speak to her. Maybe he was just shy and wasn't very good at talking to other people? She looked over and found him looking again, so this time, Itsuka was going to take the initiative. Hi, I'm Kendo Itsuka. What's your name? He looked taken aback, as if he hadn't expected her to talk first, but answered her nonetheless, Yayorozu Itachi, Kendo-san. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Itsuka didn't know what that meant. It's nice to meet you too. She saw the corners of his lips quirk upwards slightly. So, what made you take up karate? Itachi inquired. Itsuka grinned and first pumped the air. I want to become the greatest female karate master in all of Japan. This was the point where he laughed. However, much to her surprise, Itachi didn't laugh. Instead, he nodded and said, that's an commendable goal. The orangutan smiled, happy that he wasn't doubting her. You think I can do it? Itachi nodded, yes. After all, anyone can do anything if they put their mind to it. She contemplated hugging him, but hugging somebody she barely knew seemed like an odd thing to do, and nothing killed a potential friendship quite like unwanted and unexpected physical contact. What's your reason for taking up karate? Itsuka asked. Itachi shrugged. Besides going to school, refining my quirk and studying at home, there isn't much else for me to do, so this is more of a hobby and an excuse to get out the house. Itsuka nodded, humming, have any brothers or sisters? One sister. She's my younger twin, I think you'd like her, Itachi answered. What about you, do you have any siblings to speak of? Yup. I've got a younger brother, but he's only 2 years old. He's the cutest thing in the world. Itsuka said, her voice full of cheer. Before any of them could say any more, one of the karate instructors whistled to get the attention of all the kids in the room. Itachi refrained from saying whatever he'd been about to say and faced ahead, waiting for one of the 2 instructors to speak. We'll talk later, yeah, Yorozu-san. Itsuka whispered. Itachi nodded as the male instructor stepped forwards. Alright, before he proceed with the most basic defensive and offensive karate routines, we're going to start with a little warm-up. Is everyone ready? We expect to hear yes, sensei. Yes, sensei. The kids chorused. What was that? The female instructor called out, neither of us could hear you. But some. Oomph into it and let us hear you. Yes, sensei. They repeated, louder. Better. Now, since you're all beginners, we'll start off light, but your warm-ups will become more extensive as time goes on. You be stretching your muscles and rolling your joints. You'll be doing the rolling of the head, shoulders, and hips, squats, push ups and sit ups. Push ups first, copy us. The male instructor said. They both got down into an angled planking position, thanks to their straight arms, with their legs straight as they balanced on their tiptoes. As one would expect, being instructors, their form was perfect, everything from the ankles up to their neck being perfectly in line, though their heads were slightly tilted outwards. The female instructor then got up, dusted off her hands and went around to each child, giving them instructions to perfect their form. Don't tuck in your head so much. You'll headbutt the floor before you can complete a proper push-up. Bring your legs closer together and try to tuck your tail as close as you can to your body, kid. Bring your arms in by a couple of inches. Then, she came over to Itsuka and Itachi. They heard her hum approvingly, good form, both of you. Alright, everyone, down. Itsuka lowered herself to the floor until there was barely any clearance between her chin and the floor. She presumed that since there was an order for them to do half of a push-up, there was going to be another order for them to raise themselves and complete the push-up. She was proven right when the instructor shifted and said, hey, kid with the dragonfly wings, did I tell you to get back up? Get back down. There was mumbled, sorry, sensei, somewhere off to her left. Itsuka felt her arms begin to tremble slightly as she held her lowered position, threatening to bring her chin into contact with the cold, hard floor, and with a slight glance sideways, she saw Itachi's arms were lightly shaking. All right, up. She exhaled and raised herself back into her starting position. Down. The orangute lowered herself to the floor once more. Up. And raised herself. The rest of the pre-lessons exercise passed quickly, but Itachi found his arms, especially his biceps, and his abdominals were aching, and his legs felt like lead, thanks to the instructors making them do squats in the same down-up manner they'd done with the push ups. As a shinobi, such exercises were easier and Itachi barely felt the muscles aches afterwards, sparring with Kisame gave him more of a workout. However, feeling the way he did was to be expected. Even if he knew how to do those workouts like he knew the entire layout of the Uchiha compound, secret hideouts for the elderly and civilians included, this body was a new one, and thus, wasn't used to such workouts, even ones as basic as these. Wiping his forehead and then looking over at Itsuka, he noticed that she was doubled over and breathing hard, sweat dripping from her forehead. Are you alright, Kendo-san? He inquired. She shook her head, huffing, not really, but I'll push through. Can't achieve my goal if I gave up because of this. But, if I may, Kendo-san, don't bend over when you're trying to catch your breath. Stand up straight with your arms behind your head so you don't constrict your lungs and can intake as much oxygen as possible. Itachi advised. Itsuka complied, straightening her body and clasping her hands as she rested them against the back of her head. Itachi watched as she took deeper breaths and the pace at which she did so slowed drastically. Once her breathing had returned to normal, Itsuka grinned and rubbed her hands together, clearly ready for whatever their instructors were going to throw at them next. Better? Itachi asked, momentarily glancing past her to see that the other children, except for the blonde kid with the tail who clearly had the same idea as him, were still bent over and trying, but failing, to regain their breath. When he noticed Itachi looking in his general direction, the blonde seemed to shrink in on himself and quickly look away. The orangutan nodded, definitely, thanks, Yaoyorozu-san. You're welcome, Kendo-san. Oh, it looked like his boy was making a friend. That was good. Itachi was close to Momo, who had some friends of her own in school, and siblings couldn't exactly be friends, so for Hanzo, it was good to see that Itachi was making the effort. Before the lesson and warm UPS started, he noticed how the orange-haired girl would smile occasionally when Itachi spoke to her. Either his boy was making jokes, unlikely, given how serious he tended to be at home unless hovering near his sister, or he was saying something kind to her, the likely scenario. Although coming across as aloof more often than not, Itachi could come out with some heartwarming comments when you least expected it. Say, Yaoyorozu-san, is that your boy? The one with the black hair. Hanzo turned to see who'd spoken to him. It was a fair-skinned man with long hair tied back into a ponytail which fell down to the middle of his back and was equally as orange as the girl stood next to his son. He even had a similar build to his own and teal eyes which shone with curiosity. Yes, sir, he's the oldest of my twins. I'd be correct in assuming the girl with the orange hair is your daughter? Hanzo inquired. The orange-haired man nodded, grinning, yup, that's my girl, Kendo Itsuka, she's aiming to dash. Sorry, where are my manners? I'm Kendo Itsuki. Hanzo's sweat dropped, arching an eyebrow. Itsuki chuckled, his face going red with embarrassment. I know, you named your kid after yourself, but only changed one letter. My wife left the name picking to me for our first and I had a hard time coming up with names. Hanzo waved him off, smiling, it's fine. I let my wife name the children. If I left to myself, I'd have given them nonsensical names. Anyways, Kendo-san, I'm Yaoyorozu Hanzo. What brings you here? My daughter wants to take up karate so she can become the greatest female karate master in Japan. Itsuki cheered. Aiming high? Well, I say good for her. Hanzo replied, looking down at the children as they moved through routines of punching and blocking with the instructors. Itsuki leaned forwards, looking like he was about to cheer on his daughter. You think she can do it, Yaoyorozu-san? Hanzo nodded sagely, glancing at the other man, of course. After all, anyone can do anything if they put their mind to it. Itsuki suddenly looked like he was about to cry, Yaoyorozu-san, that was such a cool thing to say. But in all seriousness, you seem like a solid dude, Yaoyorozu-san. Wanna go out for drinks this weekend? The rising sun. Itsuki gasped, you must have read my mind. Sunday, 8 p.m. Sounds good. You like football? Hanzo asked. The orange-haired man hummed and paused, American or British? British, Hanzo answered immediately, everyone knows that American football is just a boring rugby knockoff. Amen to that. And with that, as the two men exchanged numbers, a friendship was born. So, Yaoyorozu-san, I guess this is it. Hanzo snorted as the other man sniffed, wiping away mock tears, don't be so dramatic, Kendo-san, you're making it sound like this is where we part ways, never to meet again. We'll be seeing each other again in the Saturday class and again on the Sunday. But dash. Itsuka cut off her father by kicking him in the shin, causing him to yelp and hop around as he clutched the injured limb, don't mind him. Dramatic is his default setting. Nonsense. He mock-thundered. Itsuka gave Itachi a look, one that said, I rest my case. The raven-haired boy shook his head, it's been nice meeting you, Kendo-san, I look forwards to training with you on Saturday. Likewise, Yaoyorozu-san. She replied, holding out a fist. Itachi extended his arm, ignoring the aches and pains of his tired body, and bumped his fist against hers. Friends. Friends. Itachi replied in the affirmative, nodding as the corners of his lips twitched. Then, without any warning, Itsuka's fist grew in size, growing until it was bigger than his head. She grinned and nudged his fist a little. Itachi caught on to the unspoken question. He willed his Sharingan to come to life, ruby red emerging from the depths of darkness. Itsuka's eyes widened slightly. Cool. Itachi's eyes flickered down to her enlarged fist. Cool. Together, they turned off their quirks, and then Itsuka turned on her heel and began to walk away with her father. He must have said something that annoyed her, because she yelled at him and then gave chase as he began to run away, laughing as he did so. Itachi crossed his arms and looked up at Hanzo, who was grinning at him. Father. Nothing. I'm just glad you've made a friend. As am I. It seems you've made dash. Excuse me? A new voice, young and male, cut in. Itachi looked to see who it was and found that it was the blonde kid with the tail who'd been looking at him and Itsuka earlier. All in all, without any discernible features to speak of, the hairy tail notwithstanding, he seemed rather plain. Looking past him, Itachi saw someone who he assumed was the boy's father. He looked exactly like him, but his tail was forked like that of a snake's tongue, split at the midpoint into two tails with blonde hair on the ends. Can we help you, young man? The boy glanced at Itachi and fidgeted under his stare, his tail lowering itself to the ground as he did so. I noticed you earlier. You and that girl with the orange hair consistently had good, form. Yes. That tail of yours, is that your quirk? The tail shifted, curling up behind the boy, who swallowed with trepidation and looked away. Yeah. Don't hide it, Itachi said, it's quite impressive. The blonde boy brightened up a bit. Really, you think so? Itachi nodded. If you incorporated it into a martial arts routine, you'd be quite the formidable fighter. Anybody who says otherwise is stupid. You're the first person besides my parents to say anything good about my tail. Most other people look disgusted and kids usually tease me about it. What's your name? Yaoyorozu Itachi, yours. Ajiro Mashirao, Yaoyorozu-san. Can I be your friend? You want to dash? Itachi blinked. Yes, you can be my friend. I guess I'll be seeing you on Saturday. Mashirao nodded, smiled, and then ran off back to his father, capturing the man in a hug as he barreled into him. The blonde man rubbed his son's head, then looked up and gave them a thumbs up. Hanzo simply chuckled and shook his head. Heh, somebody's popular. Father. That's good. Now you can tell your sister that you made not only one friend, but two instead. Hanzo cheered, grinning. HN. There's a Pocky place nearby. Want to go and grab some before we head home? Hanzo smirked at the inquisitive stare he was being subjected to. Your mother told me about your love of those things. Almond or strawberry coating? Itachi answered too quickly for his own liking. Almond. Please. Deflection of a snap kick to the chest, a jab to the kidneys was intercepted by a knee, the following arm sweep to the neck was blocked. Itachi moved to sweep Itsuka's legs out from underneath her, but she jumped and he had to duck underneath the aerial roundhouse kick. As she landed, the orangette immediately rolled backwards to avoid the incoming dropkick, then sprang to her feet and caught a punch to the chest with her open palm. Off to the left, a timer went off. They disengaged from each other and then straightened up, bowing to one another. With their spar over, Itsuka walked over to the timer and silenced it, then turned to Itachi and smiled. That was a good spar. I still can't believe that we have our blue belts. Indeed it was. Hard to believe we started karate 4 years ago. Itachi agreed, taking deep breaths so he steadied his breathing. Yeah, time flies, Itsuka replied, fingering the blue belt wrapped around her waist, and next time we spar, I want you to use your quirk. Oh. Itachi arched an eyebrow. I know you've spoken about what it can do, but I really want to see it in action. Itsuka explained. The raven-haired boy nodded. I'll use it next time we spar. Will you be using your quirk? Do you really want me to punch you across the room? A masochist like Haydn would have said yes, but Itachi was smarter than that. No. Itsuka giggled. Exactly, and I call first dibs on using the shower. Itachi shrugged. Giving him a fist bump, Itsuka walked over to the door and picked up a towel that was the exact same color as her hair. She gave Itachi a questioning look, but when he mouthed "Butler," she nodded, opened the door and walked off towards their showers. Well, that gives me at least 20 minutes to talk to Mo-chan. Itachi thought. He walked over to the timer, which went off again, and flicked a switch on the side from on to off. Setting it back down, Itachi walked out of the room and closed the door behind him, then navigated the various corridors and hallways until he made it to Momo's room. He knocked on the door. "Come in," Momo's voice said from the other side. Itachi opened the door and found his twin kneeling on the floor, surrounded by a wide variety of objects. She pulled a yellow umbrella out of her shoulder and added it to the pile. There was even a thick, gray vest that he didn't recognize at all. "Mo-chan, are you hungry?" Itachi inquired, eyeing the objects Momo had created. She nodded, getting to her feet and turning around to face him. "Peckish, I'll get something to eat in a bit, Ida-kun. How was your spar with Kendo-san?" "It went well. She asked me to use my quirk next time we spar together," he stated. Momo hummed, "Is that really fair? You'll practically be able to see her moves before she can actually do them." Itachi shrugged, "That's just an extra challenge for her. What's with the gray, heavy-looking vest?" "Oh, that's a ballistic vest." What?" Momo cocked her head to one side, "A piece of protective equipment that soldiers and specialist police officers wear. It reduces their chance of being grievously injured when shot by a bullet, although, given how criminals tend to favor their quirks over guns, these things are being used less and less." Itachi nodded. So it was essentially the flak jackets that shinobi who were ranked Chunin or Jonin wore, not that those things offered any actual protection and were more decorative in nature, but given how thick the ballistic vest looked, Itachi didn't doubt that they could stop shuriken and kunai. "I've also been thinking about what you asked of me, about taking up karate," Momo added. Itachi raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Momo blushed lightly, looking away. "Well, we both already know that we want to go to UA High School and become heroes. I already have a good grip with creation, but I think it would be beneficial to acquire another skill. Plus, I'm slightly envious of the things you can do." "How long have you been thinking over this?" Itachi inquired. "For about 10 months, since you both attained your green belts. I just couldn't find the right time to tell you," Momo admitted. "The fact that you took the time to think about it is enough." His twin beamed, then appeared thoughtful. "Do you think mother and father will allow it?" Itachi furrowed his brows, speaking carefully. "I don't believe that father will have any problem with it, but mother may take issue if she sees that you attending karate classes causes significant disruption to your learning. Then I'll ensure my time if balanced between quirk practice, my studies, and martial arts," Momo said, then her eyes sparkled. "Ida-kun, what day will we start? Will Kendo-san and Ajiro-san be coming with us? What are the instructors like? How many people will dash Mo-chan, please slow down, we haven't spoken to mother and father yet." Itachi cut in. When Momo got excited and passionate about something, words tended to fly out of her mouth faster than Shisui could employ the Shunshin no Jutsu, and he often had to resist the urge to turn on the Sharingan so he could keep up with what she was saying. Momo blushed and coughed, composing herself. "Sorry." Itachi felt the corners of his lips twitch upwards. "So cute." She blushed even harder when her stomach rumbled, indicating that she was hungry. "I think I should hold off from working any further on creation until I eat." "Agreed," Itachi said, smiling softly. "After I've showered, would you like me to make you some chankanabe?" Chankanabe was a heavy dish, at least by Japanese standards, and was made from a variety of ingredients such as chicken broth, mirin, lighter than sake which was normally used chicken, tofu, and vegetables. It was normally eaten by sumo wrestlers, but with Momo, its high calorie and fat intake allowed her to recoup the fat used up when exercising with creation. Plus, mirin was an alcohol, although Momo didn't need to know that, otherwise she'd object to eating it, and Itachi found it amusing to see their father constantly confused over who was drinking from his bottles. Momo nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." Itachi nodded, then left the room. So, Yaoyorozu-san, whenever you use your quirk, you have to eat that too. Well, refuel. Itsuka asked, looking at the bowl of food Itachi had made for his sister as she sipped her at steaming black coffee, while he himself ate a dish composed of cabbage, a nigiri, and seaweed. He'd made enough food for Momo to feed 2 people, and even though she'd already consumed half, she didn't look like she was about to slow down with the rest. Momo paused briefly to wipe her mouth with a neatly folded napkin. That's correct. Employing creation uses up a lot of my fat reserves, so I have to eat a considerable amount to regain the fat that I've lost, Momo said. Savory foods work just as well, if not better, but they'd give me diabetes and high blood pressure in the long run. So father and Ida-kun proposed cooking healthier things like this. Itsuka nodded, glancing at Itachi who ate measuredly. When did you learn how to cook, Yaoyorozu-san? After my 8th birthday, mainly because father tries, but his cooking isn't the best. My quirk helps with memorizing recipes. Itachi answered. And your copy wheel it also has drawbacks as well, right? Itachi nodded, using it for too long results in headaches and migraines. The former are tolerable, but the latter aren't. Itsuka winced as she drank the rest of her coffee, glad she didn't have to deal with the drawbacks that Momo's and Itachi's quirks had. With her quirk, Big Fist, overuse simply caused muscle cramps which went away after a few hours. Excuse me, Miss Kendo, would you like another black coffee? A voice behind her asked. Itsuka turned in her seat to answer the butler who'd spoken to her. He was an American man in his late 40s with fair skin, a clean-shaven face and short, brown hair. He also wore a black suit over a collared shirt, black trousers, and shiny, polished shoes, making him look like some sort of prestigious gentleman. No, thank you, Johnson-san. The butler nodded, then looked at the raven-haired twins. Mistress Yaoyorozu, Master Yaoyorozu, is there anything I may get for either of you? Momo swallowed down the next bite of her head, wiped her mouth and then shook her head. No, but thank you for asking, Johnson-san. Thank you asking, Johnson-san, but I'm content with what I have. Itachi replied. The rest of the meal was finished in a comfortable silence. Why did I agree to watch this? I'm going to have nightmares until I'm 20. Masharao whined, holding his hands against his face as he shook his head, tail curled up against his back. Seated on the tailed boy's right, Itachi gave him a look and raised an eyebrow, while to his left, Itsuka and Momo glanced at each other in confusion. Ajiro-san, Momo started, amusement lacing her voice as she looked over at him, you have absolutely no problem with watching the Terminator, but Terminator 2, Judgment Day is too scary for you. The blonde nodded, Robert Patrick is far more intimidating than Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't know how, but he just is. Plus, the movie might be 271 years old, but the special effects hold up so well. The bit where the T-1000 thrashes around in the vat of molten metal and shifts through the various people it's transformed into is nothing but pure nightmare fuel. Do you want the next movie to be something lighter? Itsuka inquired, hiding a smile behind her hand. Yes, please. Anything but another Terminator movie. Hopefully you guys have something in mind. Masharao said. Momo hummed, how about Back to the Future? Star Trek Into Darkness. Itsuka suggested. Groundhog Day. Itachi supplied. They're all really good films, Masharao mused, stroking his chin, but if I was to be stuck on an island with only one of them to keep and watch, I'd choose Back to the Future over the other two. The other three nodded. Speaking of Terminator and Back to the Future, do you guys think quirks regarding time travel or the general manipulation of time exist? Itsuka inquired after a moment of silence. Momo chewed on her lower lip, it's certainly possible. Assuming the capabilities followed the rules of time travel established in many science fiction movies, they could change the past at will and we'd never know. There's already a highly prominent quirk user of spatial manipulation in Delaware, United States, Itachi spoke up, and if space can be beholden to the whims of a quirk, then there's no reason why time can't be as well. Masharao cringed, you guys have creeped me out. Let's watch Star Trek Into Darkness instead. A massive training opportunity, and the chance to receive a recommendation to UA High School, had recently come up for her son, and Mako would be a fool if she didn't seize it and let it slip from her grasp. The news and the Hero Commission had confirmed, after numerous rumors by journalists, that All Might's sidekick, Sir Nightai, the brains to the No One's brawn, had split from their partnership and formed his own agency in Tokyo. It was known across Japan that All Might's former sidekick had a optical-based quirk, just like her son. Although Itachi had made good progress with the copy wheel eye, she hoped the pro hero would be able to help her son advance to levels only attainable under the guidance of a pro hero. There was only so much Itachi could do on his own before his progression hit a dead end, assuming it hadn't already. Mako smiled to herself and took out her phone. She had a few calls to make, and first would be to a contact and friend of hers in the Hero Commission. "So, Itachi, you understand why you're here, yes?" Itachi looked away from the 5-story building to Mako, who was giving him an expectant look as she waited for him to answer. "Yes, mother. If I understand correctly, this is essentially a hero apprenticeship which will allow me to develop my skills in my copy wheel eye, and if I impress Sir Nightai enough, he'll recommend me to UA High School in around 4 years' time," Itachi answered, his face perfectly blank and voice monotone. His mother nodded. "Not many children get this opportunity, so don't waste it." "Yes, mother." "Good, your father will be picking you up at 7 p.m. Mako said as Itachi nodded, undid his seat belt and got out the car. On one hand, Itachi was grateful because it meant he'd be able to advance his Sharingan and gain the second Tomo in both eyes. Since his attempts to progress his quirk had hit a roadblock, Itsuka was a great sparring partner. But she lacked the skill to push his underdeveloped eyes to their limits. But on the other, he was slightly annoyed since this apprenticeship of sorts would cut down on the time he could spend training and sparring with Momo, Itsuka, and Masharao. Waiting for him outside the agency were 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was a tall and thin, with the head of a brown centipede, dressed in all black and had a scarf that looked like a centipede wrapped around his neck. Any other child would have found his appearance revolting, but Itachi knew same, and compared to the shark-like member of the Akatsuki, this guy wasn't entirely extraordinary, positively plain in comparison. The female was a whole foot shorter than the male, also slim, and had short, green hair. She was dressed in a gray, diamond-patterned shirt and jeans, and wore sunglasses over her eyes. Her wide smirk made it seem like she was ready to eat Itachi alive. Walking up to them, Itachi stopped and bowed. "I'm Yaoyorozu Itachi, it's a pleasure to meet the both of you," he said. The man with the centipede head bowed back. "The pleasure is all ours, Yaoyorozu-san. Please, just call me Centipeder." The female cocked her head to one side. "So this is the brat we get to abuse for nearly 4 years, huh? Call me Dash." She lifted her glasses to reveal completely gray eyes. "Medusa." She'd already had Itachi on edge the moment he saw her, but now he was glad he'd listened to his instincts and looked away from her sunglasses as she spoke. If her name was any indication of her quirk, meeting her gaze would turn him to stone. Itachi had no intention of becoming a stone statue. He stared at Medusa's abdomen, then shifted his gaze to the pavement as she squatted to try and meet his eyes. "Stop harassing the young man, Medusa. Put your sunglasses back on," Centipeder ordered. Itachi refused to look up, even when he noticed that Medusa's legs had straightened. He kept his gaze focused solely on the pavement until he heard the shifting of sunglasses being moved, followed by Centipeder speaking. "It's safe to look now, Yaoyorozu-san." He raised his head and met Centipeder's eyes. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Come on, let's get you inside." Itachi followed the duo into the 5-story building. First, they led him to a receptionist who noted down his name, age, quirk and occupation, that was listed as student/apprentice, then they led him over to a door, large enough for someone like Centipeder to walk through, and Medusa knocked on it. "Come in." A monotonous voice came from the other side. Medusa opened the door and turned to Itachi, gesturing for him to enter. "Ladies first." Itachi gave her an unamused look, but walked through the door anyway. Stood in front of a desk was Sir Nightai himself. He was way taller than the average man, though he was a couple of inches shorter than Centipeder, had a lean build and possessed long, sharp facial features. His green hair was shiny, smoothed down, mostly parted to the left and had a couple of yellow streaks. Behind the triangular lenses of his glasses were strikingly bright yellow eyes. His whole attire made him look like the average Japanese man, incredibly normal and unintimidating if one looked past the lankiness, and the dozens of All Might posters around the room gave him heavy fanboy vibes. But the glare on his face spoke volumes about his clear and weighty aura of authority and power. Clearly, this wasn't a man who would tolerate somebody stepping out of line. "You're Yaoyorozu Itachi, yes?" he asked. Itachi nodded, "Yes, Nitai-sensei." His yellow eyes flickered to one side. "I trust Medusa didn't give you any trouble." "She tried to entrap me with her quirk," Itachi stated. "I quite appreciate not being turned into a stone statue." "Yes, that would be troublesome indeed. Now, I'm going to need you to do one thing before I take you on as an apprentice." Sir Nitai said. He took out a small bell with string attached out of his pocket and tied it to his belt. A bell test. When Itachi was a member of the Akatsuki and he'd infiltrated Konoha alongside Kisame on a hunt for Naruto, he recalled citizens muttering about how Hatake Kakashi had employed a bell test for his little brother's genin test. Behind him, he heard Medusa mutter, "Oh yeah, he's screwed." Centipeder grunted, "Don't count him out already. This young man could surprise you." Sir Nitai's glare seemed to intensify. "So, what you're going to do is use your quirk and take this bell from me within 30 minutes. If you can't do that, then I won't be taking you on and you'll be going back home." "Understood, Nitai-sensei," Itachi replied, rummaging through his brain for any possible jokes he could tell. Mirai didn't know what to think of the boy when he first saw him. He could see that the boy didn't look all that impressed by the All Might posters, and despite his short stature, he'd carried himself with confidence that few, if any, 10-year-olds had. Those dark eyes were also scanning over his form, looking for potential weaknesses to take advantage of. Any other 10-year-old would have charged him right away, but Itachi was taking his time, circling around him. He was smart and Mirai was starting to like him already, though he hadn't approached him yet and time was running down. He watched as the young man's eyes flickered from black to red, narrowing his eyes as red met his own yellow ones. That must be his quirk. What did the Hero Commission call it? The copy wheel eye. Knowing he was more than skilled enough to handle anything Itachi threw at him, Mirai didn't bother adopting a fighting stance as the young man approached, closing the distance between them. He slapped away the flying kick aimed at his eyes, then shifted his hips as Itachi landed and lunged at the bell. The boy flew past him and Mirai kicked him in the back, sending him tumbling forwards, dropping to the floor and getting back up in a roll. Mirai approached, striding like a man with purpose, and threw a punch as Itachi settled into a fighting stance. The boy knocked his hand aside and Mirai blinked as foresight activated, turning his eye color from yellow to purple and turning everything within the iris to an odd pattern that looked like the internals of a clock with 4 protrusions at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 o'clock. Mirai watched himself from a third-person perspective as Itachi constantly attacked him, trying everything he could to get the bell. Even trading blows and taking a punch while trying to grab at the bell. Despite that, the 30-minute timeline would expire, but intrigued by the boy's quirk and what it could do, Mirai would take him on anyway. The following strip showed Itachi alongside a pink-skinned and pink-haired girl with dark eyes and horns. They fought in tandem within a dark, narrow corridor, the former throwing shuriken while the latter threw acid from her hands at a muscular boy in a yellow jumpsuit and a redhead wearing baggy pants, a wired face guard and dark red, gear-shaped shoulder pads. Acid struck the redhead, who closed his eyes and opened his mouth, presumably to yell out in pain. Itachi ran forwards, vaulted over the redhead, using his shoulders to launch himself forwards and boot the boy clad in the jumpsuit in the face. Another film strip replaced that one and Mirai found himself watching another point of Itachi's life. In this one, he saw Itachi fighting alongside a man who dressed and carried himself like a homeless person, surrounded by villains armed with swords, knives, and their quirks, all the while watched by a young, blue-haired man with a hand grasping his face while a hulking monster stood next to him. A few seconds passed, then the blue-haired man charged towards the homeless man, who turned and ran to meet him head-on. The next film strip showed Itachi in a stadium filled to the brim with thousands of spectators. He was fighting a green-haired boy with cyan-colored lightning crackling around him. They clashed and traded blows at blinding speed. The green-haired boy attacked with power and speed, but he couldn't overcome Itachi's precision and technique as the raven-haired boy got within his guard and delivered a heavy blow to his solar plexus. Yet another strip of film came along. This one showed Itachi stood next to a boy with a bird's head, a shadow beast wrapped around the latter like a cloak, an unconscious boy with completely black skin in its left hand, while a girl in a red, dress-like outfit was held in its right hand, also unconscious. The environment around them was completely covered by mushrooms lit up by black flames as the red, skeletal specter which surrounded them faded away. Stood opposite the duo was a girl with orange hair and an enlarged right hand, although there was an unconscious raven-haired girl and a massive cannon held close to her by metal cables, and a boy with a speech bubble for a head. Mirai had seen enough to know what needed to be done, though he'd go along with the test. Keeping the boy within his eyesight, besides a brief moment where he allowed the boy to escape his view and cause foresight to shut down, and dodging whenever he got too close or deflecting kicks to the head, all seen by his quirk, he allowed the time to run down. "All right, your 30 minutes is up," he announced, watching the flicker of disappointment within the young man's eyes as they shifted from red to black. He heard Centipeder let out a hum of disappointment, while Medusa simply snorted, brushing back her green hair. "Poor kid. He tried so hard, but I guess he's going home." "On the contrary, Yaoyorozu-san will not be leaving," Mirai said, enjoying the looks of surprise on the faces of his sidekicks. "I've seen this young man's future and I'd be a fool to let him go. You'll be my apprentice of sorts for the next 4 years, but I'm going to require you to answer this question. Why do we smile? To warm the hearts of others and ourselves, and because a world without smiles isn't worth living in," Itachi answered, thinking about the likes of Shisui and Naruto. Mirai nodded, "Good answer. Now, let's get you settled in and then we can begin training and refining your quirk." "Thank you. And if I may, Nitai-sensei, pinch yourself, hard enough to cause pain." It was an odd request, and if it was Itachi's idea of a joke, then it was very strange and not at all funny, but Mirai didn't see any harm in going against it, so he pinched the skin on the back of his hand. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but when he glanced at Itachi's right hand, he noticed a small, spherical ball was held within it and it made a slight twinkling noise as he moved his hand. The green-haired man blinked once. Twice. He felt for the bell that he'd tied around his belt, only to find nothing but string hanging from his belt. "Oh? He bypassed my foresight." Questioningly, Mirai raised an eyebrow at Itachi, who tossed the bell back at him. He caught the bell, pocketed it, then asked, "Interesting. So not only can your copy wheel eye allow you to predict the movements of others and perfectly copy their movements, but you can also cast illusions. How humorous. I must ask, however, when did you take the bell from me?" 8 minutes into the test. Itachi replied, "At 7 minutes, 52 seconds you didn't maintain eye contact with any part of me, something which I assume allows your quirk to function, and you reacted ever so slightly slower than beforehand. It also helped that via the eye contact we had at the start of the test, I was able to layer an illusion to throw off your perception of time by half a second. Your reflexes are incredibly fast, so it required you making a mistake. Your quirk file doesn't mention being able to cast illusions." Mirai stated, simultaneously thinking, "Impressive, he figured out how foresight works." "It's something I only recently discovered a couple of months ago," Itachi lied. "If you'd like to update it, then please, go ahead." Mirai nodded, "Very well. Hey Takashi-san, please show Yaoyorozu-san to the guest room, and if he's hungry, get him something to eat." Medusa giggled and skipped over to Itachi, who looked incredibly wary as she wrapped an arm around his neck as if they were longtime buddies and dragged him out of the room. "Come on, kid, let's get you something to eat. You must be starving after fighting with the boss." "I'm not hungry." "Nonsense," Medusa chirped, "the boss likes cuisine from around the world, so you'll have so much to choose from. Chinese, Korean, English, Italian, Turkish, you name it." Just before he was pulled past the door and out of sight, Itachi sent him a look that said, "You're leaving me alone with this madwoman? Save me." Centipeder twitched, "Sir. Should I go and make sure they don't kill each other? Please, Mirai deadpanned, knowing Medusa was going to give him a lot of headaches. Now that she had an eyeball quirk buddy, I'd highly appreciate it. Centipeder nodded and quickly followed them. Plus, either of them dying would result in the potential shutdown of his new agency and paperwork that he didn't need, on top of the paperwork he already had, and if Itachi were to die, and Mirai knew the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Under Sir Nitai, Itachi quickly learned that not all heroes were the same. Their variety reminded him a lot of shinobi, those who were fiercely dedicated to their duty, those who stood out amongst the rest and left a mark on society as a whole, the brash and aggressive one who was always behind the prodigy of the group and had a habit of using excessive force. Those who fought solely for the fame and money that came with being one of the best, the lone wolves who disliked the notion of fighting in a team, and those who disliked the limelight and kept to the shadows. From what he'd heard about All Might, Japan's #1 hero, it was clear that he was as revered as Senju Hashirama was in Konoha, bestowed with the title of the symbol of peace by the general public. A legend of unimaginable power and someone that other pro-heroes could only dream of living up to. The man could unleash punches with enough force to shake the earth and change the weather, but he carried a smile of unwavering confidence that put many at ease and even made many villains think twice about fighting him. It was the same smile that Shisui carried whenever he spoke about hoping to see change in the Uchiha clan, and one that Naruto carried upon declaring that only he could bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Itachi knew, if he became a pro-hero in the future, he wouldn't be one like All Might. His kind were the once-in-a-generation sort, and Itachi wasn't the incredibly emotive kind of person. The man behind All Might was Endeavor, Japan's #2 hero. He had an impressive track record of solving crimes, reached his position at age 20, having skipped the usual process of becoming a sidekick after becoming a pro, but had been stuck in the shadow of the #1 for nearly 2 decades. According to Nitai, the man's anger and bitterness made the majority of the public fear him, and his quirk meant low-level villains surrendered instead of fighting him and were thus spared life-changing burns. He didn't know how it was possible for anyone except for bullies and abusers to support the man. Endeavor wasn't someone Itachi wasn't going to look up to, and he didn't want Momo looking up to him either. If anything, he and Momo would be the kind of pro-heroes who worked well as a team. Itachi was basing this off the fact that they often helped each other with studying and quirk research, but new unforeseen future circumstances could change that. Furthermore, when it came to the apprenticeship under Sir Nitai and learning how to improve his Sharingan, Itachi found himself doing exactly that. When it came to sparring, Centipeder and Medusa were ferocious and much more faster than Itsuka. For a man of his size, Centipeder was deceptively fast. Itachi didn't underestimate the abilities of others, shinobi who did tended to be the ones who got themselves killed for their arrogance, but he'd miscalculated how quickly the man could move. With his underdeveloped Sharingan, he could barely keep up the man's moves and constantly found himself on the defensive whenever they sparred. Clearly, holding back wasn't in the man's vocabulary. Itachi jerked his head to one side, avoiding the punch that grazed his ear, then blocked a knee strike that probably would have cracked his sternum. Quickly ducking to avoid the kick to the head, he rolled back to avoid the drop kick that followed. Itachi was barely able to get back to his feet when Centipeder was upon him again, unleashing a flurry of punches that he had to dodge and block as his quirk darted around, trying to keep up. A punch slipped past his guard, striking his shoulder, and Itachi used the backwards momentum to roll away. "I hope you don't intend to be on the defensive forever, Yayorozu-san," Centipeder called, rushing towards him. The raven-haired boy settled into a fighting stance and shifted his head from left to right, avoiding 2 punches, then backhanded away another, ignoring the protests of his knuckles, before using his small stature to bypass the length of Centipeder's arm. Throwing a punch into the man's kidney, he backflipped as the man doubled over, kicking him in the chin. As Nitai's sidekick staggered back, Itachi darted forwards, dropped to the floor and slid into his legs like a footballer tackling another player, bringing him down. He crashed into the floor with a grunt, then got back up in time to grab Itachi's ankle before the attached foot could crash into his face. Tightening his grip around it, Centipeder twisted his body and flung Itachi across the room, watching as the boy hit the ground in a roll and sprang to his feet. Rising back up to his full height, Centipeder narrowed his eyes when he noticed the Tomo in Itachi's Sharingan shifting until another Tomo materialized in both, positioned completely opposite to the first. The man raised a hand. Yaoyorozu-san, your quirk has progressed. I can tell. Itachi replied, eyes narrowing as he settled into another stance, allowing his brain to adjust and process all the extra information it was now receiving, from the floating specks of dust that he wouldn't have noticed before with Lone Tomo, or the minute hairs that lined the back of Centipeder's hands. He knew that the predictive capability of the Sharingan had been increased by a significant margin, but he'd let the others figure that out on their own. Would you like to continue? Centipeder inquired. Itachi nodded. Very we dash. The sidekick was forced to adopt a defensive stance as the raven-haired teen darted towards him, launching a flying kick at his feet that he was forced to block. Itachi flipped in midair as Centipeder pushed back against him, sidestepped a punch to the head and delivered his own into the bottom of the man's ribs, causing him to grunt and jerk backwards. Pressing onwards and not giving him time to recover, Itachi drove his knee into the same area as before, then jumped into the air and delivered a flying roundhouse kick to his face. They exchanged several punches that never met their intended targets, before Centipeder flinched as Itachi punched him in the groin, stunning him and leaving him open for a blow to the solar plexus which knocked the wind out of him. It was immediately followed up by the strike to the brachial plexus which numbed his right hand and caused pain to explode through his shoulder, and then a punch to the midline of his right thigh, prompting him to drop to one knee as his leg gave out. He reared back as a punch soared towards his face, blinking when it stopped just short of his nose. He could barely keep up with me with one Tomo, but he practically outperforms me with two. Kid, you'll be a monster when those eyes of yours mature fully. Centipeder thought, groaning as he tried to ignore the pain between his legs. I concede, he said, sounding proud as Itachi backed off. How did you know where the pressure points are? I wouldn't expect someone your age to know where they are. Centipeder didn't even expect the boy to be dirty enough to punch him in his groin. My mother had me learn. She said knowing about them would come in handy someday. Itachi replied, dismissive as he willed his Sharingan to deactivate. Well then, she's a wise woman. Centipeder replied, shoulders sagging as he heard snickering off to one side. They both looked over to see Medusa watching them, arms crossed as she grinned at the mutant-type quirk user. Man, Moashi-san, the kid really kicked your ass there. What did you do to him, insult his sister? She inquired, cocking her head to one side. Centipeder coughed, his skin darkening as if he were blushing in embarrassment. How long were you watching? Enough to watch the kid hand you your ass on a platter. Better be glad the boss wasn't here to see that. Medusa remarked. Keep mocking him, Itachi deadpanned, I'll be more than happy to humble you a notch or two. She recoiled and gasped, putting on a show of dramatically clutching at her chest as if having palpitations. Yaoyorozu-san, you'd hit a girl, especially sweet, little me? I thought you were raised better than that. I was, but for you, I'd make an exception. Then. Medusa paused, did you just make a joke? Yes. Ah. HN. Centipeder sweat dropped. How was he stuck in the middle of these two optical-based quirk users who, 5 months after Itachi's arrival at the agency, were getting on like a house on fire, yet in the good sense of the term. You and Itachi can fight each other later. Let's see what the boss is up to. Itachi nodded and followed the sidekick out of the door, Medusa right next to him. Descending a flight of stairs to the ground floor from the 3rd floor, the trio came across quite an unusual sight that had Medusa devolve into a fit of laughter. Bound to a wall via several clamps was a blue-skinned, blue-haired girl dressed in a skin-tight, dark blue crop top with a white, high collar and a zipper running through the center in a vertical fashion. Whether it was because her arms were raised or by design, the top showed off the underside of her breasts and left her entire abdomen exposed, which seemed impractical to Itachi if it were a costume. She was also being tickled by several mechanical arms that were coming out of the wall, eliciting laughter and tears as she squirmed, all the while Sir Nitai loomed over her, fingers on one hand splayed, the other held a remote. As he stared at her like some kind of perverted weirdo who got off on the humiliation of others. Oh. Oh dear. Centipeder mumbled, face-palming. Medusa sniggered, covering her mouth with one hand, oh man, I remember when he did that to me too. Poor girl, I actually feel sorry for her. At the sound of their voices, Sir Nitai turned and glared at them. He might have just been looking normally at them, but the man's gaze was so intense, sometimes making it impossible to tell when he was and wasn't glaring. Itachi, who was glad the sherry non wasn't on, otherwise he'd have this strange moment forever burned into his mind, suddenly remembered how to speak once the absurdity of the situation passed. I see that we've come at the wrong time. Perhaps we should come back later. Kid, really, that's all you've got to say? Medusa hissed, nudging him in the side. Itachi shrugged. Nitai-sensei clearly has peculiar tastes when it comes to entertainment. Unless it affects me, it's none of my business. Ahahaha, Sir Nitai, please, turn it off. Please, turn it off. The girl laughed, crying and squirming. Turn it off, please. I'm going to pee myself, ha ha ha. Without breaking eye contact with any of them, the green-haired man raised one hand and pressed a button on the room, causing the mechanical arms to retreat back into the wall, then pressed another button, causing the clamps to release the blue-haired girl. She crumpled to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Itachi hurried over to her side and knelt next the brunette as she sat up and leaned against the wall, head raised with sweat rolling down her face and neck as she tried to catch her breath. Are you okay? He inquired. I am, thanks. She focused her eyes on him. And who are you? You're far too young to be an intern. Yaoyorozu Itachi, and I'm an apprentice to Sir Nitai. He's helping me improve my quirk and gain an understanding of heroics. At the end, I should hopefully gain a recommendation to UA. Itachi replied, putting on his best, isn't that so cool, voice. He heard disbelieving and incredulous snorts coming from Centipeder and Medusa. Ah, it's nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm Iwata Kairoko, but you can also call me Bubble Girl. And, did Sir Nitai tickle you when he first came here? She inquired, picking herself up off the floor. Itachi shook his head. He tickled me though. Medusa said, walking over and raising her glasses. Itachi covered Kairoko's eyes before she could meet eyes. Yaoyorozu-san, what are you doing? The brunette inquired. Itachi very nearly rolled his eyes. Trust me, Iwata-san, you don't want to look. Ah, why you gotta spoil my fun, kid? Medusa pouted, lowering her sunglasses so they covered her eyes, prompting Itachi to move his hand. Sir Nitai's gaze swept over his sidekicks, his new intern and his young apprentice. Yaoyorozu-san, he started, have you made any progress with your quirk? The raven-haired boy in question nodded, yes, sensei. To prove his point, Itachi activated his Sharingan and Mirai watched as two tomo orbited each pupil. The green-haired man nodded, then looked at Centipeder, noticing the abashed aura about the man. Centipeder, is there something you'd like to say? With his employer addressing him, the sidekick stiffened, Sir Nitai. Itachi's Sharingan made its progress when we sparred together and its new visual prowess is quite the fearsome thing. With only one tomo, we fought on mostly equal footing, but with two, I was outperformed. He dominated me. Sir Nitai narrowed his eyes slightly, I see. As Medusa is the faster combatant, no disrespect to you, we'll see whether his eyes can keep up with her. Yeah, I get to kick your ass, kid. The other sidekick cheered. You hope you get to kick my ass. Itachi corrected, completely deadpan as he deactivated his Sharingan. If you two are done squabbling, could Yaoyorozu-san please show Iwata-san to the guest room? Wordlessly, Itachi nodded and headed for the stairs. After making sure Kairoko was following him, he led her up the 4th floor, past the guest room marked for his use and to another guest room which was bare, and save for a bed, a cupboard, and a workbench, was completely bare. He tilted his head to one side as Kairoko walked inside, feigning ignorance. This is where you'll be sleeping and resting for the rest of what I assume is an internship. What is your internship about? Oh, it's this thing where pro heroes take an interest into first years after something called the UA Sports Festival. Normally, pros take internships for second-year students, but as a first year, Sir Nitai must have seen something in me. Kairoko started, smiling. Yeah, the opportunity to tickle you half to death. Itachi thought drily. She continued, ignorant of his thoughts. We get offers, but before we accept, we have to come up with a hero name. Once that's chosen, we select who we want to intern under and the school will send them a notification before our arrival. These internships will basically allow students like me to gain experience of how heroes operate for real. What are you doing here, I mean, as an apprentice? Itachi shrugged. I wasn't making much progress with my work at home, so my mother sorted out an apprenticeship for me. Most kids don't get a chance like this, but I should receive a recommendation to UA at the end of this. Cool, Kaoruko clapped her hands together. Hopefully the rest of your apprenticeship goes well. Same to you with your internship, Owada-san. Itachi replied cordially. If you don't mind me asking, since you must be still in school, how do you manage to fit your apprenticeship into all of this? Kaoruko inquired, staring at him curiously. I attend a private school, after my sister and I were initially homeschooled. My apprenticeship eliminates attendance on Friday and Saturday, but to make up for any missed work, the school sends copies of classwork and homework to Sir Nitai's agency. Between training and learning under him, he gives me time to complete the schoolwork, before sending it back to the school for marking. Itachi explained. A private school? Must be pretty cool there. Itachi deadpanned, it's full of snobby kids, born from businessmen and politicians. Kaoruko giggled, so less cool, and more tiresome. Exactly. They both paused as Itachi's phone started ringing, causing the calls of multiple crows to loudly echo throughout the room. Moving to take his phone out of his pocket, he noticed the Sir Nitai and the man's contact number displayed on the screen. He expected Mother to call him, perhaps to see how he was faring under the pro hero's tutelage. But why would Sir Nitai be calling him, especially since the man was only downstairs, unless something important had come up and he deemed it worthy of Itachi's attention? Shrugging, he pressed answer and then turned on his phone's speakerphone. Nitai-sensei. Yaoyorozu-san, please bring yourself and Owada-san downstairs. We have a situation nearby. Nitai's voice blared through the phone. Itachi heard Kaoruko shift in place. What kind of situation? A high-speed chase between the police and a villain. The police have already called to inform me that the villain is headed towards my agency. I'll be dealing with him and you are both my intern and my apprentice. This will be a learning experience for the both of you. Nitai's voice replied. Very well, we'll bit down quickly. Hanging up, Itachi headed straight for the stairs, not even stopping to check whether Kaoruko was following him. One descent down a flight of stairs later had the raven-haired boy stood outside on the pavement, next to the pro's sidekicks and intern, while the man himself was stood in the middle of the road, waiting patiently for the villain to appear. The few cars that approached him from behind here halted with a turn of the head and a glare. Nearby civilians, completely unaware of the incoming villain, were stood around, gossiping amongst each other as they pointed at Sir Nitai and even gestured towards Itachi and Kaoruko. Hey, isn't that Sir Nitai? All Might's former sidekick. Yeah, man. What's he doing with those two kids, especially the one with dark hair? What is he, 9, 10 maybe? Oi, look at the guy with the centipede head. Is that his sidekick? Centipeder, Medusa, Sir Nitai started as the wail of police siren got louder and louder. Please ensure all civilians are out of the line of fire. Bubble Girl, assist Medusa, and Yaoyorozu-san, stay near the agency. Itachi watched as Centipeder approached nearby civilians and began to herd them away, gesturing calmly with his elongated arms. Medusa was getting the few gathered cars to back away, while Bubble Girl helped an elderly woman who smiled and gave her a sweet in thanks. He understood the relationship between pro heroes and their sidekicks already. The pro heroes dealt with the primary crisis, while sidekicks acted as their backup and made sure to clear the area for them. Itachi understood that without their sidekicks, a pro hero would be stuck between dealing with whatever crisis was present and trying to get civilians away from the fight. The furious rumble of an engine brought him back to the real world. Glancing down at the end of the road, Itachi saw a man on a motorbike shoot around the corner, followed by half a dozen police cars, one of which flipped over as the driver lost control, and it was impossible not to notice the fact that he had dozens of spines sticking out of his body. almost as if he were a humanoid porcupine. He would have turned on his Sharingan to avoid missing anything, but recalled how there were laws which outlawed the unlicensed uses of quirks of public, and the Japanese criminal justice system, when it came to unlicensed quirk usage, wasn't something to be trifled with. He might have only been 10, but Itachi wasn't about to try his luck. Turning back to Sir Nitai, Itachi furrowed his brows when he noticed the man was holding onto several small, black objects in his right hand. He flung them with impeccable accuracy, like a shinobi would with kunao. One of the objects struck the front wheel of the motorcycle with such force that the entire thing crumpled in on itself, while the remaining two struck the driver directly in the chest. He went limp, like a puppet that had its strings cut and flew off the bike as the total destruction of the front wheel caused it to flip over. The man hit the ground and skidded along the floor, snapping several of his spines in the process, whilst the bike scraped along the floor, throwing up rocks and bits of metal until it came to a stop at Sir Nitai's feet. The backpack he wore fell short of Nitai and out of it spilled a handgun, bunch of jewelry such as diamond-encrusted rings and obsidian necklaces, and several expensive-looking watches. The nearby civilians cheered and broke out into applause as the police cars screeched to a halt. Several of the officers got out of their cars, wearing gloves as they collected the stolen items and the firearm. Another put handcuffs on the unconscious man and tapped his face until he woke up, but the last officer, a man in his late 40s, approached Sir Nitai, who'd gone around collecting the objects he'd thrown. "Thank you for taking down the villain, Sir Nitai. Thanks to you, we could apprehend him without any further trouble. No civilians got hurt and his criminal career of stealing expensive stuff is over." The green-haired man fixed the police with an intense stare as he pocketed the small, black objects. "It's no problem. Stopping villains is my duty as a hero after all." The officer shivered under the stare, then glanced at Itachi. "Who's the kid? Is that your son?" "He's my apprentice," Sir Nitai corrected, sounding ever so slightly incredulous, "and he's Miko Yaoyorozu's son." "Oh. Right, so you're not his father." "Hanzo Yaoyorozu is the boy's father. I'm sure you must know who he is, one of the richest men in Japan." Sir Nitai replied, his scowl growing in intensity. "What about the blue-skinned girl? She's my new intern. And the other two?" "They're my sidekicks, Centipeder and Medusa." The police officer nodded dumbly. The pro-hero glared at him. "Right, I'll get somebody to pick up the motorbike by the end of today. Again, thanks for the assistance," the police officer said, making a hasty retreat to his car as his partner stuffed the criminal into the back. As the police cars sped off and Centipeder, Medusa, and Bubble Girl returned to his side now that the danger had passed, Itachi watched as Sir Nitai dragged the motorbike out of the room, took the keys out of the ignition, then gestured for the waiting cars to pass. Sir Nitai looked up at the news helicopter which circled around the area, evidently having followed the police cars and recorded the chase, before walking back towards his agency. "Come, let's get instead. The media will be here soon, give or take 15 minutes. The green-haired man said. Itachi raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. "Nitai-sensei, if I may, what are those things you threw at that man?" "Oh, these," Sir Nitai said as he stopped to look at him, taking out one of the small, black objects from his trouser pockets and rolled it between his fingers. "I used these long before I split from my previous partnership," he started, gaze fixed solely upon the black object. "They're called hyperdensity seals, weigh 5 kilograms each. When thrown with enough force, they pack quite a punch to take someone down, especially in a barrage of 2 or 3. These things make up for my lack of physical medium-range combat capabilities. They're quite the humorous thing. What sort of weapon would best suit a salary man?" Itachi hummed, nodding. "And even if somebody noticed you handling them, given their size, they wouldn't expect to have to dodge such a thing. Although, I must ask, why only 5 kilograms? Sir Nitai tilted his head slightly. "I carry a dozen of them. They may only weigh 5 kilograms each, but too many will present an unnecessary physical burden. Additional weight will drag me down even more and I still have to be mindful of gravity when throwing them. More weight will make it harder to hit a distant or moving target." "I see. That makes sense. May I begin practicing with them at some point?" Itachi asked, staring intently at the seal. I don't see why not, Sir Nitai stated. We possess similar quirks which lack any external physical abilities, save for your ability to cause hallucinations, so these hyperdensity seals should make up for your lack of medium-range combat capabilities. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone knocking on her door, Momo slid a bookmark into the mystery novel she'd been reading, snapped the book shut and then looked up at the clock that was hung up in her room. Seeing the clock hands were on 7:45 p.m., she knew that Itachi had to be home from his apprenticeship. The creation quirk user stood up from the seized position she'd been in and walked over to the door, opening it. A wide smile nearly split her face in two upon seeing her elder twin stood opposite her. She quickly wrapped her arms around him, trapping Itachi in a hug before he could get a word out, and it took him less than a second to reciprocate the gesture. It's good to see you too, Emo-chan. Itachi said, a small smile on his face. Momo nodded into the hug, then pulled away. You too, Ida-kun. How did your day at Sir Nitai's agency go? She watched as Itachi activated his Sherry-non. Momo was about to ask him why'd turned on his quirk, but then noticed how each of his eyes held two Tomo which sat completely opposite each other. Momo clapped her hands together and smiled. Oh, you progressed your quirk, Ida-kun. That's good to see. I assume it enhances what you could do with only one Tomo, especially the ability to predict the movements of whomever you're looking at. Itachi nodded, his Sherry-non turning off. What about you, Emo-chan? How's your martial arts and creation training coming along? He asked as they both moved to sit on her bed. I'm enjoying doing karate with Kendo-san, who's a great teacher and has lots of patience, and Ajiro-san, Momo replied, eager to show Itachi what she'd learned in regards to both topics, and as for creation, I want to show you something. Standing up, Momo pulled her shirt up so her stomach was exposed, then put her other hand to rest against the skin. Multicolored lights sparkled to life as she grabbed the tip of a wooden staff and began to pull. It took her a few seconds to extract the whole thing, but she was finished. Momo proudly held up a wooden staff that was 6 foot long and allowed her shirt to fall over her stomach. Oh, that's a bow. Itachi said, looking between her and the staff. Actually, Ida-kun. Momo trailed off, smiling as she grabbed both ends of the staff and pulled. The staff split into 3, with each section being 60 centimeters in length and connected to one another by several metallic rings. It's a Sansetsukan. Itachi smiled, show off. Momo giggled, I aim to impress. You do indeed. Do you want me to make you something for dinner? Momo shook her head, setting the Sansetsukan to one side. I appreciate the offer, and as much as I love your cooking, I'm going to have to decline. Father said he'd order takeaway, Korean, after he picked you up. She looked past Itachi to see one of the housemaids standing in the doorway, hand raised to knock on the opened door. Is there something you need, Aiko-san? Momo inquired, sure that she'd gotten the woman's name right. Mother and father employed so many housemaids that it became almost impossible to remember them all. As Itachi turned to look at who she was talking to, the maid bowed deeply. My apologies, Yayorozu-sama, but your father sent me to inform you that he's about to order and would like to know what you both want. There's no need for that, Itachi spoke before she could, we'll tell him ourselves. Thank you, Aiko-san. The housemaid bowed again, then left quickly. Itachi turned back to her. Barbecue. Barbecue. Momo confirmed. However, before we order barbecue, there is something I must talk to Mother about. Oh, like what? Itachi tilted his head slightly, it's nothing for you to worry about. When Momo nodded, Itachi left the room and made his way to Mother's private quarters and knocked on her door. Upon receiving permission to enter, he pushed the door open, finding Mother sat in a meditative position, and shut it behind him. How may I help you, Itachi? She inquired, peering up at him. Mother, I've been watching your behavior when it comes to my sister, Itachi started. I allowed it to slide initially, given how you share the same quirk, but I do believe that you are being far too harsh on her. Furthermore, you put too much pressure on her with your high expectations. In case it isn't clear, I'm telling you to dial it back. Where's this coming from? Itachi narrowed his eyes. My concern for my sister. She tries to hide it, but it's clear as day to me that your demands stress her out. I'm sorry, Itachi, who do you think you are, asking Dash. I'm not asking you anything, Itachi interrupted, his eyes flashing red, I'm telling you to stop being so harsh. Mako scowled, but eventually nodded. I'll lighten up on your sister, because you asked, now get out and don't think you'll be able to speak to me like this again. Itachi nodded, leaving the room as he deactivated his Sharingan. He couldn't stop Fugaku from being so harsh with Sasuke, but if he could make life easier for his sister, even by a little bit, then he'd do so, even if it meant fracturing the relationship, loose as it may be, between himself and Mako. The training room had been set up with several cardboard cutouts of villains. While they were all shaped the same, the images of the cutouts varied, with some showing villains with mutant-type quirks, and others showing villains mid-transformation or in the middle of launching an elemental attack of some sort. Mirai and Itachi stood opposite to the cardboard cutouts, the former with a couple of hyperdensity seals in his right hand. Watch me, Yaoyorozu-san. The green-haired man said. Swinging his arm, Mirai released the seals and let them fly. He watched as they punched through a couple of the cardboard cutouts, folding them in two, before continuing their flight path and destroying several more cutouts, before hitting the reinforced wall and clattering to the floor. Turning to Itachi, he noted how the boy had his quirk active, but strangely enough, one eye had followed the flying seals, while the other was firmly transfixed on his outstretched arm, making him look cross-eyed. He had to fight down the urge to snort at the hilarious sight. The boy then blinked, his eyes realigning themselves. Did you get that, Yaoyorozu-san? Mirai inquired, holding out a couple of hyperdensity seals for him to take. Itachi took them and waved his arm about, testing their weight in his hand. Yes, Nitai-sensei. It is odd, however, how something so small can weigh so much. It doesn't feel right. It's almost as if my brain is playing tricks on me. The foresight quirk user nodded, you'll get used to it. Now, when you're ready, throw. The raven-haired boy held the seals in the exact same way he did, with the bottoms of the stamp-shaped objects held tight between his fingers. He mimed the swinging actions, repeated himself, and then released the seals on the third swing with surefire accuracy. The two hyperdensity seals flew like bullets, with one punching through the midsection of one cutout, while the other pulverized its head. Mirai nodded, appraising, it seems you learn fast. So I've been told. Itachi replied, moving to retrieve the seals they'd thrown. He watched as the boy picked them up, looked over the seals and the destroyed targets, then returned to his side and handed him the two hyperdensity seals that he'd thrown as a demonstration. Awkward to handle, but efficient. Itachi commented, rolling the seals he held across his fingers. I want you to continue practicing with them, Mirai stated, fixing the boy under his usual half-stare, half-glare. You may already have good aim, but you'll still need to train your arm to become familiar with the weight. Itachi nodded, then turned and threw the two seals, destroying another cardboard cutout in the process. Mirai handed him the two that he was holding onto. Practice for the next hour, then you can do your Friday homework. I assume you've already done your normal schoolwork? He inquired. The raven-haired boy nodded. Also, Yaoyorozu-san, I have a question for you, Mirai said. You obviously know that villains, much like us heroes, vary in type. There are those who are evil simply because they can be, those who embrace villainy because any other option is a roadblock to their lives, and those who do what they do because they believe that they are in the right. Why do you think this is? Itachi turned to look back at him, eyebrows furrowed in thought as Mirai waited for his answer. People live their lives bound by what they accept as correct and true, even when they might be wrong and false. That's how they define reality and is also what makes some become villains. Some may become confused by what it means to be correct and true. Can a villain be correct? Can a villain be true? Correct and true, wrong and false are vague concepts, and their reality may be nothing but a mirage. Can we consider villains, regardless of their motivation, to simply be living in their own world, shaped by their beliefs? Itachi answered. The pro-hero knew that an answer like that would have utterly confused somebody like All Might. Sometimes the kid spoke with wisdom beyond his age, like a Buddhist monk who'd achieved enlightenment. Still, that was a damn good answer. The Hero Commission hadn't been kidding about Mako Yaoyorozu telling them that Itachi was deeply philosophical. Satisfied, Mirai turned and left the room as he heard the sounds of more cardboard cutouts being obliterated by his seals. He'd vowed to only take 2 sidekicks, as to ensure there wouldn't be too many at his agency, but given Itachi came at least 2 days a week and was practically a sidekick in his own right, Mirai wondered if he should expand his numbers. Someone like Endeavor had dozens of sidekicks, but surely another 1 or 2 couldn't hurt. Tell me, Yaoyorozu-san, what do you see? The 13-year-old, raven-haired boy narrowed his eyes as he stared at the TV screen. Sat on a wide, navy blue sofa, hot chocolate in one hand, he and Sir Nitai were watching the finals for the UA Sports Festival's first-year event. Itachi watched as the naked blonde boy on the screen slipped through the grasp of several octopus suckers, seemingly phasing into the ground in a manner that reminded him of the masked moron who went around claiming he was Uchiha Madara, and popped out of the ground behind a dark-haired boy who sprouted octopus tentacles from his fingers, stumbling as he did so. If you speak of the blonde, then I see someone with an incredibly capable quirk who lacks the guidance to truly make it great. We've been watching him since the sports festival started and I think he would flourish under your tutelage. He commented, watching as the blonde slipped through several octopus tentacles and socked his opponent in the face. Much like yourself. This isn't about me, but I would recommend making an internship offer. There's so much potential waiting to be unleashed, but it just needs to right spark. Itachi said, sipping at his hot chocolate. And you believe that I can provide that spark? Sir Nitai inquired, staring at him in his usual manner. The half-stare, half-glare was such a common thing that Itachi was barely fazed by it anymore. He found it amusing how other people started quaking in their boots when trapped under the same stare that would have put him on edge a few years earlier. Yes. Itachi answered unhesitatingly. The green-haired man's scowl increased by a fraction. And you don't think the boy will be fine on his own? The 13-year-old knew that Sir Nitai was most certainly testing him now. No single thing is perfect by itself, not even All Might. That's why we're born to attract other things to make up for what we lack, Itachi answered, tearing his gaze away from the screen to look at his mentor, and growth occurs when one goes beyond one's limits, as you have helped me do. Realizing that is part of training, and I'm sure he knows it as well. Sir Nitai nodded, turning back to the screen as one of the announcers screamed, and after that spectacular clash, Amajiki Tamaki is down for the count. You know what that means, folks. Despite his struggles and eagerness to get naked, Togata Mirio has won the sports festival event for UA's first years. Good points, I'll put in my offer for an internship, but there's no guarantee that he'll come here anyway. He said, muting the TV just as applause and cheering broke out. Itachi felt the corners of his lips twitch upwards. Nitai-sensei. Yes, Yaoyorozu-san. You were going to give him an internship offer, even without my opinion, weren't you? The green-haired man glanced at him and nodded. I was, but since I knew you wouldn't say something meaningless, I figured hearing what you had to say wouldn't hurt. Excuse me, stranger, but is this Sir Nitai's agency? I'm sure I know where I'm going, but I just want to make sure. Tearing his eyes from the light traffic, Itachi turned to see who'd spoken to him and found that it was the blonde boy who won the sports festival. He was much for impressive and physically imposing in person, despite the fact that he was wearing his school uniform. He wasn't much taller than Itachi. He and his sister were tall for 13 years old at 5 feet, and Itachi had the edge over her by a mere centimeter, standing at 8 feet, but the UA student looked like he worked out in the day, worked out even more in his sleep, then worked out some more in his dreams. His muscular physique was visible as his shirt strained to contain it, and his arms were crisscrossed with many scars, some of which looked recent. He also had blue, oval-shaped eyes and blonde hair, with the top part styled into a cowlick, whilst the rear was swept backwards. Togata Mirio? Itachi inquired, ignoring the question. Mirio looked taken aback. Oh, you know my name. You won the sports festival. I'm sure half the country knows your name. Itachi deadpanned, causing the blonde to let out an embarrassed chuckle. Heh, fair enough. Are you planning to intern here too? Itachi shook his head, no, but I may do in the future. For now, I'm just Sir Nitai's apprentice, Yaoyorozu Itachi. Mirio blinked, grinning, his apprentice, Yaoyorozu-san. Looking to be a recommended student. Enough questions, you've come all this way, so let's not keep you waiting anymore. Itachi told him, walking towards the agency with Mirio in tow, the blonde marching like his life depended on it, and once inside, he led Mirio to the receptionist who smiled and nodded at him, then cast scrutinizing eyes over the newcomer. The blonde grinned and waved at her. She pursed her lips, abandoning her work on the computer and bringing a piece of paper to bear. You must be the intern that Sir Nitai invited after watching the sports festival with Yaoyorozu-kun. She pushed the paper forwards and set a ballpoint pen on top of it. Please fill out your name, age, quirk, and occupation. Mirio did as he was told, and when it came to writing down his quirk, Itachi expected him to write down something along the lines of phasing or intangibility, and not permeation. Once he was finished writing everything down and had handed the paper back, Itachi led the first-year student to Sir Nitai's office, where they found the man himself, stone-faced as usual, alongside Centipede, Medusa, and Bubble Girl. Bubble Girl gave him a cheerful wave, while Centipede gave Mirio a nod, and a quick glare from Sir Nitai shut down Medusa, who was about to employ her usual trick. Togata Mirio, welcome to my agency. The blonde brightened, thank you for having me, sir. What would you prefer I call you? The green-haired man nodded, sir is fine. Do you know why I took you on? Mirio shook his head. I took you on because I saw somebody who was struggling with their quirk, Sir Nitai said. I saw somebody who had the potential to be better, but lacked the proper guidance to become so. Young man, I will help you master your quirk and become the hero you wish to become. Tell me, what sort of hero do you aspire to be like? Mirio grinned and fist-pumped the air, sir. Someone who can bring hope to those without it, inspire those who lack a role model, and smile for those who can't. I'll be the hero who rescues 1,000,000 people and then rescues 1,000,000 more. He just outed himself as a fan of All Might, but without actually mentioning his name. Sir Nitai thought, maintaining his mask of cold indifference, even though he wanted to smile at that moment. That's a good goal. Now, Togata-san, I saw your quirk on the TV, but I want you to explain it to me, in detail, so I know what we'll be working with. He ordered. Mirio nodded, adopted a thinking pose. Then his clothes slipped right off. Centipede grunted and looked away, Bubble Girl squawked in horror and averted her eyes. The sunglasses made it impossible to tell whether Medusa was looking for naught, and an unimpressed Itachi glared at the ceiling. Sir Nitai maintained eye contact with Mirio and had to press his lips together, hard, to hide his amused smile. Oh, sorry about that, Mirio chuckled as he shifted and shuffled, pulling his trousers back up and retrieving his shirt. My quirk does that sometimes whenever I start thinking about it. Do you have another attire that won't slip off when your quirk turns on? Sir Nitai inquired. Mirio nodded. Do you have a changing room? Just go outside and change in the stairway. Besides us and my receptionist, there's nobody else in the building, so you won't have to worry about somebody walking in on you. Sir Nitai told him. Oh ho, you've gotta see this. Mirio picked up his suitcase and jogged out of the room, shutting the door behind him. For a short moment, the four of them stood in silence. Then, Centipede spoke. He's an interesting young man. He's an exhibitionist. Bubble Girl stated, her blue complexion making it hard for her anger to be taken seriously. He's big for a what, 15, 16-year-old. Itachi glared over at Medusa, disgusted. You looked. Of course not. He's like, what, nearly 10 years younger than me. I do have standards, you know. Medusa retorted, sniffing. Yours must be terribly low. Itachi deadpanned. They fell into silence as Mirio walked through the door, dressed in a completely different outfit, Tada. Now, he wore a white, skin-tight top with the number 1,000,000 stamped on the front in bright, yellow font. He had yellow and green shoulder pads which dipped and rose to form 2 V's. He also wore matching, white, knee-high boots, baggy, dark blue pants, red gloves, and behind him was an equally red cape. A white visor with a yellow, transparent lens was situated upon his head, covering everything but his mouth. Centipeder let out an approving hum. Itachi furrowed his brows as he stared at the million on the front of the costume, so dedicated to saving a million that he's actually got it printed on his costume. What's his hero name? Million Man. Sir Nitai stared at the cape. He really must be an All Might fanboy. I wonder which costume he got the idea from. Right, sir, you asked me about my quirk, Mirio said, smiling. When I permeate through something, only the part of me that's within another object is intangible. So, if I step through a door, I make sure the foot that's through is tangible so it doesn't fall through the floor, and the same applies to the foot not yet through the door, but the rest of me is permeating in the door. The thing's that unfortunate is that when my quirk is active, is that I always feel like I'm falling, because I still have mass, and since everything passes through me, I can't see, hear, or breathe. Medusa whistled. That's pretty hardcore, blind, deaf, and asphyxiating whilst trying to fight. It speaks volumes of his determination. His quirk is essentially a double-edged sword, yet he still aspires to become a pro. Centipeder mused. Itachi crossed his arms. Togata-san, if you were to permeate and fall through the ground, assuming you turned off your quirk whilst part of the ground, would you become stuck within it? Mirio shook his head. I've experimented with that, as my father did before me, but my quirk will remain active long enough to eject me from the whatever my form is inside, since my own body mass cannot overlap with the pre-existing mass. If I could, that'd be a massive mistake. Heh, get it? That was terrible. I'm afraid that you must be subjected to capital punishment, but if you stop, then it won't matter. Itachi deadpanned. Mirio laughed, winking at Itachi, who felt the corners of his lips twitch upwards. The magnitude of your jokes are ridiculous. They both looked over at Sir Nitai, who was smiling at them. Medusa chuckled. Barely an hour here and the kid passed Sir's test. At least he didn't make us wait, unlike with Yaoyorozu-san here. Mirio blinked. Huh, what test? Sir Nitai has a requirement for anyone who joins his agency, Centipeder started, arms crossed as he stared at the costumed blonde, to make him laugh, or at the very least, get him to smile. The green-haired nodded, his face already back in its neutral state and the half-stare, half-glare having returned to his eyes. And why do we smile? Because a world without smiles and humor has no bright future. Itachi answered. Mirio seemed absolutely awestruck, like he'd just had an epiphany. Now that we know your quirk, I'd like for you and Yaoyorozu-san to spar right here, Sir Nitai told them. Seeing your quirk in action will help me plan out a suitable training regimen for you. Getting the hint, Centipeder, Medusa, and Bubble Girl moved back to give them space, while the head of the agency stood exactly where he was, confident that he could avoid any wayward attack that fell upon him. Mirio and Itachi stood at opposite ends of the room. The latter cracked his knuckles, shook out any stiffness in his neck and bounced in place as if he were a boxer getting ready for several rounds in the ring, while Itachi stretched in preparation for the oncoming fight. Togata-san, Itachi started, willing his Sharingan to come active. Just because I'm a couple of years younger than you, don't hold back. Mirio grinned, meeting the raven-haired boy's eyes. Likewise, Yaoyorozu-san. They stared each other down, one of them building a momentary opening for themselves as they did so. The room was so quiet that the ticking of the soul clock in the room was almost deafening. Tick 58 seconds. Tick 59 seconds. Tick 60 seconds. Itachi kicked off, dashing towards Mirio, who bent his knees slightly and clenched his fists, but under Itachi's psychological hallucination, induced by his Sharingan, what he saw would be off by half a second. He didn't waste any time driving his fist into Mirio's gut. The blonde coughed and doubled over, surprise written all over his face as the following uppercut shot into his chin. Mirio's head reared back and the following punch that should have connected with his cheek, instead, went straight through his face. Off balance, Itachi stumbled through the intangible blonde. His Sharingan had the honor of recording several of his insides, who turned and kicked him in the back. He rolled with the kick, springing to his feet as Mirio slipped into the ground. Itachi jerked his head to one side as the punch that came from behind grazed his ear. He shot an arm back, elbowing Mirio in the stomach and getting a noof for his efforts, then grabbed the offending fist and the arm it was connected to, pivoted like a dancer and flipped Mirio over his shoulder. Once again, he slipped into the ground rather than crashing into it with his back. Before Itachi could blink, Mirio shot out of the ground from the exact same spot Itachi had thrown him into, moving at such speeds that his two-tomo Sharingan couldn't process his abrupt reappearance, and delivered a powerful uppercut into his jaw, all the while yelling, "Phantom surprise!" The sheer force behind the blow launched the raven-haired 13-year-old off of his feet and tumbling back, though he was quick to pick himself back up as Mirio rushed towards him. Itachi moved to approach just as quickly and they moved to punch each other's fists. Predictably, Mirio's fist passed through Itachi's and the blonde extended a finger, clearly aiming to poke one of his eyes. Like any sane and reasonable person who valued their eyes, Itachi shut them. The poke to his eyelids never came, but he instead heard blinder touch eyeball crush, and as he opened his eyes, Itachi watched as a closed fist rocketed into his stomach, winding him and launching him back onto the floor. Goodness, he hits harder than Kisame. Itachi thought, clutching his aching abdomen and coughing as he tried to regain the oxygen that had been forcefully expelled from him. From his position on the floor, he watched as Moro turned to their audience, crossed his arms before extending them, and then yelled, "Power!" Sir Nitai blinked once, then turned around and guffawed, his shoulders lightly shaking as his cold mask shattered in the face of such a ridiculous catchphrase. Somewhere in the afterlife, Shisui was laughing at his misfortune. Bubble Girl burst into a fit of giggles. Centipede's face got close to what one could consider a smirk with the head of a centipede, while Medusa tilted her head to one side, a shit-eating grin plastered onto her face. "Huh, I like this kid," she said. Itachi winced, pushing himself up into a seated position and holding up one hand in an I give gesture as a shadow fell over him. He looked over to see Mirio stood over him, a sincere smile on his face as he extended one hand for him to take. He took the hand and allowed the blonde to pull him up. "That was well fought, Togata-san," Itachi said, willing his Sharingan to deactivate. Mirio nodded, agreed. "That's a cool quirk you have, Yaoyorozu-san. How did you throw off my perception of time at the beginning? I was sure I had more than enough time to activate permeation, but the next thing I know, you're closer than I thought and you've punched me. I use the vibrant red of my Sharingan to stimulate the brain's cortexes into causing hallucinatory images," Itachi explained, glancing at Sir Nitai as the green-haired man walked over, cold mask back in place. They both fell quiet, waiting for the man to speak. "After that display, I have several ideas as to how we can improve your quirk," Sir Nitai said, then looked at Itachi. "Take a break, Yaoyorozu-san, then carry on with any schoolwork that you have." The raven-haired boy nodded, taking his dismissal and retreating to his guest room. On his way there, he felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Taking out the phone and unlocking it, he pressed on the group chat that he, his sister, Ajiro-kun and Kendo-san were a part of. "Itsuka. Hey, how's everybody's day been so far?" "Momo. Why, going well so far. I managed to procure a computer today, complete with working wiring and coding, microphones, a CPU, cooling fan and a battery. It fully works too." Itachi smiled softly. Computers, despite how simple they looked externally, were incredibly complex machines. This just represented another step in his sister's mastery over her creation quirk. "Itachi. Why, that's great news, Mo-chan. If you can create something as complicated as a computer, complete with internal working, then I'm absolutely certain you'd be able to do more, like create a working diesel engine. Still, creating a computer, especially with coding, is remarkable." "Momo. Why, thank you, Ida-kun. How's your day been at Sir Nitai's agency? Any developments?" Did getting beaten up by someone who could slip through everything count as a development? Even if it wasn't, Itachi saw no point in lying about it. "Itachi. Why, a new intern arrived at the agency and we fought to demonstrate his quirk to Nitai-sensei. He can slip through everything and laid me out with 2 moves. And yes, I was using my Sharingan, but it's hard to hit someone who can't be touched." "Masharao. Oh, he can phase through everything? Like Kitty Pryde from the X-Men comics. Itachi. Why, yes, but his quirk is called permeation. Itsuka. K, this guy beat you with 2 moves, while you had your Sharingan active. I'm almost jealous of him. The raven-haired teen smirked to himself. When he only had his 1 Tomo Sharingan, he and Itsuka fought on equal grounds, but now he had his 2 Tomo Sharingan, she struggled to hit him and it clearly frustrated her. Despite that, she turned down all offers to spar without it, declaring that she'd improve herself until she could fight his 2 Tomo Sharingan on equal grounds. Itachi. Why, one day, Kendo-san, one day. Itsuka. K, yes. MHA. Oh, I wouldn't tease her too much, Yaoyorozu-kun, it might give her the motivation she needs. Perhaps his teasing would, but Itsuka would need ever more motivation to keep up with him if he ever got to the point of attaining the 3rd Tomo in both of his eyes, and he had a feeling that it'd take more than sparring against friends or a mentor for him to get to that point. Itachi. Why, one last thing before I go, how are you progressing with martial arts, Emo-chan? I apologize for not being able to be there often to watch and help. Momo. Why, it's no problem, Ida-kun. However, I have recently attained my green belt, but I still have a long way to go before I can keep up and match you crazy 1st Dan black belts. MHA. Oh, you should see her too. Momo-san's amazing in action. Momo. Why, Ajiro-kun, you flatter me too much. Itsuka. K, it's true though, Yaoyorozu-san. And compared to when you first started out, you've gotten a lot more confident and that's good. Karate has definitely helped you out of your shell. That had been something Itachi had also noticed. When they were younger, and mother was much more harsh, Momo's self-confidence would crash after the slightest mistake, but now, his sister was much more sure of herself and didn't sound so unsure when she spoke about something she didn't have much knowledge about. And when it came to pointing out the mistakes of others, she'd also seemed to have inherited the bluntness of the Abarame clan. There was nothing wrong with it, but she tended to make other students at school cry when she pointed out mistakes in their answers or problem solving. Momo meant well, but her words usually came out harsher than she intended. Itachi took slow, measured breaths as he struck at the wooden, Wing Chun dummy that was situated in one corner of his room. A palm strike to where somebody's jaw should have been, then a chop to the neck. He followed it up with a knee to the middle of the dummy, winding his imaginary opponent, then unleashed a snap kick that should have broken a nose, before getting in close and delivering another palm strike to where a grown man's crotch would have been. Then brought his fist to rest where a kidney would have been. As the sound of flesh striking wood echoed, Itachi retracted his fist, ignoring the throbbing of his knuckles as somebody knocked on his door. Taking a moment to wipe the sweat off of his face with a towel, then rehydrate himself with a bottle of water, he walked over to the door and opened it to find Momo stood on the other side, a rectangular, green card between her fingers and pressed to her chest. My apologies, Ida-kun, were you training? She inquired, tilting her head slightly. Itachi shook his head, don't apologize, I just finished. What's that in your hand, Emo-chan? It's your recommendation pass for UA. It arrived today in the mail. Momo said, smiling as she held it out to him. That made sense. The UA entrance exams, which would determine who did and didn't get accepted into the hero courses for UA High School, would be coming up in less than a week. He'd asked Mirio about what they entailed, for the sakes of Itsuka and MHA, but the blonde just laughed as he danced around the question to keep him in the dark and said something about the practical part of the entrance exam wasn't always the same. He took the card and inspected it. On the card was his passport photo, his name, Itachi Yaoyorozu, age, 15, quirk, Sharingan, and who he'd been recommended by, Sir Nitai, Centipeder, Medusa, and Bubble Girl. Itachi pocketed the card and then looked back up at his sister. Didn't mother say she was getting you a recommendation card? Momo nodded, I turned her offer down. Unlike you, I have no proper reason to be recommended. Itachi furrowed his brows, backing up so Momo wouldn't have to stand in the doorway whilst they spoke. He sat by his desk, while she opted to situate herself upon his bed. You'd rather get into UA through your own terms, rather than hers. Plus, You think that mother's ties within the hero commission, and to a certain extent, father's connections and money, even though we know he's not shallow enough to use them to get you a place, shouldn't be why you are accepted. Itachi stated. That's correct, Momo replied, a small smile in her face. Mother was quite upset when I turned her down, but I see no reason to allow her to continue dictating what I can and can't do, especially when it comes to heroics. If we're going to start learning how to become heroes, then we should also learn how to be independent, no. For Itachi, that was good to see and hear. When they were younger, Momo lacked the confidence to defy their mother, even after she'd stopped being so hard on her, but now she was willing to turn down a recommendation, something that was extremely rare and usually guaranteed acceptance, and get into UA through her own choice and power. Clearly, the martial arts classes with Itsuka and MHA, and befriending them in the process, had paid off. We should, and I respect your decision to turn down mother's offer. Momo tilted her head, you aren't going to convince me to change my mind. Itachi shook his head, it's your choice. I won't make you do something that you clearly have reservations against, but when the time comes, I wish you the best of luck with the entrance exam. Thank you, Ida-kun. And when the time comes, good luck with the recommendation exam. Thank you, Emo-chan. They both paused when Momo's phone started ringing, raising the question as to which one of Momo's many contacts was calling her, especially as two were in the manor and usually got the housemaids or the butler to call for her, and the third was sat opposite her. As she extracted the phone from her pocket, Itachi watched as Itsuka's name and phone number was displayed across the screen. Momo accepted the call and set the phone to loudspeaker, prompting him to lean in slightly. Hello, Kendo-san. Yayorozo-san. Hey, I was just calling to see if you guys got your recommendation cards? Ajiro-san and I got our invites to the UA entrance exam for February 26th. Itsuka's voice blared through. Momo was clearly holding back a sigh. I turned down mother's offer to get a recommendation card. I'm going to take the standard exam with you and Ajiro-kun. A choke of surprise came through the phone. Huh, Yayorozo-san, you did what? I turned down a recommendation offer from mother. Momo said, shifting so she could lay flat across Itachi's bed. Why? It wouldn't be right if I entered on mother's terms. You wouldn't understand, but her words tend to have a lot of sway, and I can't accept a recommendation because she talked to the right people. If I'm going to get into UA, it's going to be on my terms. I like the sound of that, Yayorozo-san. You go, girl. Itsuka's voice replied, sounding supportive. Itsuka-san. Itachi interjected. Oh, Itachi-san. How long have you been there? Since the call started. Emo-chan and I were talking before you called. He replied, nodding appreciatively as Momo sat up and held the phone closer to him. What? Why do you not introduce yourself earlier? She asked. HN. Momo's giggle slipped out from behind her fingers, while Itachi's lips twitched upwards. Don't you HN me, Itachi-san. By the way, did you get your recommendation from Sir Nitai? Itsuka responded, sounding inquisitive. Itachi nodded, I did, his recommendation card arrived the mail today. Plus, it wasn't just him who recommended me, but his 3 sidekicks also put a word in for me. The next time I see them, I must thank them all. You better. Anyways, I wish you guys all be best when the time comes, and should hopefully see you all in about 6 days' time. Itsuka's voice replied, full of cheer. Likewise, Kendo-san. See you later. Momo said. See you soon, Itsuka-san. Itachi replied, prompting Momo to hang up and pocket her phone. As a comfortable silence settled throughout the room, the twins glanced at each other and nodded, exchanging a silent message as they both stood up. Additional training was in order before the big day came. This is where our dreams begin, Ida-kun. Momo gazed up at the massive building that stood before her and her twin. She had a feeling that the school wasn't what was just in front of her, 2 massive, cream walls which were linked by an entrance which appeared to be a blue, upside-down U, and beyond that was a H-shaped building with lots and lots of windows. It didn't look like much, but the saying of, never judge a book by its cover, was very applicable here. She knew that UA High School was the most well-funded hero school in Japan, with a reputation second only to the George Washington Hero Academy of the United States and the Westminster High School of the United Kingdom, and their alumni was nothing to scoff at either. All Might, Japan's #1 hero, check. Endeavor, the #2 hero, check. Best Genist, the #4 hero, check. Agreed, Mo-chan, but for now, this is where we go our separate ways. Itachi replied, his onyx eyes scanning the building. After they shared a quick hug, Itachi nodded as he took his leave and walked through the gate, heading towards the designated location for invitees with recommendations, while Momo checked her exam ticket, Examinee No. 6686, Test Location, Battle Center C. The raven-haired creation quirk user readied herself and followed the mass of people into the building, taking care to avoid being shoved or having her feet stepped on by the excitable crowd. Walking along the massive line of people, she eventually found herself in a massive auditorium where thousands of eager teenagers sat. She saw Itsuka sat alongside Mashirao and gave them both a light wave, getting smiles and a wave back in response. A man with wild, blonde hair, if memory served her correct, his hero name was Present Mike, was stood in the middle of the room, dressed in all black, with orange-tinted shades hiding his eyes, and a massive multi-directional speaker-like contraption sat around his neck. To her, it looked more cumbersome and unwieldy than practical, but who was she to be the judge of anything? Quickly finding an untaken seat, being left to wander around, unable to find a seat would be quite unbecoming, Momo approached it, finding herself stood next to a bespectacled boy with short, dark blue hair. "Excuse me, is this seat occupied?" The boy's head snapped around to look at her, and as he answered, he began chopping his arms through the air as if he were doing a robot impression. "No, ma'am. Please, sit." Momo nodded and took the seat. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he replied, his form as stiff as a board. Before she could say anything further, Present Mike began screaming unnecessarily, causing his voice to reverberate throughout the room and forcing some kids to wince and cup their hands over their ears. "Welcome, my good people, to my live show. Everybody say he." Nobody said hey. The lack of response from the crowd didn't put him off, however. "There's shivers running up and down my spine. Are you ready, everybody? Repeat after me." Yeah. Nobody repeated after him. What did he think this was, a comedy show? Even though his voice was beginning to give her a headache, Momo felt sorry for the man. It was obvious that he was trying to whip them up into a frenzy, but it was clear that nobody was interested in his wild antics. It wasn't long until Present Mike started detailing what part of their exam would entail. He started going on about how they would be given lettered cards which would allocate them to a certain location, from A to G, where they would fight mock villains, and if the images in the presentation was to be believed, they'd be fighting 3 different robotic-type villains, defeating them to collect points. And who on earth was that mumbling up at storm and a half? The bespectacled boy shot out of his seat, one hand in the air as he held up a piece of paper. "Excuse me, sir. On the handout, there are only 4 villain types listed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't such an error be embarrassing for a top-tier national academy of unrivaled caliber such as UA? He bellowed as the muttering continued, seemingly increasing in pace. "The reason we are seated here today is because we wish to become standout heroes with your guidance." Momo rose from her seat, turning to the source of the muttering. She found that it was a plain-looking, green-haired boy who appeared to be hunched over in his seat. "Excuse me, muttering boy," she called, prompting him to flinch and look up at her as the blonde sat next to him sneered and punched him in the ribs. "I understand that you are excited and may be unable to contain yourself, but I must implore that you please dial down your muttering. You're incredibly loud, it's distracting and there are people here trying to concentrate. Thank you." The bespectacled boy turned around to glare at the green-haired boy who looked horrified over being called out, building on the young lady's point. "If you think UA is a pleasure jaunt, then leave immediately. You have no place being here." As Momo made her point and sat down, she heard Present Mike explain, over the snickering of several other attendees, how the 4th villain was worth 0 points and it was designed to make people think twice about attacking it. "Anyways, that's enough from me. folks. Let's finish it up with a quick presentation, and as a certain hero named Napoleon Bonaparte said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. Present mic boomed. Now let's move to the main event. Plus ultra. Once more, the poor man went ignored. With hundreds of examines gathered around her, all dressed in clothing suitable for exercise, Momo, dressed in black jogging bottoms and a sport bra, the latter so she wouldn't rip apart the uniform she wore whilst listening to present mic, did some stretches to limber herself up. When she was finished with her stretching, she heard a familiar voice call out to her. "Yayo Rosa-san." Looking over to her right, she saw MHA walk over and wave at her, blushing up a storm as he kept his eyes fixed firmly on her face. The poor boy was far too gentlemanly and respected her enough to not peek past her semi-revealing attire. "Hello, Ajiro-san," Momo replied in greeting, smiling as she did so. "Let's do our best, yeah? Also, where's Kendo-san?" "Yeah," and Kendo-san was relegated to dash. MHA's face suddenly tightened as his face morphed into a glare, an expression that was incredibly out of character for him, and he stared at something or somebody behind her. Momo was confused until he spoke. "Touch her and I'll break your arm. Then, she'll break your other arm, and her brother, when he finds out, will break your legs." MHA threatened, prompting her to turn around and see what the problem was. She saw an incredibly short boy with purple balls sat atop of his head, eyes filled with lust and glee as he reached towards her, clearly intending to get a handful of her backside. His beady eyes flitted to the cleavage that her sports bra couldn't contain, and Momo's face wrinkled with disgust as she backed away from him, cursing her decision to wear a sports bra over something that would have hid her body from view. "Damn it, I was so close to grabbing that juicy ass," he mumbled. Momo stared down at him, irritation flooding through her body. "And that's the closest you'll ever get. Now then, back off before I have to start a scene." "What kind of scene? 'Cause I'm down for a certain type," the grape-haired boy said, tugging at his shirt collar and licking his lips as he continued to stare at her, his eyes roaming all over her abdomen. "Don't be daft," she replied, scowling as she procured a knuckle duster and gave him a look that said, "Are you really going to make me use these?" The boy chuckled as he leered at her, but backed away into the crowd, playing hard to get. That just makes you so much hotter. Girls like you tend to be the super freaky ones. I bet you've got loads of naughty kinks that you'd never admit to anyone." Momo fought down the urge to vomit as he vanished into the bustling crowd. Pocketing the knuckle duster and turning back to MHA, she noticed he'd gone straight back to his shy, blushing self. "Thank you for that." MHA nodded, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, knowing Itachi would have ended him if he'd allowed Momo to be groped by some creep. "It's no problem, but I can't believe someone like that is here. By the way, were you really going to use those?" "Only if I had to," Momo replied, sighing. "But on another note, when is this exam going to dash?" "Start." Present Mic's voice blared from a nearby tower. "What are you all standing around for? There's no timer in a real fight. Get your butts moving and consider the baton tossed. You've got 20 minutes to go wild." MHA gave her a nod as he ran ahead, but Momo, unwilling to be caught in the stampede of the rushing crowd, waited until everyone had already advanced, then procured a bow and quiver with a singular arrow, an uncapped USB stick located where the arrowhead should be, and a tablet. "If we're fighting robots, then I should be able to hack one, right? Surely, UA wouldn't think that an examinee could take control of one," Momo thought, clipping the tablet to her bottoms. She broke into a sprint, and in less than 30 seconds, where'd the thing even come from, especially given the crowd of examines who'd had to have rushed past it, she was confronted by a two-pointer which looked like a massive, mechanical scorpion, its red eyes flashing as it spotted her. Target acquired, objective, destroy. It scuttled towards her and lunged, intending to strike her with its front legs. Taking note that there was an USB port between its glowing eyes, Momo leapt to one side, allowing it to crash into the ground, then jumped back as the mechanical stinger darted downwards and pulverized the ground where she'd been standing a second prior. Before being forced to move again as the tail was thrusted at her for a second time. The robot lifted its stinger and thrust it towards her once more, prompting the creation quirk user to leap aside, and then it turned around to face her, head twitching and eyes flashing as it required its target. Target reacquired, objective, destroy. Raising the bow and knocking the specialized arrow, she let the projectile fly and it flew through the air, nailing the two-pointer between the eyes. The robot twitched and pulled the arrow out of its face, tossed it to the ground and moved to attack her once more. Momo jumped back as the two-pointer swiped one leg at her, ducked under an attempt to hit her with a stinger, then cartwheeled to one side as the two-pointer turned to strike her with its head. It raised itself to its full height, and then suddenly froze as its eyes dimmed. Unclipping the tablet, she looked at the screen to see the words "Program accepted. Access granted." Rebooting in 3, 2, 1 flash across it. As the last second passed, the screen shifted to a live feed and Momo found herself staring at an overhead image of herself. Looking up, she saw that the two-pointer's eyes were glowing once more, but it didn't move to attack her. Tracing her fingers over the tablet, Momo directed the two-pointer to move deeper into the city. Watching its progress on the tablet, she made sure to keep it away from massive groupings of examines and made it tear apart and plow through one-pointers, other two-pointers, and three-pointers, none of whom had been coded by the school to respond to attacks by other robots. Any student she rescued from being ganged up on by two-pointers and three-pointers had surprised looks on their faces when her two-pointer charged past them and beat the other robots into scrap metal. Watching the progress of the examines from an observation room were the staff of UA High School. Sat in a dark room and scanning over the various display screens were a small, white mouse-like creature, a skinny blonde man, and the pro-heroes, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Cementos, Eraserhead, who was huddled in a sleeping bag, half asleep and looking completely homeless, Snipe and several others. Midnight was watching one screen which showed Momo fiddling with a tablet and getting a two-pointer to move away from her. "Midnight, what are you staring at so intently?" Eraserhead's tired voice inquired from behind her. She looked back at him, noticing he was looking past her at the screen she'd also been looking at. "Ah, Aizawa-kun, I didn't think you'd be watching. In answer to your question, this girl right here. She just took control of one of our two-pointers and is presumably going to use it to destroy other pointers. Power Loader-kun, why don't our pointers have firewalls and other cyber defenses?" The half-dressed man with an excavator claw sat over his head, shrugged and scratched the back of his head. "To be fair, we've never had a student do that before. I'll make sure the batch for next year's entrance exam can't be hacked into," he replied as the mouse-like creature sipped from a teacup. To be able to create code in a computer program from nothing but her quirk within a few seconds. "She's an incredibly talented young woman," he said, watching another screen, which displayed name of the top 10 examines and how many villain and rescue points they had. At the moment, an examinee named Katsuki Bakugo was first with 62 villain points and no rescue points. Eijiro Kirishima was second with 30 villain points and 28 rescue points. Whilst Momo Yayorozu had just matched Okako Urarika's score of 22 villain points and 32 rescue points and was joint third with 28 villain points and 26 rescue points. "Please, go find another pointer to ruin." Momo huffed as examines, desperate to get points, started attacking the two-pointer she was controlling. The robot had taken hits from several quirks, but it was still moving with only 3 legs, one leg having been torn off by an examinee who looked like a hairy beast, but warnings were flashing on the screen of her tablet, informing her about structural damage and the missing stinger. She'd have to abandon ship if the two-pointer took more damage. She watched as the two-pointer jerked to a stop, immobilized by a mass of thorny, green vines which wrapped around the robot's legs and flung it onto its side. The feed on the tablet became all fuzzy from the impact and Momo barely caught sight. A green-haired girl stood within the mass of vines, all of which were coming from her head, hands clasped together as if she was praying, before the thorny vines wrapped around the two-pointer's head. Knowing the machine was done for, Momo switched off the tablet and got to work procuring something else as Present Mike screamed, 6 minutes left. The barrel of an artillery piece emerged from her stomach, rainbow lights sparkling all over the place, but she refused to relent, despite the rapid depletion of her fat stores and the growing ache in her stomach, until what she wanted had been created. It took her a whole minute to create a 105mm howitzer, which used up so much of her fat stores that Momo, who felt slightly lightheaded, was absolutely positive that her stomach would be growling at her until she got something to eat, and an artillery shell that would fit inside it. This is reckless, and I'll probably get told off for it by Itachi for abusing my limits, but if it works, it'll be more than worth it. However, the shell wasn't your average high-explosive one. Within the shell was a cylinder full of explosives, but that cylinder was surrounded by stator wiring linked up to a bank of capacitors. It also had a fuse which would be used to make a spark and detonate the explosive, and a timer which would get the whole thing to activate and go off about 40 seconds after launch. Huffing as her stomach growled like an angry lion, Momo heaved the shell and loaded it into the howitzer's breech, then flicked the switch at the back of the former and tied a rope to the trigger, but not before ensuring the barrel was at its maximum traverse. She pulled the rope and the artillery piece fired, launching the shell into the sky. At the same time, the shockwave caused by the muzzle blast lifted dirt from the floor, jolted her body and knocked her off her feet. "I could really do with some food," she lamented, far too tired to get up as she lay on her right side. Eraserhead stared at the screen, unimpressed. That girl just created a howitzer, completely tiring herself out from the looks of it, and fired it into the sky. How irrational. If she were my student, I'd expel her for such foolishness. Somehow, I doubt that. I have a feeling she's going to surprise us. Nisa replied, chuckling. We'll see. Want to bet on it? Yen 74,000. Snipe offered. No. Betting is irrational. Eraserhead drawled. At 20 seconds of flight time, and having reached a height of several kilometers above the various battle centers, the modified artillery shell came to a stop after slowing and gravity took hold, pulling it back down to the earth. After falling for a good 14 seconds, the timer within the shell pinged and a carefully planned chain reaction started. Another switch inside the shell linked the bank of capacitors to the stator wiring, sending an electrical current through them and generating a powerful magnetic field along the cylinder full of explosive. An explosion began as the fuse mechanism provided a powerful enough spark, the blast wave traveling along the cylinder which ruptured and came into contact with the stator wiring, creating a short circuit and breaking the link between the capacitors and the wiring. The resulting short circuit compressed the magnetic field, almost like a star collapsing in on itself to create a black hole, generating an intense electromagnetic burst which ripped through the sky in the form of a rapidly expanding light blue ring, and killed anything electrical, including lamp posts and any 1, 2, and 3 pointers which hadn't yet been destroyed in battle centers B, C and D. Yes, it actually worked. Momo exclaimed, joyous that her hopes, which had been placed on a completely conceptual EMP bomb design dating back to the 1950s and could have completely failed, hadn't been crushed, but instead lifted to new heights. I don't know what the hell that was, but there's 2 minutes remaining and here comes the big one. Hold on to your butts, folks. President Mick's voice screamed, and before she could think about what the energetic blonde meant by the big one, the ground began to rumble and shake as if the whole area had been beset by an earthquake. Then, the biggest robot she'd ever seen, barely managing to catch a glimpse of it through the tall buildings, appeared in one of the battle centers. That must be the zero-pointer. And they made it EMP resistant. She mused, watching as it advanced forwards before suddenly lurching backwards as its face suddenly caved in, followed by multiple points of its body exploding as it fell backwards. Most of the pro-heroes in the observation room gawked as they watched dozens of villain bots spark and collapse as their internals were fried by the EMP. Even Eraserhead had wiggled out of his sleeping bag, and whilst his facial expression remained unchanged, they could tell that he was curious, and they were so transfixed on the camera watching her that all but one, the skinny blonde man who was smiling, missed a green-haired boy destroying the zero-pointer with a single punch to the face. Midnight laughed, hot damn, I like that one. Still thinking negatively about the girl, Eraserhead. Eraserhead grunted, I'll admit, I may have misjudged her, but what she did was still irrational. That was a flux compression generator bomb, Ectoplasm mused, having gotten out of his seat. Nobody has ever built one before, but the concept was created by a defense analyst dating back to the 1950s. I'm not one to pick and choose when it comes to these exams, but that not allowing that girl into UA would be a colossal waste of talent. Snipe chuckled, amen to that. Thank goodness the zero-pointer is EMP resistant. This entrance exam would have been boring otherwise. Wait a minute, did that green-haired kid blow it away with one punch? What kind of crazies are we gonna get this year? Power Loader exclaimed, the excavator claw on his head making it impossible to tell where he was looking. Nizu, complete with an eerie and inquisitive grin on his scarred mouse-like face, was too busy watching the examinee scoreboard to respond. Are you all right, young lady? Momo's eyes opened to find an elderly lady stood over her, walking stick in one hand. Her head was tilted to one side and lips were puckered, as if the old woman was almost to give her a kiss. Her stomach rumbled, loud, but she couldn't bring herself to be embarrassed. I'm famished, side effect of overusing my quirk. All I need is a meal, something heavy and filling like a full English breakfast, and a rest and I'll be good to go, Momo replied, eyelids heavy as she yawned. I'm sorry, ma'am, but do you have a cafeteria nearby? Recovery girl nodded, turning around and gesturing to somebody. Momo watched as voluptuous woman dressed like a dominatrix sauntered over. She was an inch taller than herself, standing at 5'9" feet, with sky-blue eyes that looked over her with concern, long and spiky dark purple hair that fell down to her back, and there were 3 parted bangs falling over her face, and a beauty mark below her left eye. Oh, you're the R-rated hero, Midnight. Momo said, causing the woman to smile and wink at her and slip a hand under her back. Can you sit up, dear? The raven-haired teen nodded, wincing as her stomach protested against any form of movement, but managed to sit up with the older woman's aid. Momo let out a small yelp as another hand was hooked under her knees and the pro-hero effortlessly picked her up, bridal style. This is so undignified. Normally, such submissiveness would turn me on, but dash. Kayama-san, recovery girl snapped, mortification rushing through Momo as she spoke, take the young woman to the cafeteria and ensure lunch rush gets her something filling to eat. Young lady, is there anybody you'd like for me to get for you? Momo nodded, trying her hardest to ignore the face full of bosom she was being subjected to. My brother, Yaoyorozu Itachi, please. He's one of the examines with a recommendation. As Itachi stood outside the gates of UA High School, gazing up at the massive buildings as he waited for his sister to return from the standard entrance exam. He thought over some of the interesting individuals he'd met during the recommendation exams, something he felt he'd given a satisfactory performance in. The first was Todoroki Shoto. A young man with dual-colored hair, left half was red and the right half was white, and it seemed like the right corresponded with control over ice, and having come to the conclusion that Endeavor was his father, Itachi assumed he could control fire with his left side. He constantly had a cold and aloof air about him, much like Itachi did. And he seemed to be even less talkative than members of the Uchiha clan and more emotionally constipated than members of the Hyuga clan. The second was Tokage Setsuna. A young woman with dark green hair, even darker than that of Medusa's, and she always seemed to be grinning, much like Sir Nitai's sidekick did. She could split her body into many pieces and control each and every piece. She had a very relaxed attitude towards everything and even tried jokingly flirting with him at one point. The last was Yoarashi Ineza. He was a young man whose birthday was a mere 3 days after his own and Momo's. He was excitable and passionate about everything, so much so that he reminded Itachi of Maitogai, and he lacked an indoor voice. Like Shoto, he had an elemental-based emitter quirk, one that allowed him manipulate dozens upon dozens of wind currents at once. Ineza had approached everyone to make friends with them. Endeavor's son had coldly dismissed him and Setsuna thought his extremely positive attitude was off-putting, but Itachi calmly accepted his offer of friendship and after being subjected to him screaming about how wonderful it was to make friends, exchanged numbers with him. Besides Shisui, and to a certain extent, Kisame, he'd never made many friends in his past life, so he'd make up for that mistake by making as many as he could now. He already had Itsuka, Mashirao and Mirio, but there was nothing wrong with more. And Momo, who had many more friends than he did, would be delighted that he was making the effort to socialize with more people. An echoing, masculine voice calling out of his name and lightly approaching footsteps brought him out of his preoccupation. Excuse me, young man, are you the boy recommended by Sir Nitai, Yaoyorozu Itachi? The person asking had most of his body hidden behind a massive, beige cloak, and the mask worn made it seem like he had a large grin. And from what Itachi could see, this newcomer had prosthetic legs sticking out of the bottom of their cloak. "I am," he replied, nodding. "Who's asking?" "Ectoplasm. You need to come with me, Yaoyorozu-san. Your sister has requested for your presence and was briefly admitted to our medical wing." Itachi felt a spike of worry in his chest at the mention that Momo had been admitted to medical and followed the costumed man into the school grounds. Why was Emo-chan admitted to medical? Did she get injured during the entrance exam, or has she overused her quirk? He thought, doubting that it was the latter. Momo knew her limits. After being given a special identification card, since he wasn't a member of the prestigious school, he was led through the grounds and into the massive cafeteria, which had enough space to feed a small army and then some. Momo was sat by one of the benches closest to the entrance, eating without a care in the world. A full English breakfast sat on the plate in front of her, and watching her in amazement was a purple-haired woman dressed in an incredibly skin-tight outfit. Ectoplasm remained by the cafeteria's entrance as Itachi walked over. "Emo-chan," he called, taking the seat opposite his sister and noting how she looked thinner than she usually did, but with her muscle tone, it just made her look more like a top gymnast than somebody who was truly starving. "I heard you were admitted to medical. Are you alright?" Momo dabbed at her mouth with napkin and nodded. "I am, Ida-kun. I just pushed my quirk to its limits during the practical exam. I'll be fine once I finish this meal and have a nap at home." Itachi eyed the full English breakfast that sat in front of her. It appeared that someone had prepared enough food to feed 2 people, but for his sister, that was a non-issue. Eating large meals, especially after martial arts or training with her quirk, was commonplace. "So, this is your brother, huh? Quite the looker. Oh yeah, the ladies will be falling head over heels for you when you're older." The woman mused, smirking as the twins turned to glare at her. "I'm sorry, who are you?" Itachi inquired, ignoring the fact that this woman, who was probably twice his age, had pretty much just called him handsome. "Midnight, and if you both get into UA, I'll be your art teacher," she said, then looked at Momo's meal. "So you're going to eat that and then have a nap? No exercise or anything like that? Won't dash? If you're worried about me gaining weight and developing diabetes or heart disease, please don't. My quirk needs the fat stores and I keep fit through exercise." Momo replied dismissively. Midnight glanced down at his sister's backside, then looked back up at her breasts and chuckled as she nodded in approval. "Fat stores, huh? More like attract all the boys and the not-so-straight girls stores. If you don't mind, can you leave us be so she can eat in peace?" Itachi deadpanned, furrowing his brows as he disapproved of the woman's teasing, light-hearted and perverse as it may be, and from the look on Momo's face, she didn't appreciate the vulgar comments. Plus, any boy, or girl, interested in his sister would have to get past him and his sherry non first. The older woman smiled, winking at Itachi as she got up from her seat and walked over to Ectoplasm, who nodded at her, but otherwise said nothing and watched them. With her out of the picture, Momo swallowed another mouthful of chopped onion, fried egg, and toast with marmalade lathered on top, while Itachi let out a breath as he allowed himself to relax. "So, Emo-chan, how did your entrance exam go?" Itachi inquired, prompting her to dab at her mouth. "We first had a written test and I'm sure I passed it," Momo started. "Then we had a practical exam that required us to gain points by destroying various robots known as 1, 2, and 3 pointers. I hacked into one and used it to destroy many of the other robots. Near the end, I created a 105mm howitzer and launched an EMP bomb, based on a theoretical concept, to knock out any other robots." Itachi furrowed his brows. "And the creation of the artillery piece was the cause for your admission to medical? You've never created anything that big before?" Momo nodded. "You had me worried, Emo-chan. I thought you'd been injured," Itachi said softly, raising a hand and poking her on the forehead. Momo smiled, playfully swiping away his hand, and reached across the table to take his other hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Nothing of the sort. Now then, how did your recommendation entrance exam go?" "We had a written test, a practical test and an interview. I completed the written test with time to spare, came third overall in the practical test, surprising even myself considering the sort of quirks that several of the other examines had. And as for the interview, I suppose we'll have to wait and see whether the one I gave was satisfactory or not. Itachi replied, gently squeezing her hand and then letting it go so she could continue eating. His sister hummed after swallowing another mouthful, then paused and looked at the empty space in front of him. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't ask if you wanted anything to eat," Momo said bashfully as she pointed down the cafeteria. "If you're hungry, approach that man over there, lunch rush, and he'll get you something to eat." "The thought is appreciated, but I'm not hungry," the Sherry non-quirk user replied. Momo nodded and continued to eat. Itachi looked around, noticing how Midnight and Ectoplasm were still stood by the cafeteria entrance, but they'd stopped watching them and were conversing amongst themselves. "They're probably still there to ensure that we don't go wandering off once Emo-chan is finished," he thought, turning back. Itachi noticed the thoughtful expression on his sister's face. "Is something on your mind, Emo-chan?" he inquired. "Just wondering," she started, setting down the Western eating utensils and dabbing at her mouth, "did you make any friends at your entrance exam? There was this boy I spoke to before our practical exam. He looked remarkably like Turbo Hero, Ingenium, but he didn't seem interested in talking unless it had to do with the practical exam." Itachi nodded. "I actually did." "Oh." Momo cocked her head to one side. "Yoarashi Ineza," he said, "I don't think I've met anybody so loud and passionate about everything. You'd think his heart was pumping nothing but caffeine and adrenaline, but once you get past the sheer exuberance and extreme passion for life, Yoarashi-kun seems like a nice person." Momo clapped her hands together, her face brightening with delight, and only then did Itachi suddenly realize her stunning resemblance to his first mother, Uchiha Mikoto. "That's great news, Ida-kun." Itachi simply nodded in response and waited for her to finish eating. She continued to eat, swallowing down a few more mouthfuls, and then scowled as she set her eating utensils down. "I should also mention, before our practical exam started, some boy tried to grope me earlier," Momo stated. "A boy tried to what?" A carefully trimmed eyebrow rose as Itachi's gaze hardened at thought of some creep trying to sexually harass his sister. "Go on." "Ajiro-kun alerted me to his attempt," Momo said, and Itachi made a mental note to thank his friend. "He was a short boy with purple balls where his hair should be. Ajiro-kun threatened to break his arm and I more or less threatened to beat him black and blue. If I see him, I'll make sure he feeds from a straw for a year," Itachi mused, a surge of protectiveness running through him. "Then I'll tell Itsuka-san and she'll make sure he feeds from said straw for another year." Momo giggled, showing her brother the knuckle duster she'd procured earlier. Now, Ida-kun, there's no need for that. I can handle him if he tries anything again." The week following the UA entrance exams were dreadfully uneventful. When leaving the school, the twins had been told that it'd take up to a week for the results to be sorted through and for the hero school to get in contact with them. With nothing to do, Itachi and Momo simply texted or called their friends, read non-fiction books, went shopping for clothes online or sparred with each other. That was until the 5th day of March came around. After finishing a light breakfast consisting of steamed rice, miso-ku, and grilled fish, Itachi excused himself from the table and was about to collect the dishes and wash up, when their father burst into the kitchen with a massive grin on his face as he held up a sealed letter in his right hand. "Father?" Itachi inquired, eyeing the latter. Hanzo let out a laugh as he held out the letter for the elder twin to take. "It's a letter from UA. Go on, open it." Glancing back at his sister, Itachi watched as she set down her half-eaten bowl of rice, got out of her seat and walked around the table to stand by him as he grabbed the nearest knife and cut a clean line along the top of the letter, then pulled out a small circular disc and inspected it. The trio stared blankly at it. Is that it?" Hanzo inquired, disappointment etched all over his face. "Probably not. It looks like one of those holographic projectors developed by the United States Department of Heroics." Momo mused, nearly backpedaling as the device leapt from Itachi's hand like a mechanical jumping spider, even dodging as he tried to catch it, and hit the table. They watched as a projection of All Might appeared above it, grinning at them as he was neatly dressed in a yellow pinstripe suit. "I am here. As a projection. All Might's voice boomed by the speakers in the device. Holy shit. Hanzo muttered breathlessly. Momo clicked her tongue in disapproval. Father, language. Ah, sorry dear. All Might laughed boisterously, as if watching a father get told him by his daughter amused him. Perhaps you're wondering why I'm contacting you? That's because you're looking at U.A's newest faculty member. That's correct. I'll be there. As a teacher. Japan's #1 hero is going to be teaching at U.A. Momo spoke up, sounding slightly incredulous. Does he even have any teaching experience? Of course I do, ha ha ha. Now then, let's start with young Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu Momo. All Might declared, prompting the creation quirk user to perk up at the mention of her name. Hanzo looked like Christmas had come early. Yaoyorozu Momo, you passed the written test with flying colors, acing it with a perfect score, and you came first in the practical exam. You even gained a considerable amount of points on the secret part of our test, rescue points. All Might declared. Rescue points. Momo repeated. The projection of All Might nodded. That's right, young lady. Besides taking down villains, what else do heroes do best? They rescue people. Where villain points are determined by the amount of villain bots destroyed, rescue points are determined by judges who watch how you help and protect other students. And I must say, the EMP in taking control of one of the 2 pointers was rather ingenious. The projection changed to show a scoreboard with the name of examines and villain points and rescue points next to their names. Momo was in first with 84 villain points and 32 rescue points, and in second and third were, respectively, somebody named Bakugo Katsuki with 77 villain points and Kirishima Ajiro with 39 villain points and 35 rescue points. 116 points. Compared to the kids behind you with 77 and 74 points. Holy shit, that's my girl. Hanzo said proudly. Father, language. Itachi deadpanned. Ah, sorry son. The projection flickered back to All Might, who laughed and grinned. I'm glad to announce that you passed the UA entrance exam. Welcome to UA High School, Yaoyorozu Momo. The device beeped and the projection vanished, leaving the room quiet. Itachi smiled and walked over to Momo, who looked starstruck by what she'd just heard. Congratulations, Mo-chan. Hanzo chuckled and crossed his arms. Well done, Momo, but didn't you both dash? He was cut off. The projection flashed into existence again and All Might appeared once more. I am here. Once more. As a projection. Itachi felt his lips twitch upwards. No wonder Sir Nitai liked the man so much and had dozens of posters of him stuck up throughout his agency in Tokyo. All Might wasn't physically in the room with them, but his positive energy and attitude was absolutely infectious. No wonder he was so popular nationwide and worldwide. All Might was ranked #1 in Japan, and when it came to worldwide popularity polls, was also ranked #1. The sheer amount of worship the man apparently got from the Americans, likely he something to do with it. Now then, young Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu Itachi. All Might's voice boomed, the man seemingly unfazed despite having made the same mistake twice. You aced your written test and breezed past your interview. In the collective practical tests, however, you came third overall. I'm glad to announce that you passed the UA recommendation entrance exam, Yaoyorozu Itachi. On a side note, you and your sister will be starting in the second week of April. The projected flickered and then disappeared. Yeah, both of my awesome kids are going into U.A. Who's the proudest dad? Who's the proudest dad? Hanzo cheered, jumping and punching the air in his excitement. Itachi allowed a soft smile to grace his face as he shook his head at his father's antics. Momo blushed at his hollering and cheering, but was smiling nonetheless. Father, please, calm yourself. He continued cheering, even as Itachi's and Momo's phones buzzed with notifications. Taking out their phones, Itachi saw that Mashiro's text was telling him that he got a similar letter and been accepted into UA, while Momo saw that Itsuka's text was telling her that she got a similar letter and had also been accepted into UA. They both texted back, informing their friends that they'd also been accepted into UA. Itachi had barely finished texting Mashiro, thanking him for stopping some creep from groping her, when his phone started buzzing repeatedly. Sir Nitai was calling him. He accepted the call and raised the phone to his ear, walking off to one corner of the room as Hanzo captured Momo in a massively affectionate hug. "Nitai-sensei, how is everything down in Tokyo?" "We're all managing to keep the crime rate to a minimum, so that's good," Sir Nitai replied, "and both Bubble Girl and Medusa miss you dearly. I trust that you've been keeping yourself healthy." "Yes, Nitai-sensei." "Good. How did your recommendation entrance exam go? I presume you passed?" Sir Nitai inquired. His voice adopted a certain tone that Itachi interpreted as, "I dare you to tell me that you failed." "Of course I did," Itachi answered. "Good." "Nitai-sensei." "Yes." "Did you know that All Might will be teaching at UA this year?" he inquired. "Did I? I'm sorry, did you saying that All Might would be a teacher at U.A? Sir Nitai replied. "Yes, Nitai-sensei." "I see," Sir Nitai said, sounding like he was in thought. "Knowing him, he'll probably be your heroics teacher and I'm sure you'll learn a lot under him, even if teaching isn't his speciality." "Understood. Anyway, Nitai-sensei, pass on my greetings to the others. I'll see you soon," Itachi stated. "I will. See you, Yaoyorozu-san." The older man replied in a second later. The phone beeped as Itachi hung up and put the phone back in his pocket. He took a deep breath and then walked over to Momo and embraced her, resting his head on her shoulder. "Ida-kun." The Sherry non-quirk user released her and took a step back. "We've been accepted into the school that'll allow us to recognize our dreams. Let's not waste this opportunity, Mo-chan. We'll only have one shot at this. One shot to become pro-heroes and make a difference to society." Momo nodded, smiling, as Eminem said, "You only get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime." Itachi furrowed his brows. "Mo-chan, since when did you listen to hip-hop?" His twin sister just looked away, a coy smile on her face. "Ida-kun, look at these letters." Itachi set aside his finished lunch as Momo walked into the dining room, holding two letters which had a high school stamped to the front of them. She let one of the letters on the table and took care with opening the other one. She took out the paper that was inside it, unfolded it, and read it. "Yaoyorozu Itachi, Yaoyorozu Momo, this is Principal Nizu. I offer my personal congratulations on passing your respective entrance exams and being accepted into UA. I'm writing to inform the two of you that you will both be in Class 1A. If you're reading this, then it means I'm dead. Ha, just kidding. That aside, I look forward to seeing you learn when your term starts. See you both in April." Momo read, then slipped the paper back into the torn letter. "Looks like we'll be in the same class." Itachi mused, getting out of his seat and taking the second letter. He opened up the letter, withdrew the paper held inside and unfolded it. "Yaoyorozu Itachi, Yaoyorozu Momo. In U.A, you'll be taking part in a wide variety of exercise and tasks similar to those executed by pro heroes. We're going to need you to design your own hero costume and mail your designs back. As long as your designs adhere to the Hero Costume Skin Exposure Limitation Act, we'll forward your requests to designer companies and they'll be ready by the time you attend UA." Itachi read, then set the paper on the table. "We'll be designing our own hero costumes?" Momo inquired, already deep in thought. Itachi nodded, "Seems so. Either way, let's not waste any time and get started today. I assume you already have an idea in mind." "Of course," Momo replied, "as do you." "Yes." Retreating to their rooms, it took them the rest of the day to sketch and color their designs. Piles of used paper sat crumpled in one corner of their rooms, dismissed ideas drawn on over them. Having completed their final designs after having dinner, followed by an ice cream dessert, the twins met back up in the cleared-out dining room to present their costume designs to each other. "Finished with your design, Mo-chan?" Itachi inquired. Momo nodded, "All done. And you?" "Of course," Itachi said. Then they set the pieces of paper they held onto the table so they could see what the other had drawn. Momo's design appeared to be a high-collared, short-sleeved leotard, the sleeves dipped inwards near the elbow, with silver lines at her waist and circling around her shoulders. The leotard had breast cover which could be unzipped to give Momo additional space to use creation, but it was open otherwise from underneath her breasts to below where her belly button would be. The design also sported knee-length crimson boots with heels which, like the short sleeves, dip inwards at the center. There were also 2 golden utility belts situated around the waist, and he could see that something would be wrapped around his sister's left forearm. Itachi nodded as he scanned over her design. He could see where Momo was going, practical, but also left enough open areas for her to use her quirk. He assumed the inclusion of the undoable breast cover was because she wouldn't feel entirely comfortable walking around with her chest on display for the world and his wife to see. "Emo-chan. What's that thing that'll go around your left forearm?" he asked, prompting him to look up from his design. "Oh, that's going to be a forearm-mounted electronic display screen which will allow me skim through the internet for constructs after inputting their atomic makeup or the materials it's made out of. I was going to have a dictionary clipped to the belts, but it'd be unwieldy and might fall off during an intense fight." "That makes sense," Itachi mused, "and what is your electronic display is broken?" Momo hummed, "Like you, I've got a good memory. The electronic display is just to help me out with more complicated constructs that I may be unfamiliar with. Now, let's see what you've drawn up." Itachi's design was reminiscent of his Umbu attire, but there were a few extra additions. His was an armored fishnet shirt with navy accents and sat underneath a black, full-body, high-collared jumpsuit with a thin, gray ballistic vest situated upon the chest, held in place by straps going over his shoulders. There would be protective guards, layered like samurai armor, strapped to his forearms and shins, and black combat boots. His design also had a maroon-blue, high-collared cloak, similar to the one he wore when Kabuto had reanimated him. It also sported black, fingerless gloves with metal plating on the backhand, a necklace with 3 sliver rings that held red gems within them, and a visor whose lenses could be darkened with the press of a button. There were also 3 equipment pouches, 2 strapped to the outside of his right thigh, one longer than the other, and one strapped to the outside of his left thigh. There was also a request for a katana to be attached to the back of the ballistic vest. Momo hummed, giving Itachi an appraising look, "I like it. I assume the visor is to protect your eyes, so you aren't impeded by things like dust and smoke." Itachi nodded wordlessly. "And what do you intend to hold in those pouches?" "The one strapped to my left thigh will hold 3 high-density seals, like the ones Nitai-sensei has, but modified to be 6 kilograms in weight rather than 5 kg, Itachi answered, recalling how the man had allowed him to get in contact with the support company that made them. "The longer pouch on my other thigh will hold an assortment of shuriken, while the shorter one will hold smoke grenades and 9-bang stun grenades." Momo nodded, clearly fighting to hold back a yawn. 9-bang stun grenades? I almost pity the poor fool on the receiving end already. Itachi smiled, "It seems like we know what we want. Let's post them. Tomorrow morning? I'm absolutely tired, Ida-kun very well, tomorrow morning." Itachi confirmed, nodding. "You guys have your student ID cards, right?" Itachi nodded, flicking the one that hung around his neck and sat over his school uniform, while Momo gestured to hers that was clipped over her left breast. Mirio grinned as he gave them both a thumbs up, thankful that Itachi had ordered their driver to pick him up so he wouldn't have get to the hero school after waiting on a bus or a taxi. "Great. Good luck with your first day," Mirio exclaimed. Momo smiled appreciatively. "Thank you, Togata-kun. Extend my greetings to Amejiki-san and Hado-san, please," Itachi replied as they all walked through the electronic security gate. "Will do. See ya, I've to gotta go," Mirio replied, grinning, then sprinted off towards the massive building. The twins stared after him, glanced at each other, then shrugged and began to walk towards the building, recalling the informative giving to them that it'd allow them to make their way to Class 1A. All around the grounds were dozens of second and third year students. Some were showing off their quirks, whilst others eyed them up, clearly sizing up the new blood, but Itachi didn't doubt that he and sister could handle them if they tried anything. Plus, Mirio was nearby, so if there was anything he couldn't handle, then he'd just call him for assistance. They'd quickly learn their lesson when a naked blonde man, who could slip through everything, punched them in the face or pretended to poke their eyes out. Before they could enter the building, they both paused as they heard rapidly approaching footsteps and somebody yelling really loudly. "You two. Are you both going to be in Class 1A?" Momo perked up, turning around and recognizing the speaker as the boy she'd been sat next to during the first half of her entrance exam. Itachi glanced down at his legs, noticing now his trousers had strange bulges by the back of his calves. "We are," his sister answered. "I assume you'll be in the same class." The boy stopped before them, adjusting his glasses and chopping one arm like a robot. "Yes, I am. What are we doing standing around? Come on, we must get to class before we are late. We still have 20 minutes before our first class." Itachi deadpanned as they entered the building together. "Perhaps we do, but being late will provide negative first impressions and we'll be disrespecting all those who attended Class 1A before us," the boy stated and then stiffened. "My apologies. Where are my manners? My name is Itachi, pleasure to meet you both." "Yayorozu Momo. The pleasure is all mine," Momo replied, a gentle hand pressed against her chest. "Yayorozu Itachi." Tinya turned his head and squinted at them. "Brother and sister. You must be twins." "What give it away?" Itachi drawled. "The fact that our eyes are the same shape, the fact that the color of our hair is identical, or the fact that we're almost the exact same height." "Ida-kun, don't be rude," Momo chided. "HN. Ida-kun," Momo said warningly. His comment seemed to go right over Tinya's head, who appeared thoughtful as they came across a door with Class 1A printed on it. "If you are both twins, then that must mean that you share the same quirk, no?" He gazed at them curiously, waiting for an answer. Momo held up one hand and after a short multicolored light display, procured a dog whistle from her palm, while Itachi pointed at his eyes and when Tinya was looking, activated his Sharingan, causing the blue-haired student to recoil in surprise. "I see. If memory serves me correct, twins not possessing the same quirk is a rarity," Tinya mused. Itachi shrugged, deactivating his Sharingan and opening the door. Walking inside, he nearly tripped over an obnoxiously yellow sleeping bag that twitched and rolled outside as he, Momo and Tinya stepped inside. Dismissing it as a stranger who enjoyed their sleeping bags, or that their quirk was turning into a sleeping bag, they took seats near the front of the class. A few minutes later, Todoroki Shoto walked in, cold eyes scanning over them. Tinya burst out of his seat and approached the heterochromatic boy, extending a hand for him to shake as the other chopped at the air. "My name is Dash." "Get out of my way and it doesn't matter what your name is," Shoto dismissed him coldly. "I'm not here to make friends." Tinya stuttered to a halt, shoulders slumping with depression as the shorter boy walked past him. The temperature in the room had noticeably dropped by a few degrees, and glared at nothing in particular as he occupied an empty seat at the back of the class, stewing in his own anger. More and more people, including a floating set of clothes and a boy with a crow's head, entered the room. The floating set of clothes, clearly an invisible girl if the skirt was any indication, seemed more content to lay across a chair, while the boy with the crow's head simply sat on top of a table and mumbled dark, angsty thoughts that would have made any Uchiha caught deep within the curse of hatred proud. Masharao eventually walked into the classroom, being the 16th person to do so, and Itachi gave him a nod, getting a thumbs up in return. And at one point, a smirking blonde, arrogance rolled off him in waves, waltzed into the classroom, plopped himself down into a random seat and leaned back as he rested his legs on the desk in front of him. Once more, Tinya burst out of his seat, looking like he was on the verge of bursting a blood vessel, while Momo massaged her temples as the commotion in the class seemed to grow second by second, and Itachi sent a death glare to the grape-haired boy who'd chosen to sit behind her. The boy leered at her, but shrunk in his seat when he noticed Itachi glaring at him, Sharingan active for the extra intimidation factor. "Ah, I wasn't looking at your girlfriend." Itachi almost felt sick at the thought of dating his twin sister. "She's my sister, you simpleton. And if you'd rather not be constantly cowering in fear, then I'd suggest you sit elsewhere." Tinya stood before the blonde who stared up at him, a smug smirk on his face. "How dare you use this desk as a footrest? You're disrespecting the upperclassmen who would have used this desk before you. I demand you remove your feet from the desk this instant," he demanded, but the blonde just scoffed, fixing his red eyes on him. You ain't demanding shit from me, yeah, 2-bit extra. Hell, which middle school did you even come from? The blonde asked. Tinya stiffened and adopted a strange pose as Itachi turned to watch their interaction. Some junior high school. My name is Tinya Itza. Some the blonde sniffed, clearly unimpressed. So you're some fucking elite trash bag? Well then, the name's Bakugo Katsuki. Remember it, extra, cause I'll be the one to end you and knock elites like you down a peg. Tinya recoiled, end me? What the dash? Itachi despised his arrogance. This fool didn't know any of them and yet he was acting like he was better than all of them and making threats to end those who went to elite schools. His holier-than-thou attitude reminded him too much of Uchiha children who would look down upon civilian-born children attending the Shinobi Academy. How barbaric. Momo sighed, running a hand through a hair. Having heard her, Katsuki suddenly leaned forwards and sneered, you got something to say, ponytail? Heck, you fucking stole first place from me in that damned practical exam, so why don't you come over here and say it to my face if you're feeling so high and mighty? Itachi furrowed his brows as he stared at the blonde, or what? Katsuki sneered at him, butt out, trench face. That's my brother you're talking to, Bakugo-kun, Momo interjected, getting out of her seat, walking over his table and giving him a light glare that he returned lazily. I said that you're acting like a barbarian. Oh ho ho, you've got guts, ponytail. I'd watch yourself or I'll crush you too. Katsuki chuckled, a shit-eating grin on his face as he sized up the creation quirk user who sniffed disdainfully and returned to her seat. Itachi gave her a look, Emo-chan. I'm not one for confrontation, you know that Ida-kun, but he wanted me to repeat myself to his face, so I did. Momo replied, giving him a soft look. He nodded in response, giving Katsuki one last glare before turning to the front, just as the blonde leapt over his table and lunged at a green-haired boy who shrunk back in fear. Deku, Katsuki screamed, spittle flying from his mouth as he grabbed the green-haired boy by the collar, drawing massive amounts of attention to himself. How'd you trick your way past the goddamn exam, huh, fuck muffin? I was meant to be the only person from our middle school to get here. Didn't you hear me? I told you to fuck off and go elsewhere, dickwad. Heck, someone as worthless as you should have gone to that shitty school in Okinawa. Clearly, these two had history. Itachi could already see who was the bully and who was the victim. Someone told me that I could be a hero, Kakin, the green-haired boy, apparently named Deku, replied shakily, I've earned my place here and you can't do anything about it. Everybody be quiet, a voice drawled from outside the classroom, silencing everybody. If you're here to play buddy-buddy, go somewhere else. This is UA High School, so stop acting like you're in primary school. A raven-haired man, dressed in ragged clothes and a super long scarf of sorts, hobbled into the classroom as he pulled himself out of the yellow sleeping bag that Itachi had almost tripped over earlier. This must be our sensei. Itachi thought, taking note of the bags under the man's eyes. Clearly, this was somebody who didn't get much sleep and if the sleeping bag was any indication, took power naps wherever they could. It took you all 8 seconds to be quiet. You kids aren't rational enough. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, it's a pleasure meeting you. Firstly, Bakugo, mind your language, and secondly, Yayo Rosa. Itachi, watch where you step, I'd appreciate it if you don't walk all over me. He drawled. You might be surprised to hear this, Aizawa-sensei, but the floor isn't a rational sleeping area. Itachi replied coolly. The man paused and stared back at him blankly, then pulled several PE uniforms out of a box by his desk and tossed the first one to Deku, who jumped in surprise and got hit in the face as he fumbled to catch them. Put these on immediately. Then follow me outside to the PE grounds. He muttered, pulling out more uniforms. A few minutes later, after the entire class had changed into the PE uniforms provided to them, they were stood outside in the PE grounds, listening to Aizawa as he delivered news that most of them weren't happy to hear about. A quirk apprehension test. Most of the class exclaimed, barring Momo, Shoto and Itachi. Their teacher's facial expression didn't change, but the atmosphere around him shifted from tired and done with life to annoyed because you kids are going to make me explain everything. What about orientation, A girl with rosy cheeks cried, "What about the entrance ceremony? We don't have time for such illogical things. You are training to become heroes here, so if you want to waste time, then go elsewhere," Aizawa murmured, "and here at UA, we're given freedom to teach how we wish. And if that means no orientation, then it means no orientation. Am I understood?" "Yes, Aizawa-sensei." The brunette mumbled dejectedly. "Good. Now as I was saying, the unrestricted manner of her school traditions is U.A.'s primary selling point." Aizawa continued, "Softball pitching, 50-meter dash, seated toe touches, I'm sure you all did these sorts of exercises at school, but you weren't allowed to use your quirks. That is an illogical decision and complete negligence on part of the Ministry of Education." The teacher then tossed an electronic ball of sorts at Katsuki, who caught it and stared down at it. "The hell is this?" "Bakugo, you would have gotten first in the practical if it weren't for an irregularity," Aizawa murmured, eyeing Momo, who tilted her head to one side. "How far could you pitch a softball in middle school?" The blonde scoffed, glaring back at Momo before turning back to the teacher. 67 meters, give or take a meter." Their teacher nodded and pointed at the circle next to him, a tracking device of sorts in his other hand. "Use your quirk this time around. Do whatever you want, but don't step out of the circle. If I catch you purposefully holding back, I'll expel you on the spot." "This guy isn't messing around," Itachi thought, watching as Katsuki walked into the circle, swung his throwing arm in a circle a couple of times, then let the ball fly with a massive explosion erupting from his throwing hand, launching the ball into the distance. "Die!" he screamed unnecessarily. Emo-chan wasn't wrong when she called this fool a barbarian. Who yells die at a ball? Itachi thought, hearing Momo snort softly besides him. "Die!" the green-haired boy mumbled questioningly. "Whoa, that was totally manly," a redhead commented, grinning. Aizawa turned to them, unfazed from the explosion, as he held up his device to show a reading of 705. 2 meters. Before trying anything else, one must know everything that they're capable of. This is the most rational way to mold and build a hero from the bottom up, and the soon the Ministry of Education catches on, the better. Over 700 meters? That guy's awesome. A blonde boy with black highlights in his hair cheered. Free use of our quirks. This is gonna be fun. A pink-skinned girl with horns added, grinning. Fun, you say? Aizawa inquired, a hint of threat entering his voice as he grinned. You think becoming a hero will be all fun and games for 3 whole years? Do not be foolish. Listen to me very carefully, children. Whoever comes last after my 8 tests will be expelled. Most of the class flinched. Itachi and Momo glanced at each other, deducing almost immediately that the man was lying through his teeth. They both knew that, regardless of whether he was or wasn't being truthful, he simply wanted 110% from every single one of them, and the prospect of being kicked out would do that. Aizawa's grin grew into a sadistic smirk that nearly split his face in two. Remember that freedom I spoke about earlier. That applies to how we handle our students as well. Welcome to U.A. Expulsion? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? One of the students cried. Unreasonable? Chernobyl, Hurricane Katrina, the explosion of the Challenger space shuttle, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, general villain attacks. Japan and the world are neck-deep in unreasonable calamities, Aizawa replied, face back to neutral. As heroes, we restore that reason. If you thought you'd be going to the nearest fast food place after school, too bad. Expect these 3 years at UA to be nothing but torture and hell. This is plus ultra. Itachi furrowed his brows. This was essentially similar to the physical tests that the Shinobi Academy made all their students take after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, meant to determine the physical conditioning they'd need after poor physical conditioning got many genin killed during the war. They had to run as many laps as they could around the academy, followed by a basic taijutsu demonstration and a test where they did as many push UPS, sit UPS and squats as they could. The first trial to come up was the 50-meter dash. Momo and Tinya were up first, the latter setting himself down into a runner's position as the engine-like protrusions on his calves thrummed. Itachi watched as his sister pulled rocket-powered rollerblades out of her stomach and slipped them on. Go! Aizawa mumbled. The rockets at the back of Momo's rollerblades roared to life at the exact same as the engines at the back of Tinya's did. Both students shot forth at blinding speed and shot past the finish line practically neck and neck. Like a gentleman, as they passed the finish line, Tinya noticed his sister wouldn't be able to stop immediately and positioned himself in front of her so she could stop by plowing into him. Momo's momentum should have knocked him off his feet, but that runner's build wasn't for show as he shifted slightly, but managed to keep them both from falling over. "Thank you, Itachi-kun," she said, pulling off the rollerblades. He nodded at her as they turned to Aizawa, who glanced at the robot monitoring their times. "You're welcome." Itza and Yaoyorozu, 3.04 seconds, Aizawa murmured as the creation quirk user slipped back into her normal trainers. After them was Masharao and the brunette with rosy cheeks, apparently named Okako Uraraka. She clapped her hands together as they were ordered to start. Masharao bounced along his tail as she lagged behind him. The monitoring robot beeping as it recorded their times and forwarded them to Aizawa-sensei, who glanced at his device. "Ajiro, 7.12 seconds, the teacher said, looking completely disinterested. "Uraraka, 7.15 seconds. Everyone else went next, with Katsuki going alongside Shoto. His explosions allowed him to blast ahead and outpace the heterochromatic boy, leaving them with a time difference of 4.13 seconds and 4.41 seconds. "Heh, eat my dust, half and half." Katsuki sneered at the dual-color-haired boy who simply ignored him. Itachi found himself going last alongside Deku, who introduced himself. Hello, I am Midoriya Izuku." The green-haired boy said timidly, offering Itachi a nervous smile. "Yaoyorozu Itachi." Itachi replied, activating his quirk. The Sharingan wasn't going to help him run faster, but if Aizawa-sensei wanted them to use their quirks, then use his quirk he would. "Oh, is that your quirk? Optical-based quirks are really rare." Izuku devolved into a muttering mess, diving so far into his own thoughts that he missed Aizawa telling them to start and missed Itachi already running ahead. The robot beeped as he passed it, then beeped again as Izuku followed behind. "Yaoyorozu, 6.44 seconds, Aizawa-sensei murmured, eyeing Izuku, who looked horrified by his slip-up. "Midoriya, 8.11 seconds. "Oh no. That's really, really bad," Izuku muttered, panting as he stared at the floor in desperation. "It wouldn't hurt to pay attention," Itachi replied, returning to the crowd as Aizawa moved to set up the next exercise. A grip test followed. All the students had to grip a ball as hard as possible so their grip strength could be recorded. Momo applied more and more pressure to her ball with clamps until the thing shattered. Aizawa looked unimpressed as he walked over to her, kicked the debris to one side and gave her a score of 1,000 kilograms. A student with multiple arms squeezed the ball as hard as he could until he got a reading of 540 kilograms. Itachi squeezed the ball until he got a reading of 60.1 kilograms. Izuku Midoriya looked hopeless as he got a reading of 56 kilograms, barely higher than that of what the frog-like girl and the girl with pink skin got at, respectively, 55.3 kilograms and 55.8 kilograms. The standing long jump followed, which required students to clear a sandbox. Momo cleared it by launching herself to the other side with a long pole. Katsuki jumped and blasted himself to the other side with explosions. Okako floated herself to the other side and regurgitated her breakfast upon hitting the floor. Mashirao's tail was apparently strong enough to launch himself to the other side by coiling it and then using it as a fleshy launch pad. Tinya used the engines in his legs to shoot himself across after jumping. Itachi and most of the other students had the misfortune of not being able to clear the sandbox with a single jump, but the frog-like girl came incredibly close as she fell just short of the edge of the sandbox. The last event, following a distance run along a 1-kilometer track, repeated sidesteps, and others, was the ball-throwing test. Aizawa announced that as Katsuki had already done his test at the very beginning, he wouldn't be participating again. Good luck outscoring me, you fucking extras," the blonde said, grinning as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. Okako went first and threw the ball. It simply went up. And up. And up. And up. Aizawa-sensei held up his tracker and revealed the symbol for infinity. What? She threw it into space. The blonde with black highlights in his hair exclaimed. Following after, Momo launched her ball from a cannon and got a score of 681.5 meters, and Itachi, who opted to kick the ball rather than throw it, basing his decision off the fact that legs were stronger than arms, got a score of 83.8 meters. Izuku was up last. Midoriya-kun hasn't used his quirk once this exam. Unless he's looking to get expelled, then he needs to use his quirk. Tinya said. The fuck are you talking about, glasses? Shitty Deku's a quirkless loser. Katsuki snapped, seemingly eager to watch the green-haired boy crash and burn in the last test. UA doesn't invite quirkless people. You should know that, Bakugo-san. Momo replied. And didn't you see what Deku-kun did at the entrance exam? There's no way he's quirkless. Okako added. You shut the fuck up, Ponytail, you too, round face. I know Deku's quirkless. I've had the misfortune of knowing the fuckhead my entire life, and he's always been a quirkless little shit. The dumbass is going home. Katsuki hissed back. Watching with his Sharingan, Itachi saw massive amounts of crimson-colored energy traveling up and down the boy's arm, originating from a point in his chest. However, as he reared his arm back, the energy began to spark wildly out of control, and Itachi knew that if he tried throwing the ball, Izuku would probably blow off his arm. If he doesn't stop, then he's losing that arm. Itachi thought, crossing his arms, then, feeling as if someone was watching them, turned and saw All Might peeking out from behind a building. The man waved when he noticed him looking and then shrunk back out of sight. Why is All Might spying on us? I understand that he's teacher here, but shouldn't he be preparing his lessons? The boy threw, just as the crimson energy fizzled out of existence, and the ball flew a pitiful 46 meters. Huh. I'm sure I used it just now. He muttered, staring at his arm in confusion. Perhaps you haven't noticed, Izuku muttered, his hair standing up and waving about whilst his eyes glowed red, but I erased your physical enhancement quirk, whatever its name is. It's foolish that they allowed an incompetent boy like you, someone who can't handle their own quirk properly, into this school. Those goggles and the floating hair. Why Yuri? Izuku stuttered, eyes wide as he adopted a deer caught in the headlights expression. You're the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Congratulations, child, you've done your research. Izuku deadpanned, fixing his crimson glare upon the green-haired boy who wilted like a dying flower. Several of the other students began muttering amongst themselves, none of them knowing who Eraserhead was. Heck, this guy was so obscure that not even Itachi knew who he was, and he knew about Edgeshot, someone who managed to avoid the media's seemingly inescapable hero radar ever since his introduction and ascension to the top 10, and Katsuki still seemed convinced that Izuku was still a quirkless moron. If your feat at the entrance exam wasn't a one-off, then it's painfully clear to me that you can't handle the full power of your quirk, Izuku said firmly, wrapping his scarf around Izuku and pulling him closer. When you break your arm in a fight, do you expect somebody else to bail you out? Putting themselves in a danger that shouldn't have existed? And as you can see, nobody is coming to your aid. Izuku shivered, but didn't dare move as Izuku's red eyes bored into him. Itachi furrowed his brows. Whatever quirk he has, it sounds like he has something similar to Kinjutsu or the 8 gates that Mato guy is so famous for. An extraordinary power boost in exchange for crippling damage to the body. Surely, if he awakened his quirk when most children do, he'd have gotten it under control by now? Unless he's a late bloomer. Awakening one's quirk at a late age was incredibly rare, usually occurring in 1 out of 10,000 children who had originally been diagnosed as quirkless. Your power is similar to that of Japan's favorite, insufferable hero who has rescued millions from villains, man-made accidents, and natural disasters. But you'll be lucky if you take out one villain before you need saving yourself. Sheer power won't allow you to proceed through UA, Midoriya Izuku. I-. The scarf unwrapped itself from Izuku and Izuku's hair fell around his face as he blinked, deactivating his quirk. I'll give you a second chance to throw the ball. Hurry up and get it over with. The dumbass is gonna get expelled. Katsuki said, smirking. Izuku reared his arm back, and as he moved to throw the ball and attack, his Sharingan noticed the crimson energy gathering in his index finger, which he maintained contact with the ball until he let it fly at the very last moment. Smaos share! Izuku screamed, the shockwave from the throw buffeting the crowd as the ball flew into the sky. Izuku's tracker beeped as Izuku turned to him, teeth grit as he presented his throwing hand. Only a single finger was a horrible shade of red, and the fingernail been cracked in two. Sensei, look at me, I can still fight. Izuku grinned like a psychopath as he held up the tracker for everyone to see, 705.3 meters. Well done, Midoriya. 705.3 meters with a single finger. Itachi thought, knowing without a doubt that even with the backlash from his quirk, Izuku was hands down the strongest person in the class. He would have thrown it over 3.5 kilometers if he'd used his whole hand. Deku, you fucking disgusting liar. Katsuki suddenly burst out the crowd, seemingly intent on murdering the green-haired boy. He didn't even get close. About 10 steps in, he seized up and let out a pained roar as he collapsed, twitching as he thrashed about angrily on the ground, eliciting many snickers from the crowd. 2 metal rods stuck out his back, connected to 2 wires which led back to the stun gun that Momo was holding. The corners of Itachi's mouth twitched upwards. Whatever you're about to do, I'm sure it's completely unnecessary. Momo said, releasing her finger from the trigger and stopping any further electrical current from traveling into Katsuki, who leapt to his feet, hissed as he ripped the prongs out his back and lunged at her. Itachi jumped in front of his sister and deflected the right hook. Katsuki gasped as Izuku's scarf wrapped around his forehead and throat, stopped him from moving, whilst the man himself glared at him with red eyes, erasure active once more. This is my special, capturing weapon, made from steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers, Izuku snapped irritably, geez, don't make me keep using my quirk. I have dry eye, but thank you for intervening, Yaoyorozu Momo. Now, Bakugo, stop acting like a child and get back in line. I have to announce the results. As he was released from the constraints of Izuku's scarf, Katsuki scoffed, glaring at Izuku and Momo, then returned to the crowd. The results I'm about to present are collected from the results of each trial you undertook, as announcing them one by one would take too long. Izuku said, tapping his tracking device so the screen shifted to something else before unveiling a holographic projection of their scores. Momo was first. Behind her, in second, third and fourth place were, respectively, Katsuki, Shoto and Tinya. Itachi was further down the list at 9th place, while Izuku was last in 20th place. "Ah man, Midoriya's going home." Okako pouted, looking at the crestfallen green-haired boy. "Oh, that. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. It was a logical ruse, meant to drive out your best performances, and only 2 you saw past it," Izuku stated, grinning as most of the class gasped and screamed in horror. "Congratulations, Yaoyorozu Momo, Yaoyorozu Itachi, the 2 of you know how to look underneath the underneath. Come on, why are all you so shocked? It was completely obvious," Momo said, exasperated. "This school's motto is plus ultra. Izuku-sensei knew that if he threatened you with expulsion for coming last, then all of you would be driven to do your absolute best and go beyond what you normally believed you were capable of," Itachi added, deactivating his Sharingan. A shadow creature burst out of Fumikage's abdomen and gave them a thumbs up. I totally knew that." "Be quiet, Dark Shadow. It seems we were all fooled by a deception of darkness, and none of us could claw our way to the light and see the truth. What Yaoyorozu Itachi said is correct. Now, your curriculum sheets are back in class, so get changed and give them a once-over," Izuku said, then walked over to Izuku. "Midoriya, take this and go to Recovery Girl. I can't have you dropping dead tomorrow because you didn't get patched up." Without waiting for the rest of the class, Momo and Itachi began to walk to the classroom with Masharao in tow. "That was Dash." "Excuse me, Yaoyorozu-san." Both Momo and Itachi turned around as Izuku jogged up to them. Itachi realized he wasn't being addressed when Izuku focused all of his attention on Momo, blushing up a storm as he did so. Why Yaoyorozu-san, I wanted to say thank you for defending me from Kakin earlier. You didn't have to do that," he said, face completely red. It's no problem, Momo replied, smiling down at the shorter boy. I was just helping out wherever I can. Still, and not thanking you would be rude. And your quirk, it looks like you can create anything, right? Anything non-living. Izuku nodded frantically as Ichi wondered what was going on. Wow, your quirk has a wide range of applications. And no wonder Kaken seems to have taken a particular disliking to you, since you beat him in the entrance exam. He'll probably start gunning for you, since Kaken hates being second place. If he starts a fight, watch out for his right hook. Momo cocked her head to one side. Thank you. Why does he call you Deku? Itachi interjected. Is that a shortened way of saying defenseless Izuku? Izuku looked away. Yeah. And Kaken is your nickname for him? However, from your interactions, it seems like he used to bully you. You've given your bully an endearing nickname. Itachi added, trying to figure out the nature of Izuku's and Katsuki's relationship. Ah, it's complicated. Izuku said, shifting in place nervously. If you don't want to tell us, then we won't pry, but we'll be here if you want to talk about it. Momo informed him, getting a grateful nod as the green-haired boy walked off to the nurse's office. He seems odd. Masharao murmured. HN. I'm surprised by the poor grasp he has on his quirk. How will he do anything if he's constantly injuring himself? Momo mused. So, kids, how'd your first day at UA High School go? Hanzo inquired, looking at his two children who had changed out of their school uniforms and were now dressed in casual home clothes. We found out that our homeroom teacher is none other than Eraserhead. Itachi stated. Huh, never heard of him. None of us have, and we also had a quirk apprehension test, Momo added. We had to undertake a series of physical tests. I'm not entirely sure why, but perhaps it was to gauge who needed more attention when it came to teaching. I finished in first place and Ida-kun came ninth. Ninth isn't bad. I mean it's better than last. Your mother wouldn't agree though. For her, the only place worth attaining is first place, second a stretch. Hanzo chuckled. Itachi nodded. I'm not concerned about mother's expectations, and it didn't help that the test was designed around more practical quirks like Emo-chan's creation. With my Sharingan, there was nothing else I could do but try my best. And I spoke to Itsuka-san afterwards. Turns out, her homeroom teacher is somebody named Vlad King and they didn't even have a test like ours. They didn't? Momo inquired, looking surprised. Itachi nodded. They did a different kind of test. She didn't detail it, but like ours, it involved using their quirks. I guess Aizawa-sensei wasn't wrong when he said that teachers at UA are free to teach however they want. The following day was considerably uneventful until after lunch. They started off with homeroom class under Aizawa-sensei, before moving on to English classes with present Mike who couldn't help but scream whenever he got fired up and taught them from 8:40 to 10:30 and then maths under ectoplasm from 10:30 to 12:30. And after that was lunch where food was served by Lunch Rush who prepared their meals by vomiting it up onto a plate. When it came to English, most of the class seemed to struggle. The vast majority struggled to put a basic sentence together and those who did, spoke in the wrong word order. For Itachi and Momo, learning English was a breeze as Hanzo, who had business connections in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, had taught them from the age of 7, and the others who grasped the foreign language easily was Tinya, because English is the universal language. Masharao, as he was their friend and they'd taught him, Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto. After lunch, they were sat in class until All Might burst into the classroom. I am here. Entering the classroom, like a normal person. The muscled hero declared, posing in the doorway. Itachi watched as Izuku gasped, looking like he'd just gone into cardiac arrest as he fanboyed over the man. The man was impressive, there was no doubt about it, but Itachi had no idea why the green-haired boy was acting like Japan's #1 hero was God's gift to man. There was admiration and idolization and then there was whatever strange thing Izuku had. The rest of the class seemed similarly awestruck by his sheer presence. No way, is All Might really gonna be teaching us? This is super manly. That costume design is so Sliver Age, dude. The art style clashes so much, it's giving me goosebumps. All Might. Izuku squealed. I'll be your foundational hero studies teacher. All Might declared, posing and showing off his muscles. You'll be learning and training to develop your heroic skills. Today, you'll be doing battle trials, a form of combat training. We've prepared the gear that you requested to go with your quirks, put them on and gather at ground beta. Pointing at a wall, several shelves holding their requested uniforms slid out. Itachi got up and allowed everyone else to get their outfits first, just so he wouldn't be caught up in the commotion, then headed off to the boys' changing room. It's the quirks and the clothes that make the man. And the woman. But know this, from here on, you are all heroes. All Might declared, scanning over their uniforms and snickering when they saw Izuku's. The poor boy had turned up in what looked like green pajamas and a face shield with rabbit-like ears. Oi, Yayo Rosa, you look super cool and ready to kick ass. As somebody distracted him from listening to All Might, Itachi turned to Kaminari Denki, who grinned and gave him a thumbs up. The Sherry non-quirk user furrowed his brows as he stared at the white shirt, black jacket with white lightning patterns and strange headset by his left ear. Thank you, as do you, Kaminari-kun. Now, please, let's listen to All Might before we miss anything. The blonde chuckled awkwardly as Itachi dismissed him just as quickly as he acknowledged him. Tinya, outfitted in a lightweight, futuristic-looking armor with massive exhausts wrapped around his armor, raised his hand into the air. Sensei, regarding our performance and trials, we will be using the fake city from the entrance exam. No, this'll be an indoor test of sorts, All Might declared, grinning. Most villains act in the open, but the smarter ones operate indoors where you have to limit yourself to avoid collateral damage. You know, hostage-taking and black market deals? This time, you won't be beating up robots. You'll be separated into villain and hero groups and you'll be fighting in 2-on-2 battles. What about the foundational training? The frog-like girl, Azui Tsuyu, inquired. All Might chuckled, this is your foundational training. Momo raised a hand, how do we determine wins and losses? Do we get to kill our opponents? Katsuki inquired, glaring at Izuku. Are we simply fighting each other, or is there some sort of objective? Tinya asked. Will we be expelled if we fail? Okako added. Isn't my cape fabular? Aoyama Yuga added, posing as he sparkled in shiny armor. Seemingly overwhelmed and on the verge of a mental breakdown from the barrage of questions, All Might produced a piece of paper and began reading from it. Itachi had to withhold a sigh. What sort of teacher didn't memorize their own lessons? Right, villains we be guarding a nuclear weapon they intend to detonate. The heroes must stop them and foil their malicious plans. All Might said, for the villain to win, they must fend off the heroes until the bomb goes off, but for the heroes to win, they must defeat and capture the villains, or touch the bomb before their time limit is up. And your teams will be decided by ballot box. That's disorganized. Tinya protested as the hero presented a box. Isn't that to be expected, Itachi said, drawing many eyes to himself. In a drastic rescue operation or fight against a powerful villain, heroes didn't get to pick and choose who they work with. They must simply work with who they're suddenly partnered with in the spur of the moment, and it could be somebody they've never met before. Tinya nodded, stiffening. I see, that makes sense. Forgive my interruption, Sensei. That fine. Now come and see who you've been paired with. The costumed students gathered around and pulled pieces of paper out of the box. The teams were as follows: Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Momoye Yoroza. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tinya Itza. Team E, Kyokajiro and Okako Urarika. Team F, Rakido Sato and Eijiro Kirishima. Team G, Yuga Aoyama and Hanta Siro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashirao Ajiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Mina Ashido and Itachi Yoroza. If he recalled correctly, Mina was the girl with pink skin and horns. Itachi saw her looking around, seemingly confused, so to put her out of her misery, he walked over to the pink-skinned student and introduced himself. Ashido-san, you're my partner for this exercise. Itachi said, watching as her dark eyes brightened. Awesome, she cheered, spinning in a circle as if showing off her form-fitting outfit, we're going to kick so much butt. She wore a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit designed in a camo pattern. And the front of the outfit was low enough to show off a bit of chest, not that Itachi was looking. She also had a sleeveless, furred waistcoat that was left unzipped and violet and beige boots. Itachi nodded and looked at All Might as the man plunged his hands into two boxes. One had villains written on the front, whilst the other box had heroes on it. He pulled out balls with A and D on them. So Midoriya-kun and MHA will be going up against Bakugo-kun, who already doesn't like the both of them, and Itsu-kun. Itachi thought, glancing at his sister who began conversing with Izuku as a bloodthirsty grin was plastered all over Katsuki's face. In all scenarios, the villains will already be in the buildings, All Might announced. After a 5-minute recon and preparation period, the heroes will be allowed to proceed. The rest of the class will be watching through cameras and can provide criticism once the battle is over. Hey, Itachi, isn't Yaoyorozu your sister? Mina asked him. He nodded, she is. Give me a second. Itachi quickly approached his sister as All Might demanded that everyone else follow him and head for an observation room. Emo-chan, Midoriya-kun. Good luck. Momo smiled at him, thank you, Ida-kun. Izuku nodded, thanks, Yaoyorozu-kun. Momo schemed over the piece of paper that provided them with a layout of the building. From what she could see, the first 3 floors were a maze of corridors, while the nuclear bomb that they had to secure on the 4th and top floor. Meanwhile, as they approached the building, Izuku was muttering up at Storm behind her. Midoriya-kun, she called, snapping him out his funk, I do believe it would be beneficial if we formulated a plan of sorts. Right, sorry, Izuku muttered, it's just. My opponent is Kaken and Itsu-kun. I'm just really tense, I guess. I hate the way Kaken treats me, but I admire his confidence, his passion, his strength, and his quirk. He's better than me in every way possible, but at the same time, I really don't want to lose to him. I see. You said that Bakugo-kun tends to start off with a right hook. Izuku nodded, yeah. And his quirk allows him to produce explosions. Only from his hands. He sweats out something like nitroglycerin. Izuku answered. Momo nodded, if it wasn't for those massive gauntlets that he has on, I'd coat his hands in carbon dioxide powder. Rob him of the oxygen he needs to cause explosions. Long-range combat would be ideal, but Bakugo-kun would likely blast himself towards us to close distance. That's a good idea, but even if he didn't have those things on, Kaken is really fast. He wouldn't give you the chance to get close enough, and once he knows what you're doing, he won't give you another opportunity. Izuku replied. Momo sighed, mentally cycling through another set of plans, then we'll have to take him on together, or bypass him entirely. If we do happen to engage him, would you be willing to use your quirk? And throw away my arm? Izuku squawked. The raven-haired beauty rolled her eyes as they came to a stop outside the target building. In yesterday's test, you managed to limit your power to a single finger. I understand that it will be painful, but I'm asking if you would use a finger or two, Midoriya-kun. The green-haired boy paused, then nodded. Momo procured a motion sensor out of her thigh and held it up to the building. The device beeped repeatedly as it tracked the movements of Tinya, who seemed to be stood in the same place on the top floor, and Katsuki, who was running through the 2nd floor. He seems to be gunning for us already. Momo mused, pulling open a window on the bottom floor. Yeah. Kaken's impatient like that. He'll probably focus all his attention on me, although since you got 1st place in the entrance exam, he might want to make an example out of you instead. Izuku replied, crawling through the open window and entering a bland, gray hallway, then turning around and helping Momo through. Well, aren't I a lucky girl? Momo deadpanned, getting a soft snort in return. Holding up the motion sensor as the jogging through the hallway, Momo watched as the circle representing Katsuki lost its interior downwards arrow, informing her that he was now on the same floor as them and he was approaching them fast. Momo was barely able to open her mouth to warn her partner of the approaching threat, when Katsuki shot out from another hallway. She skidded to a halt and yelped as Izuku tackled her to the floor, narrowing, preventing her from eating the explosion that shot out of his right hand and blasted through the wall her head had been in front of a second earlier. Found you, shitbags. Apologizing for unintentionally using her chest as a cushion so he wouldn't crack his head off of the floor, Izuku hastily rolled off of her and scrambled to his feet, half of his mask destroyed and a minor tear in his outfit by his left shoulder. Momo coughed, waving away the smoke as she picked herself up and looked at the blonde who glared down at them. Are you alright, Yaoyorozu-san? Yes, thank you, Midoriya-kun. Katsuki sneered at them, one arm extended threateningly. Oh yeah, keep standing there, you'll soon be very not alright. And why'd you fucking push that bitch out the way, Deku? Izuku opted to ignore the question and turned to Momo as they backed away slowly. Just as I thought, Kakin's going to devote all his attention on me, Yaoyorozu-san. Go ahead and dash. I'm not leaving you alone, Midoriya-kun. Momo cut him off. She didn't know anything about their history, aside from the fact that Katsuki believed Izuku to be a quirkless loser and probably bullied him in the past. And this was a test that required teamwork, and running off would probably get points, if All Might counted such a thing, deducted from them. Plus, the blonde seemed to have a massive superiority complex, and with his magnificent temper, would probably end up killing the green-haired boy if left alone with him. Katsuki snorted with disgust. To hell with that, shit for brains, I can take your pathetic ass any day. I gotta teach fucking Ponytail a lesson. Nobody takes first place from me, nobody. The blonde wore a sadistic smirk as he lunged at her, swinging at her with his right hand. She ducked within his guard, avoiding the blow and the accompanying explosion that blew Izuku further down the hallway and made her ears ring as she drove her elbow into his stomach. Grunting as it made contact, he looked borderline murderous and slightly surprised as Momo grabbed his arm, twisted in place and flung him over her shoulder. Katsuki let out a choking noise as he hit the floor with his back. Midoriya-kun said you have a habit of leading with your right arm, Momo said, slowly backing away. I doubt becoming predictable feels nice. As the blonde began to pick up himself, face twisted by an angry snarl, Izuku spoke, I've watched you fight countless times, Kakin. I've analyzed and took notes on heroes and yourself. The notes that you blew up and tossed out. I'm no longer the worthless Deku, now, I'm the Deku who never gives up. Fucking nerd, now you've both pissed me off even more, I'm gonna blow the two of you through a fucking wall. And you can fuck off, glasses, I'm really angry right now. Momo let two stun grenades fall out of her abdomen as she rushed towards Izuku and corralled him down the hallway. The explosives went off and Katsuki roared angrily, setting off an explosion of his own in his rage, blasting them off their feet. Back in the observation room, the rest of the students were watching with anticipation. Many were taken aback when Katsuki seemingly ambushed Izuku and Momo. Some commented on how lucky Izuku was for landing on Momo's chest after tackling her to the floor, whilst some were confused as to why it seemed like Katsuki was talking to himself at times. Aw man, there's no sound. I wish we could hear what they were saying. Bakugo seems to be really mad and Midoriya seems really fired up. Eijiro complained, frowning as he watched the camera feeds. He said, Itachi started, lip reading with his sherry non-active, and I quote fucking nerd, now you've both pissed me off even more, I'm gonna blow the two of you through a fucking wall. And you can fuck off, glasses, I'm really angry right now. He looked around, noticing how everyone was looking at him like he'd grown at second head. Mashirao seemed particularly perplexed. Yaoyorozu-kun, you swearing seems really off. Young Yaoyorozu, you know what they're saying? All Might asked, appearing equally confused. I'm lip reading. My sherry non lets me do that. Itachi replied dismissively. That's so cool, Mina cheered from besides him, prompting him to turn to her as she grinned at him, read my lips, what am I saying? Itachi watched as she mouthed something to him. Ashido-san, please wash out your mouth with soap, I'm not repeating that. He said, causing her to laugh. What did she say, what did she say? Denki urged, grinning. Itachi stared him down, I'm not repeating it. Anyway, All Might interjected, holding up a roll of white tape, teammates can communicate with each other through wireless earpieces. And then there's this capture tape. The moment it's been wrapped around your opponent, that means you've been captured. Not only that, but the heroes can't afford to waste too much time, since they only have a 15-minute timeline. Mina cringed. Looks like the hero teams are at a massive disadvantage. All Might grinned wider. Didn't Izawa-kun teach you our motto? All together now. Plus ultra. Neither Momo nor Izuku were feeling very plus ultra at the moment. After being knocked down by the explosion that Katsuki had set off, the blonde was upon them once more. Launching himself at them with explosions from his hands, he booted Momo in the chest, knocking her down, and then twisted in midair to brain Izuku with his foot. The kick was blocked and Katsuki unleashed another explosion halfway through a right hook as Izuku began to wrap the capture tape around his leg, forcing him to disengage. What the fuck do you think you're dash? The impact of something wooden slamming into his face cut Katsuki off. Stunned from the blow, anger swelled up in his chest as Momo expertly twirled a wooden staff and jabbed him in the throat as he moved to blow her away. Gasping for air, Katsuki took another hit to the right side of his head, a downward strike to his shoulder which painfully jolted his arm, another jab which maybe broken his nose, and a sideward sweep which took out his legs from underneath him. Momo went to attack him once more, swinging the staff at his chest. Katsuki wasn't having any of it. As one of his grenade gauntlets shone red momentarily, he thrust out his other arm and blasted the creation quirk user at point-blank range. Letting out a cry of pain that was joy to his ears, she was launched down the hallway as her staff was destroyed. Mid-flight, she twisted in the air and launched an expanding net at him which he tore through with another explosion. Then, Izuku, that fucking nerd, had the audacity to step on his hand as he ran past him to get to his teammate who groaned as she picked herself up, leotard torn and burned. Meanwhile, Momo felt like she'd been run over by a truck and then trampled by a herd of bison. "Yaoyorozu-san, we have to go, now," Izuku said, hurriedly helping her to their feet. Recognizing that they had to retreat and reorganize, and that fact that trying to attack him without a proper plan was borderline suicidal, she allowed him to pull her along various corridors as Katsuki screamed with rage behind them. They hurried along until they found the staircase, by which point, Izuku plopped himself down to take a breather. Momo's lungs burned as she took as many deep breaths as possible. This wasn't ideal for her. Momo liked to plan things out, so much so that Itachi would poke her on the forehead and stop overthinking things, especially when it came to homework, but trying to fight and formulate a plan whilst an angry murder gremlin tried to blow her face off was nearly impossible. She needed sufficient time to think, but Katsuki wasn't going to give her that. Suffice to say, Midoriya-kun, Bakugo-kun's quirk is remarkable, Momo said, glancing at the stairs as she heard Katsuki's screaming get closer and closer. Izuku nodded, and I can't get the right opening to use my quirk. I'll either blow you away alongside Kakin, or he's in my face or yours and firing off explosions. We may have to split up. That's dash. Yaoyorozu-san, please, Izuku pleaded, Kakin can't attack us both if we're not together. You might have a better chance of creating a plan to take Itsu-kun out of the equation. Let Kakin focus all of his attention on me. Momo hesitated, not liking the idea, but eventually relented, nodding, all right, just put Bakugo-kun in his place. There was a dull explosion nearby and Katsuki came sliding around the corner that they'd come from earlier, a maniacal look in his eyes as he grinned at them, the blood streaming from his nose making him look like a serial killer who'd emerged victorious after a struggle with their victim. Found you, fuck nuggets, also, why won't you use your quirk, Deku? You know, the thing you've been hiding from me for the past 11 fucking years? Huh, do you think you're better than me, you shit stain, are you looking down on me? You honestly need counseling, Bakugo-kun. Getting upset over a lie is understandable, but this rage? It's not normal, and it's not healthy either. Momo said, looking taken aback by the sheer amount of rage on display before her. Fuck off, Ponytail, you wouldn't understand. He retorted, spitting blood on the floor. Kakin, I dash. I know all about your damned stalking, Deku, Katsuki interjected, raising his left arm and pointing it straight at them as he pulled back on the massive handle with his other hand, sliding it back and then tugging on a pin that suddenly emerged from the new space, as you know already. My explosions are sparked by the sweat which comes from my palms, and it's a lot like nitroglycerin. Now, if those morons designed these things exactly as I asked, then I can store my sweat into this bracer and blow you to kingdom come. Momo recoiled as she saw sparks emerged from a hole at the front the bracer handle, just as All Might's voice bellowed into their ears. Young Bakugo, stop. If you hit them with that, you'll kill them. Turning so the nearest camera wouldn't get a glimpse of her chest, she unzipped the part of her outfit that hid her breasts from view and got to work with creation. A few seconds later, she had created a massive shield, wide enough to fit 2 people behind, as Katsuki tugged harder and harder on the pin, and then pulled it out entirely. If I don't hit them directly, they won't die. How considerate of him. Momo was about to pull Izuku behind the titanium tungsten alloy shield she'd created, but paused when he looked at her and shook his head. What's he doing? Momo thought, gasping with horror as a massive explosion lit up the hallway, casting massive shadows behind the green-haired boy and the shield she created. It ripped up everything from the ceiling to the floor as it raced towards them like the approaching gateway to hell, but Izuku turned to meet it with nothing but determination in his eyes and one arm raised, fingers splayed out. Save for one gloved finger which had crimson energy coursing through it and was tucked into his thumb. Izuku flicked and yelled, "Delaware smash!" The rapidly approaching fireball of death came to a sudden halt as a shockwave, purely composed of nothing but air, slammed into it and redirected all the explosive force outwards rather than forwards. The walls, ceiling, and floor between Izuku and Katsuki were obliterated, reduced to dust as the blast overpressure of the explosion slammed into them, whilst the whole building trembled. Young Bakugo, do not use that move again or I will stop the match. All Might's voice rang into their headsets. Taking the window of opportunity their attacks had provided for her in the form of a massive cloud of dust and debris, Momo dashed for the stairs as she heard Katsuki giggle from somewhere behind her. He he he. Ha ha ha. That's more like it, Deku. I want you to show me what you can do at full power. Come on, we've got 6 minutes left. Go all out, nerd, or I'll fucking kill you. You hear me? She gritted her teeth, hearing another explosion and a cry of pain from Izuku in her ear. I can't believe I just left him. Momo thought, holding up her motion sensor to see that Tinya still hadn't moved. Quickly reaching the floor below him and wincing, tears gathering in her eyes as she heard Izuku's pained cries, additional explosions, and Katsuki maniacal laughter, she procured a stepladder and placed it directly underneath him, then attached a powerful explosive charge to the floor beneath him. With that set, Momo wiped her tears away and made her way to the top floor where she found Tinya glaring at her dramatically. I am magnificently evil, mwahahahaha, he laughed theatrically. What will you do now, hero? The only thing between you and this bomb is me, and you are nearly out of time, ha 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 ha. After all the pain she'd been put through, Momo couldn't stop the soft laughter that slipped past her lips, even as she smiled at Tinya, held up a detonator and pressed the red button on the top. You're right, villain, I might be running out of time, but here's where you're wrong. There's nothing between me and the nuclear bomb. She replied, full of confidence. You will never Kaya. Tinya squealed as the floor rumbled and then suddenly collapsed from underneath him. Momo walked over to the hole and gazed down it, smiling at Tinya who stared back up at her in shock. He scrambled to his feet as his quirk roared to life, but it was too late, as she walked around the hole in the floor and pressed one hand against the nuclear bomb. Yet another tremendous exploded rocked the building, prompting a cry of surprise from Tinya as a spark of worry jolted through Momo's chest. A second later, All Might screamed in their ears, Hero Team, wins. Not wasting any time to celebrate, Momo made a break for the stairs where Tinya met her by the 3rd floor, helmet tucked under one arm, and he looked just as horrified as she did. Yayo Rosa-kun, what is going on? What's with all these explosions? He inquired. Momo shuddered, I think Bakugo-kun has lost his mind. He seemed to really have it out for Midoriya-kun. And that last explosion, he might have been severely injured. They quickly made their way to the bottom floor and came across a scene that looked straight out of a war zone. Most of the walls had been destroyed, all of the windows had been blown out and the floor was littered with burn marks and craters. Izuku was kneeling down on his knees in the middle of the room. Two of the fingers on his left hand seemed to be busted, whilst one was busted, red, bruised and bloodied, on the other hand. Otherwise, he'd managed to keep himself out of a state that Izawa-sensei would have disapproved of, save for the near-total destruction of his costume, his black eye and the first-degree burns that were all over his exposed skin. Katsuki, who looked like one massive bruise, had been blown out of the building entirely. He was laying on his back, staring up at the sky vacantly as he began to hyperventilate, as if he couldn't believe that he'd just lost. All Might sudden materialized from thin air, Itachi in tow, raising the blonde into a seated position. It's time to go back, young Bakugo. It's time for you to hear the criticism. You might have lost, but use this as an opportunity to learn and reflect on. The man said softly, but Katsuki simply shrugged him off and walked away, heading towards the observation room. Momo gently placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder, prompting the boy to turn to her and display a tired smile. We won, Yaoyorozu-san, thanks to you. No, it's thanks to you. If you hadn't convinced me to leave you behind, we probably would have lost. Momo replied, then the adrenaline rush she didn't even know she was on wore off and her legs gave out from underneath her as additional pain and tired muscles screamed at her, but Tinya caught her before she could face-plant the floor and gently lowered her to the floor. Hey, take it easy, Yaoyorozu-kun. I think you both need to go to recovery girl. Tinya stated, looking at them with concern. Momo nodded tiredly as Itachi squatted next to her, looking at her with concern, no doubt taking in her torn costume and the bruises and burns she was sporting. Agreed. Izuku replied, gingerly holding his injured hands. Itachi turned his back to her as robots carrying a stretcher wheeled themselves over and stopped next to Izuku, prompting the green-haired boy to sigh as he got on the stretcher and allowed himself to be wheeled away. Momo was about to ask what he was doing when Itachi looked back at her. Piggyback. Momo's face burned with embarrassment as Tinya stared at them oddly. Really, Ida-kun? Yes. All right. Giving Tinya an appreciative nod, Momo clambered onto her brother's back. She circled her arms around his neck, resting her head against the back of his own as he hooked his arms around her legs and then stood up. You fought well, Mo-chan. Itachi said. She shifted on his back. Thank you, Ida-kun. I probably would have done better if we'd been paired against somebody else. My fighting style meant I constantly had to be close enough to be in Bakugo-kun's explosive range. Planning is difficult in the face of such aggression. Itachi hummed in response. Sighing, she allowed Itachi to carry her all the way to medical, a comfortable silence between them. Yaoyorozu-kun, how is Yaoyorozu-san? Having returned to the observation room after dropping his sister off at the school's medical wing, Itachi looked over at Mashirao and gave him an appreciative nod. She's recuperating and her injuries weren't major. Mo-chan is tougher than she looks, but thank you for asking, Ajiro-kun. Mashirao nodded, looking relieved, then flinched in surprise as the floating pair of gloves and boots next to him shifted and squealed. Ah, that's so cute, Ajiro-kun. You've got a crush on Yaoyorozu-chan, haven't you? Toru exclaimed. Itachi's right eyebrow lifted slightly. Mashirao choked on the air, his face burning a bright red as he frantically waved his arms back and forth. No, Hagaku-san, Yaoyorozu-san is just a good friend. After seeing those hits she took from Bakugo-san, I'm just concerned about her well-being. Toru's gloves grabbed each other and shifted left and right, showing she was clasping her hands together. Whatever you say, Ajiro-kun. Most of the other students were too busy clamoring amongst each other, discussing the match that they'd just witnessed. Aw man, you think Bakugo would have held back against such a hot girl? Maybe he swings the other way. Minoru shrunk under the two glares sent his way, crying out with fear as small explosions leapt from Katsuki's hands as a warning and threat. Still, Yaoyorozu was totally manly, Ajiro stated, grinning as many of the girls face-palmed. She gave Bakugo some good hits, but his quirk is on another level. So is Midoriya's. That first finger flick with awesome. Midoriya should have flicked Yaoyorozu's dash. Tsuyu's tongue shot out and smacked Minoru across the face, shutting him up and saving him from a likely death by Itachi. Anyway, All Might interjected, I believe the MVP of this match was young Yaoyorozu. Can anybody tell me why? Several of the students looked at each other, seemingly confused. With none of them ready to give any feedback, Itachi took the opportunity to speak and raised his hand so all might would look over at him. Young Yaoyorozu. Firstly, Bakugo-kun was blinded and driven by nothing but the rage he felt for his two opponents, while Midoriya-kun was driven by his will to prove himself. While Itachi-kun stayed with the bomb, he contributed nothing to the exercise. Itachi started, causing the armored boy to flinch at his brutal honesty. Furthermore, Bakugo's recklessness when it came to using his quirk could have easily set off the bomb, had it been real. Or brought down the building around them. All Might nodded, motioning for him to continue. When MHA presented the detonator, Itachi-kun continued to keep up the theatrics, rather than snatch it from her, leaving himself open to fall into an easily avoidable trap. Itachi continued, furrowing his brows. Heroes usually work together, but Midoriya-kun insisted that she leave him and go at it alone. And his initial reluctance to his quirk, something that a real villain would have easily exploited, could have cost them the match. When it came to the trial, MHA was the only one who took it seriously. However, like Bakugo-kun, her use of explosives could have set the bomb off if it'd been real. What? You're just saying that because she's your sister? Itachi turned his gaze to Denki, who shuddered under his intense stare. MHA may be my sister, but I will not let my love for her corrupt my opinion on her performance and the performances of everyone else. The rest of the class, barring Shoto who stared blankly at him, Tinya who appeared to be stressing out over the criticism directed towards him, and Katsuki who was wallowing in his own self-pity, gawked at him. What kind of feedback? Toru trailed off. I wasn't even thinking along those lines, Tsuyu admitted. I guess that's to be expected of a recommended student, Ribbit. Itachi shook his head. I wasn't able to pick up all of that simply because I was a recommended student. All of you could have done the same as I did if you tried. All Might laughed and gave him a thumbs up. That's a wonderful answer, young Yaoyorozu. Now then, let's move on to the next match. Let's see. Team B vs Team I. Needlessly to say, Masharao and Toru had been absolutely humiliated, outclassed by the sheer power of Shoto's quirk. The tailed blonde and the invisible girl had set up within their building and begun planning. During their 5-minute interval, they settled on Masharao staying on the floor with the bomb, whilst Toru would remove her outfit to make herself complete invisible so she could ambush Shoto and Mizo on the bottom floor and fight in the nude. Whatever they had planned never had to chance on coming to fruition. Mizo had used his extra arms to create ears to listen out for their movements. Upon discerning their locations and figuring out what they might have been planning, Shoto ordered his partner to leave the building, and in a display of exceptional quirk control, froze everything except the nuclear bomb, turning to building into a slippery death trap and freezing the feet of his opponents to the floor. Even Katsuki looked taken aback by the sheer amount of power on display before him, and it only served to upset him even more, as if coming to the realization that he probably wasn't the best in the class. Itachi didn't pity him in the slightest. You can take a step if you want, Shoto had said, uncaring as he entered the room with the bomb, but know that the flesh from the bottom of your feet will peel away and make any attempt to move extremely painful. Try not to feel too bad about this loss, but the difference in power between us is just too great. Despite having been frozen to the floor, Masharao hadn't been defeated without putting up the barest hints of a fight. As Shoto walked past him, the blonde twisted his body and used his tail to strike the heterochromatic boy in the face. As the recommended student recoiled, surprise flashing through his eyes for an instant, Masharao grabbed him by the shoulders, pulled him in and punched him in the throat, then grabbed the back of his head as Shoto gasped for breath and head-butted him thrice. After stumbling backwards out of grappling range, Shoto fixed him with a blank stare and then froze him up to his neck. Defiant to the end. But in the end, it changes nothing, Shoto had said, appearing unfazed by the attacks as he walked past the frozen blonde and touched the bomb. Hero Team wins. Team G, Yuga Aoyama and Hanta Shiro, and Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Ajui followed after them, with the former serving as heroes and the latter serving as villains. The naval laser quirk user seemed to be vain enough to believe that he could take on the other two students on his own, claiming that its strength and flashiness were pro-hero level in strength, and despite the objections from his teammate, went off ahead and alone. Encountering Team H as they descended to the bottom floor, he fired off his naval laser a few times. All he managed to do was repel Dark Shadow until his stomach began to act up. By which point, Yuga couldn't fire off his quirk anymore and was quickly taken down by the shadow creature who happily knocked him into a wall, dismissing from the world of consciousness. That left Hanta to try and fight them alone. He lasted all of 5 seconds. Tsuya was too agile and fast to be caught by his tape, while Dark Shadow simply tore through it with glee, and was quickly overwhelmed and incapacitated. The poor boy didn't even make it inside the building. Villain team wins. Despite having faced a tidal wave of criticism from most of the class after the match was over, with even All Might giving a lecture about never trying to take on multiple villains without knowing their quirks and having backup, Yuga never lost his sparkle and flamboyant attitude. Not even the harshest of words from Itachi managed to restrain and dim his sparkle. The fourth match quickly followed and Itachi acknowledged that he'd be last to participate in the exercise. Taking part in the fourth round was Team E, Kyokujiro, and Okako Uraraka, who'd be serving as the heroes, and Team C, Denki Kaminari, and Minoru Mineta, as the villains. There never even was a fight. Using her quirk, Earphone Jack, Kyoka scouted out the building and determined the positions of the villain team through sound. Upon determining that Denki and Minoru had moved onto the second floor after thoroughly scouting out the third floor and coming to the conclusion that it was better for them to avoid combat, Kyoka had Okako float her up to the floor where the bomb was. Shattering a window with a blast of sound, the two girls snuck in and secured the bomb. Hero team wins. So, Yaoyorozu, what's the plan? Itachi furrowed his brows as he stared at the bomb. The last to fight, he and Mina, who would the villains of the exercise, would be going up against Rakido Sato and Eijiro Kirishima. He knew nothing about the latter's quirk, and he didn't like not knowing, but was aware that Rakido received a boost in his physical parameters after consuming sugar. Ashido-san. Itachi looked up at her. Yesterday, I noticed that you seemed quite familiar with Kirishima-kun. Do you know him? The pinkette grinned at him. Yeah. Kirishima and I went to the same middle school together. He was a total wimp back then, had a emo phase, and guess what, his real hair color isn't red. It's actually black. He just dyed it after the entrance exam so he could model himself after chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. That's not important, Itachi stated, dismissing the information. What do you know about his quirk? Killjoy. Mina pouted. Itachi narrowed his eyes. Ashido-san. All right. Kirishima's quirk is hardening. It allows him to harden parts of his body, making him impervious to damage and giving him enhanced strength. Give him enough time and he'll be able to punch his way through rock and metal. She told him. I see. And you didn't display your quirk during Aizawa-sensei's test. What is it? Mina held up one hand and Itachi watched as acid dripped from her hand. It's called acid. Pretty self-explanatory and I can control its solubility and viscosity. She told him, prompting Itachi to lift his visor and display his Sharingan. She whistled as she inspected the red and black of his eyes. Sharingan. I can anticipate the movements of whoever I'm looking at and induce hallucinatory images through extended eye contact. He told her as a buzzer blared, informing them that the exercise had started. Cool. HN. I've also noticed that you have. Itachi faltered slightly, internally hitting himself for what he was about to say, well-developed thighs. Based on that, I assume you exercise on a frequent basis. Football, or dancing perhaps. Break dancing, Mina answered, smirking and fluttering her eyelashes at him, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were checking me out. Itachi already regretted his words. The exercise has started. Given the nature of Rakido-kun's and Kirishima-kun's quirk, I believe it would be beneficial if we met them at the bottom floor. Stall them for as long as possible. Itachi replied, dodging the question and making his way to the stairs with Mina behind him, swaggering along with a skip in her step. It didn't take them long to find the opposition entering the front door as they stopped within the wide hallway. Eijiro grinned and settled into a fighting stance as his arms hardened, prompting Mina to settle into her own as acid dripped from her hands. Rakido plucked several sugar cubes out of his utility belt. "It seems you've found us, heroes," Itachi said, grabbing his density seals and keeping them hidden in his hand. The redhead punched his fists together. "Yeah, and we're gonna stop you." "No, you won't," Itachi replied coldly, prompting Mina to glance over at him. "Do you know why? Because you lack the willpower, the strength, and the conviction to stop us. In a pitiful display of heroism, you'll fail to stop us from setting off this bomb. You will die, reduced to insignificant specks in the wind, as will the millions of others caught up in the blast. Society's faith in heroes will crack with the weight of your failure, and the trust you've built up over decades will be forever lost." Rakido, who'd been about to munch on his sugar cubes, paused in disbelief as Ajiro looked pale. "I'd suggest that you run," Itachi continued, voice growing colder and colder. "Forfeit your pride and run. Run and don't look back. Run and listen to the screams of the dead as this city is wiped off the face of the earth. Run and cling onto your pathetic lives and moronic ideals. Run and realize that your dreams and hopes have been forever lost. Disregard that, and you'll die here, face down on the ground and drowning under the weight of your blood and failure, regretting your inability to save the insignificant ants who live here." All Might muttered something subdued into his earpiece. Ajiro looked horrified, swallowing down a lump in his throat, and Rakido scrambled to catch a sugar cube as it slipped out of his hand. "Hey, Kiri's him a dash." The redhead's eyes hardened with newfound conviction as he displayed a jagged grin. "Heh, yayo Rosa, that was one manly speech, but I ain't about to give up. A city needs my help and I'm going to do everything I can to help it. Let's go, Sato." "Yeah." The taller boy threw the sugar cubes into his mouth and quickly consumed them. He roared and punched at the air, eyes dimming as some of his mental functions were reduced in exchange for a strength boost. After beating his chest, Rakido let out a bestial war cry and rushed towards them, Ajiro following close behind. Itachi stepped forwards to meet them, observing their movements with indifference. "Ashido-san, take Kirishima-kun. I've got Sato-kun." "You got it," she replied, dashing forwards and dancing past Rakido, who made a wild grab at her. Itachi didn't even blink as Rakido barreled towards him like a heavily muscled freight train. As a punch was thrown at his head, Itachi dropped to the floor and kicked Rakido's legs out from underneath him. As he crashed against the floor, Itachi flung the density seals and sent Rakido flying back into Ajiro, who cried out as they were both sent flying down the hallway. Mina's acid, which should have splashed against Ajiro's chest, fell against the floor. The pink-skinned girl blinked in surprise. From down the hallway, the two boys groaned as Rakido picked himself back up, the density seals falling from his chest and rolling across the floor. Ajiro, who had been crushed into the floor, picked himself out the trench his body had created. "Holy crap, what the hell was that?" Ajiro inquired as Rakido grumbled, rubbing his chest. "That hurt." "Hyperdensity seals," Itachi replied, slowly approaching them. "Quite the humorous set of equipment, don't you think?" Before the redhead could answer the question, ignorant over the fact that it was rhetorical, Rakido yelled out, threw the density seals back at Itachi, who casually swiped them out of the air, and charged them once more. He dodged the set of wild punches that were overly choreographed and seen way ahead of time by the Sharingan. As Mina yelled out behind him, Itachi rolled to one side as acid splashed against Rakido's chest and dissolved the portion of the costume it hit. As Itachi rolled to his feet, Ajiro was suddenly upon him and throwing punches. Itachi evaded them all with ease, shifting to one side to the other to avoid being hit and watching as the redhead steadily grew more and more frustrated as he failed to tag him. The redhead was nowhere near fast enough to outpace the perceptive capabilities of his Sharingan. Then, he jumped forwards and landed on Ajiro's shoulders, before pushing away and flipping in the air. Landing on Rakido's shoulders, he pushed off once more and landed back next to Mina, who had acid dripping from her hands. The two boys were upon them once more, not giving them any time to breathe. "Get back here and fight me like a man, Yayo Rosa," Ajiro said, rushing towards them, Rakido close behind. Itachi reached into one of his pouches and flung a multitude of shuriken at the redhead, who hardened his arms to deflect them, but then acid surged past Itachi and splashed against his chest. Eijiro let out a yell of annoyance, then Itachi ran forwards and vaulted over his shoulders and booted Rakido in the face, causing the taller boy to stumble back. As he landed on the floor, Itachi dashed forwards and slipped through Rakido's legs and unsheathed his katana. Crimson eyes watching as Mina and Eijiro fought and danced around each other, Itachi sliced at Rakido's left calf, leaving behind a swallow cut, before doing the same to the back of his right thigh and grabbing his density seals as Rakido grumbled and turned to him. He slashed him against the chest twice, ducked under a punch and executed a backwards cartwheel to avoid the second punch. Springing himself out of range, Itachi flung his katana into the air and flung his density seals into the larger boy's chest, sending him flying backwards, but Eijiro, who'd been paying attention this time around, avoided being flattened by the flying tank of muscle and sugar. Itachi caught the katana and settled into an offensive stance, density seal barrage. He watched as Eijiro's eyes widened upon seeing his teammate get taken down, dropping his guard momentarily. This left him wide open for Mina, who leapt at him, wrapped her legs around his head and swung herself around as she pulled herself into a falling back flip of sorts, flinging the redhead into the floor. "Oh damn, that actually hurt," Eijiro said as Mina quickly picked herself up. "Your skin might be hardened, Kirishima-kun, but I suspect your internal organs are still soft. Provide a hard enough impact, and you'll still feel it internally," Itachi said as he waked over to Rakido, who groaned, as he came down off his sugar high. Glaring down at the taller boy who stared back cautiously, he pointed his katana at him and allowed the tip of his blade to rest against his throat. Eijiro gasped, horror entering his eyes. "Hey, Sato, R-dash." "Hero," Itachi interjected, his voice cold and devoid of emotion as he took in the emotions flickering across Rakido's face. "Surrender, or your friend dies." Eijiro shot to his feet, eyes narrowed. "You wouldn't." Rakido gulped. In response, Itachi pushed the blade deeper into his throat, exerting just enough force as to not break the skin, as All Might muttered frantically into his ear. Looking helpless and frustrated with himself, Eijiro turned to Mina, who waved as acid dripped from her hands and steadily melted through the floor, which hissed as it was burned away, leaving behind a fist-sized hole, then turned back to Itachi, who stared back at him impassively. "Gah, this sucks," Eijiro huffed, throwing his arms up in the air, "but a real man knows when to admit defeat. I forfeit." Itachi nodded and retracted the blade from where it lay at Rakido's throat, sheathed his katana and extended a hand as All Might's voice blared into their ears. "Villain team wins." Rakido accepted the hand and Itachi had to steady himself as Rakido pulled himself up, nearly pulling him down. Eijiro looked upset with himself, even as Mina patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Don't mope too much, Kirishima-kun," Itachi spoke as he deactivated his Sharingan, prompting the redhead to look up at him. "Everybody loses in life, and I'm sure even All Might has lost before. Instead of getting too upset over your loss and diving headfirst into an inescapable pit of grief, take the opportunity to learn from it and advance yourself. People's greatest successes in life can stem from their early failures." The redhead nodded, grinning once more, because that's exactly what a real man would do. HN. Mina's sweat dropped. Rakido winced as blood streamed from his shallow wounds and his chest began to bruise. Yeah. You guys go ahead and get back to the observation room, I'm gonna go to recovery girl." "Need me to go with you, buddy?" Eijiro offered, but Rakido shook his head. "Nah, I'm good. Thanks though, Kirishima." "No problem, man." As they all left the building to return to where All Might and the other students were waiting for them, Rakido took a slight detour and left the trio to their own devices. Returning to the observation room, they found the blonde Goliath grinning at them. Momo, who was amongst the crowd, waved at them as she appeared to be eating an energy bar. All Might chuckled. "With the final match concluded, I believe it's safe to say that young Ashido and young Yayorosa were both MVPs. Would anybody like to tell me why?" Shoto quietly raised his hand. The top hero nearly missed him over the clamoring of the other students and gestured for him to proceed. "Go ahead, young Todoroki." Kirishima and Sato had no actual plan besides punch their way through the opposition. The heterochromatic boy started, and it's clear that Sato has no plan to deal with his quirk's benefits and drawbacks. Also, Kirishima overestimates his own abilities, is easily distracted, and it was obvious that he was holding back whenever he fought Ashido. In a real situation, his chivalrous attitude would have gotten them both killed. Male or female, if a villain wants you dead, they'll have you dead. Ajiro looked slightly downcast at the news. Mina playfully punched him in the arm. Furthermore, even though they had little time to plan out a strategy and probably knew very little about each other's quirks, Ashido and Yaoyorozu were able to work almost seamlessly with each other. Shoto continued, staring at Itachi, who stared back. Additionally, when caught between Sato and Kirishima, Yaoyorozu chose to retreat and return to his teammate, acknowledging how both fighters outclassed him in strength, rather than take them both on by himself. "Thank you, young Todoroki." Shoto nodded and stepped back, ignoring all the curious stares he was getting. "Damn, these recommended kids are so analytical," Denki muttered. "Sheesh, tell me about it." "And those were some nice moves, Yaoyorozu," Hunter replied, grinning. Itachi nodded, "Thank you, Shiro-kun." "Anyways, good work, everyone. Besides young Midoriya, nobody suffered from any major injuries, and I can tell you all gave this 110%. Good job with your first training session, all of you," All Might declared. After Aizawa-sensei's class, this was kind of... Tsuyu paused as if looking for the right word, anticlimactic to say the least. The majority of the class nodded in agreement. "Anyway, I must check on young Midoriya," All Might announced, getting into a runner's pose. "Get changed and return to your classroom." In a burst of wind and sound, he was suddenly gone. "So cool," Denki cheered. "Why is he running away just to check on Midoriya?" Minoru inquired. "That strength he displayed. He must be All Might's secret love child," Shoto theorized, staring blankly at where All Might had been stood. "It could be guilt," Momo suggested, prompting the class to look at her. "All Might is one of our teachers, but he's clearly new to the field. It must have hurt him to see what was essentially a death match occur between Bakugo-kun and Midoriya-kun. Perhaps, he feels like Midoriya-kun wouldn't have been injured if he known about their past rivalry and pitted them against different teams." Several of the other students nodded, thinking over her answer. "We should get going," Itachi interjected. "All Might may be waiting for us after checking up on Midoriya-kun, and it would not be wise to keep him waiting. Exuberant as the man may be, I doubt his patience is unlimited." After changing out of their hero costumes, the class returned to their heroics class, where not much happened. All Might didn't turn up again, which Itachi found strange, but Aizawa-sensei took over the class and tried to maintain order, the keyword being tried. Until it was time to go home, with Izuku turning up less than 5 minutes before he dismissed them. The green-haired boy was promptly swarmed by most of the class. He ran off as quickly as he arrived, something to do with confronting Katsuki about what they spoke about during the battle trials. As everyone seemed to stand around, Itachi, Mashirao and Momo took their leave. "Today's heroics class was really cool," Mashirao started. "It's just a shame that I didn't get to fight the same way you guys did." "I'm sure you'll get another chance, Ajiro-kun," Momo replied, a small smile on her face. Itachi nodded, agreed. "I doubt All Might's battle trials were a one-off. I'm sure they might have these once a month to check on the progression of our quirks. Not doing so, as Aizawa-sensei likes to say, would be irrational." "Be careful, Ida-kun, you might develop an irrational habit of sleeping on the floor," Momo replied, smirking behind her hand. Mashirao snickered. Eventually, they left the primary building and began walking down the extended pathway that had led them to the main gates. Much further along the pathway Izuku was walking alone, and they caught the distant figure of Katsuki, instantly identifiable by his ash-blonde hair. Momo and Mashirao shared a glance. "Is that Midoriya-kun? I'm surprised Bakugo-kun isn't trying to choke the life out of him after what happened in our fight," Momo mused. "Bakugo-kun's a fool," Itachi replied, "but he's not stupid. Attacking Midoriya-kun, when he doesn't have explicit to be able to do so, would only result in his expulsion from the school. Well, if it isn't Mr. Good-Looking." The trio paused and Itachi let out a dejected sigh. Turning around, Itachi saw Setsuna sauntering towards them, a massive grin on her face, flanked by a smug blonde boy with blue eyes, a gray-haired boy with massive eyelashes and a boy with an insect-like head and wild, green hair. The gray-haired boy blinked at them. Tokage-chan, who is that? I'm not sure who the other two are, Setsuna replied, swaggering her way up to them and stopping just short of Itachi, who stared at her, but Mr. Good-Looking is the boy that Kendo-san won't stop talking about. Itachi raised an eyebrow. I assume you're in the same class as Itsuka-san, Tokage-san. Setsuna nodded and then looked over Momo, her grin only growing wider. My, you didn't tell me that your sister was such a looker. Hee, don't mind me, I'm just checking out the prizes on both sides of the aisle. Momo just blinked, bemused. Masharao just scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Tail boy isn't bad either. Tokage-san dash. What's this? The blonde started dramatically. Is this the class 1 a fool who has been harassing our dear Kendo-chan for the past goodness knows how long? Itachi narrowed his eyes at the blatantly false accusation and Setsuna widened her own, her jokey attitude vanishing in an instant. Monoma dash. The other two boys sneered, stepping forwards and sizing Itachi up as their quirks came to life. The one with the insect head snarled as blades grew out of his arms, whilst the other boy's arms took on a metallic sheen. So you like harassing girls, huh, tough guy? Am I going to have to rearrange your face? This class 1 a bastard has been annoying Kendo-chan. Don't make me have to beat you up. Itachi scowled, activating his Sharingan. Whatever you've heard about me, it's not true. Itsuka-san and I are good friends. If that's true, then what's her favorite type of vehicle? The one with blades growing out of his arms inquired, eyes narrowed threateningly. A motorcycle? Which brand? The Kawasaki, specifically the Ninja H2, although she is particular to the Harley-Davidson. Insect Face faltered for a moment. Momo and Masharao looked ready to defend him if a fight broke out. Setsuna huffed and smacked the blonde who held up his hands in a defensive manner, a fake smile plastered across his face as he leered at Itachi. Whatever is the matter, Tokage-chan? I was just making sure the class 1 a fool knew his place. What the heck is going on here? Itachi looked past them to see Itsuka sprinting down the pathway, eyes darting back and forth as she quickly assessed the situation and rounded on the blonde boy who still had the fake smile on his face. Tokage-san, what happened here? Monoma made up a lie about Mr. Good-Looking harassing you when you were younger. Setsuna said, sighing. Monoma. Itachi felt a strange sense of satisfaction flow through him as Kendo karate chopped the blonde who seized, as if struck by a taser, and crumpled to the floor, but dismissed it as nothing more than himself being glad to see his oldest friend. With the smug blonde dealt with, Itsuka turned to the other two boys who seemed unsure of themselves now that she had turned up. She placed her hands on their shoulders and shook her head, prompting them both to deactivate their quirks. Ignore what Monoma said, Kamakuri-san, Tetsu-san, Itsuka told them, running a hand through her orange hair and looking up at Itachi. What he said wasn't true in the slightest. Itachi-san and I have been good friends for years. So, no beating up the class 1 a scum. No beating them up, Itsuka confirmed, causing the two boys to relax, and they're not scum. Their names are Yaoyorozu Itachi, Yaoyorozu Momo, and Ajiro Masharao. Guys, these are Tokage Setsuna, Tetsu, and Kamikiri Togaru, and the blonde moron is Monoma Niato. Togaru nodded and stepped forwards, extending a hand for Itachi to take. Yeah, whatever, sorry about the misunderstanding. Guess I won't be kicking your sorry ass after all. He's like Bakugo-san. Ajiro mumbled. A light scoff came from Momo. He has manners, at least. Bakugo-kun wouldn't have apologized and would have threatened to beat him up another time. Setsuna snickered, sounds like a nice guy. Itachi shook the offered hand. You couldn't, even if you tried. Togaru huffed and glared at him, squeezing his hand and forcing Itachi to squeeze back. Boys. Itsuka said warningly. They released each other and Togaru backed off, but Itachi to keep a straight face, which wasn't all that hard. He'd had years of practicing a perfect poker face, to avoid displaying any signs of discomfort the tight grip had caused him. Not interested in waiting around now that he couldn't beat somebody up, Toguro stalked off and dragged a complaining Tetsu with him. Itachi shook out his hand. "Sorry about that," Itsuka said, "a lot of the boys in my class are quite hot-headed." Momo smiled, "We've got a few like that in our class." The two girls shared a quick hug, a high five was exchanged with Mashirao, and then Itsuka turned to Itachi, who presented her with a small smile, which for him was practically the equivalent of anybody else wearing a grin which split their face in two. "What did you lot get up to today?" Itachi shrugged. "Battle exercises with All Might. He's our hero studies teacher. We were split between heroes and villains, 5 teams each, and the main target was a nuclear bomb. The bomb had to be protected by the villains, while the heroes had to secure it," Itsuka guessed. Itachi nodded. "And you have All Might as your teacher? That's so cool." "He's not exactly the best when it comes to teaching, but he tries." Itachi deadpanned. "That will be it for today.